Audio Australia presents this unabridged recording of The Missing, written by Fleur McDonald and read by Taylor Thomas. To those who are precious and my true north. Prologue. Skull, skull, skull! The teenagers thumped out the word in rhythm as Max tried his best to swallow the bitter liquid. The beer was warm. What the fuck? He hoped there wasn't a cold pie at the end of it. Tango was the one who had insisted he scull the long neck. The prick was probably trying to make him throw up and embarrass himself. Then the rest of the group, Hendo, Kate, Benny, Gemma, Pete and Jazzy, had all taken up the chant. Skull, skull, skull! Max hadn't had a choice. The beer overflowed from his mouth and dribbled down either side of his chin. His throat almost closed up, choking him, his eyes watering. Skull, skull, skull! He remembered his mother's tone last night, when his father had gone to the fridge for another beer. Drunkenness is sinful. That might be so, but what else was there for teenagers to do in Kalgoorlie on a Saturday night? Too young for the pub and too old for youth groups. And seriously, who went to youth groups these days anyway? And booze was better than drugs. There were plenty of people around who were all fucked up, on all sorts of drugs. A fire in the middle of the outback 2-up ring with a group of kids getting pissed. A typical weekend in Cal, but hopefully his last. Max coughed, still with the edge of the bottle at his lips, refusing to give in. A loud cheer went up, then intensified. Skull, skull, skull! Max tried not to gag, but his throat wasn't working. He couldn't breathe, and now snot was dribbling out of his nose as fast as the beer was trickling from the edge of his mouth. He couldn't give up. He would show everyone he was as cool as they were. Suddenly, he didn't have a choice. Max let the bottle go with a huge intake of breath before heaving what was left in his mouth, and the contents of his stomach, onto the cement floor of the 2-up ring. Danny, the fella who ran the 2-up games on Sunday afternoon, was gonna be pissed, and rightly so. Max groaned as his guts contracted and threatened to lurch upwards again, while derision raged through the group. Weak as piss, Benny yelled. You're a participation trophy. Hendo called out. Laughter rose through the open-roofed shed and into the night sky, and Max wished the earth would swallow him. Got your ambitions and capabilities mixed up? Tango grinned meanly and put his mouth to Max's ear, close enough for Max to smell the booze on his breath. You fuckhead, he whispered, loud enough for only Max to hear. He slapped Max's back and walked to the other side of the ring where the rest of the group was still jeering. Max, still doubled over, wiped his mouth and dragged in more air, one hand on his bent knee. When he looked up, the group had moved back to the fire, disappointed they weren't going to see more. Only Bree remained next to him. You okay? She asked. Max saw her look over to Tango, who was throwing another log on the fire. The rest were looking for more to drink or laughing at something he knew nothing about. Then he felt Bree's hand on his back, her touch gentle. Not having caught his breath properly, he only nodded, liking her hand where it was. Even with the chill in the air, he could feel her warmth through his shirt. Bree's friendship had come as a surprise to Max. He wasn't the type to have a pretty, popular girl as a mate. Pity she was tangled up with that loser Tango, but no one was perfect. He had thought about asking her out if she and Tango ever split, but probably not. They had different dreams that would take them in opposite directions, even if they were conspiring together to make a run for it out of this godforsaken town. They agreed there was nothing good about Kalgoorlie. The place was riddled with drugs, booze, and all sorts of antisocial behaviour. On the Kalgoorlie Facebook news page, he'd read about a bloke who'd cut his father's arm off with a chainsaw and how another bloke had tried to strangle a kitten because his girlfriend wouldn't give him sex. Appalled, Max had sent the reports through to Bree. At first, he and Bree had spoken of their dreams only late at night on Snapchat. Nighttime made things seem more possible, though for a while, in the harsh light of day, Max had felt the hopelessness of his situation weighing him down. He suspected Bree had felt the same, especially since she made no move to cut Tango loose. Then, their luck had changed. They now had money in their pockets and a plan. The countdown was on until they left town for a better life. Max wondered what Tango would think about his girlfriend running away without telling him. Might be a bit of a blow to his ego. Max started to snigger, but more beer caught in his nose, and he coughed again. Tango resembled a staffy dog, short, muscled, with no neck, and Max treated him with the respect he would have given one of those said dogs, usually by giving him a bloody wide berth. He wasn't the sort of guy that Max wanted to be friends with, but Tango must have had some redeeming qualities, because Bree seemed to be goggle-eyed over him, and she was smart. None of the other kids here tonight were as clever as she was, and not just academically. Bree had street smarts too, which was helpful because Max often felt so naive about the real world. His world consisted of computers, faceless humans on the internet who he played online games with, and other kids who also didn't fit in with the mainstream. Max had wanted to curl up and die when the principal of the school called him up on stage at an awards assembly to announce he was the top of the computing science class, because he knew that Tango and the rest of them would give him shit afterwards. He'd been right. They all had. Except for Bree. A whoop went up, and Bree gave a soft laugh. "Chazzy can't dance for shit. You okay?" she repeated. Max wiped his mouth and stood upright. "I'm good," he muttered. The ever-present awkwardness swept over him in a tidal wave. Every time he tried to be cool, he made some monumental stuff up. Should he have been able to scull that beer? He bet Tango could have. Not that he'd ever seen him have a go. Somehow the slimy little sucker always slid through these types of fun challenges without having to have a turn. Humiliation surged through Max as he stuck his hand in his pocket and realised there was a hole in it. Shit! His phone! He patted his other pocket and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't like he had the new iPhone, unlike almost everyone else in this group. But there'd still be a world of hurt waiting if he turned up at home having lost his mum's old hand-me-down. The others always seemed to get whatever they wanted, when they wanted it. They just asked their parents. That new motorbike Benny had arrived on, that was sweet as, and probably worth more than Max's family car. And Kate, well, she was sporting a new leather jacket. Max had a push bike, second-hand clothes, and his hand-me-down phone. His mum would have made sure he had everything new. She was like that. Keeping up with the Joneses was important to her. But his dad controlled the money. And recently that meant everything Max had was old. "I had nothing when I was a boy, and being poor made me hungry to earn money and be successful," his dad had said to his mum one day, after Max had asked for a new t-shirt with a popular brand name on it for his birthday. "Max will be the same if you don't spoil him." "Or I'll just resent the fuck out of you," Max thought, focusing on the warm spot where Bree had rested her hand. He swore he could still feel it. Bree dug in her pocket and handed him a tissue. "Here." "Thanks." After wiping his mouth and face, he almost handed the tissue back to her, but stopped himself just in time. "Manners, Max," he could hear his mother reminding him. Giving him the sort of smile that turned dark to light, Bree cocked her head and looked at him. "Why do you do that?" "Do what?" "Pretend you can do stuff you can't. Or try to. You're not a drinker." "I can. I did," he blustered, trying to ignore the nausea rising again in his stomach. "Max, You're who you are. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. Easy for you to say. You're in. He shoved his hands in his jeans and stared miserably into the dark. Above them, there was a blinking red light among the sparkling stars. He pointed towards it. I'm going to do it soon, he told Bree. She looked up. Do what? Fly, and we'll never come back to this shithole. We can fly right now if you want, she said. Her face was mischievous as she dug in her pocket again and brought out a matchbox. Want to try? Go on. Let's have an early celebration. We're only here for another 48 hours. Flicking the tray open, Bree waved him to look inside. Max leaned forward. Nothing inside but small strips of paper with love hearts printed on them. He must have looked confused because Bree said, LSD. What the hell, man? He felt a twinge of shock and quickly tried to hide it. Fuck, I thought she was better than that. Instead of saying that aloud, he said, Cool, where'd you get it from? Hoping he sounded like he saw LSD every day. He knew nothing about the drug, except it was bad for you, and that was understating it. Pinched him from Leah. Did he detect a sadness in her tone? Or just bitterness? Your aunt? Bree shrugged. She won't miss them until her boyfriend comes around and they want to get high together. You and I will be out of here by then. Max saw her clench her jaw in the dim light from the fire. You stole drugs from your foster carer? Bree shrugged. She gets an allowance that she's supposed to spend on me, but I'm not a foster child in the technical sense of the word. Because she's my aunt, there's not a lot of checks and balances, family and all that shit. She looked at the box in her hands as if deciding something, then looked up at Max from under her eyelashes. So, want one? Electric shock ricocheted through him. Me? Yeah, you. Bree flicked the drawer closed with her finger, then pushed it open again. Have you ever taken drugs? Course I have, he lied. Only smoked a bit of weed, though. Nothing like this. He'd never done that either. His parents were the healthy type. Sport was compulsory, whether you were good at it or not, and they only ate home-cooked meals, never takeaway. All good for the body, and then church on Sundays for a well-nourished soul. From the outside, their lives were Instagram perfect, especially on the one Sunday a month his father went to church in a suit. His mother's camera app got a workout that day. Only the people who lived inside their house knew the truth. Go on, I dare you, Bree said. You just told me not to do things that aren't me, he said with a grin, reaching for a tab. You don't think taking drugs is you? He shrugged. Didn't think it was you either. Bree smiled as he took one, then put one in her mouth and stuck out her tongue to show him. You want to fly? She said. Then these are for you. Slip it under your tongue and hold it there until the paper dissolves. Max leaned against a tree, wondering how long it would take for the drug to take effect. He was nervous now, wishing he could spit it out, get it out of his system. Even more self-conscious. His stomach churned, reminding him that the huge amount of beer he'd consumed wasn't agreeing with him. What would beer and LSD do when combined? He was about to ask when Bree moved away from him. She raised her face to the sky and closed her eyes, her long blonde hair swaying, almost glowing in the moonlight. Max watched her. Mostly, he told himself, to see if the drug was doing anything to her yet. Bree's face was a mixture of peace and exhilaration. Did the drugs make her feel like that? Max decided he'd take LSD every day if they gave him the sort of tranquility that was Bree's expression now. He guessed that's how people got addicted, but he couldn't afford to get hooked. He had plans. A yell from the direction of the fire broke into Max's thoughts, and he tore his eyes away. Gemma had hung a Bluetooth speaker from a piece of tin at one of the entries to the two-up shed, and Benny and Kate were moving to the beat of the music. An icy wind blew through the openings. No one else seemed to notice how cold it was. Pete was sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring into the flames and holding a stubby, while Jazzy had grabbed Gemma and was trying to swing her in a dance. "What's it like living with your aunt?" Max asked, unable to stay silent. He had to keep Bree there, with him. She brought her face back down and opened her eyes. The green shone like emeralds, and she looked right at him as if she was seeing him for the first time. Her lips glistened in the firelight as she smiled. Then she wiggled her head and body as if loosening up for a game of limbo. "Okay, I guess. Better than living with my real olds. I have my own room, and there's always food in the cupboard." "Where are your parents?" Max felt like he should already know this after all their Snapchats. Bree hesitated. "Getting clean?" A long pause. "In jail." Was the earth spinning, or was that his imagination? "Wish I didn't have to be at home with my parents." "You wouldn't say that if you didn't live with them." There was a wistfulness in her voice. "But why?" She spun to look at him. "Why don't you want to be there?" "You already know," Max said. "We've talked about it. Dad's an asshole, and Mum, well, she's just painful." "Stupid, isn't it?" Bree said, as if she hadn't heard him. "I like living with Aunt Leah, but I'd much rather live with Mum and Dad." She dropped her voice so only he could hear. "Won't matter soon, though, will it?" Max didn't answer. He was thinking about the fight his parents had had the previous evening. Disturbed by a sudden noise in the kitchen, he had got up from his computer and peered out through a slit in his bedroom door. His father, red-faced and drunk, was furious with steak for dinner again, and had thrown his plate against the kitchen wall. His mother had quietly taken a step towards his dad and told him if he didn't like what she served, there was another place he could go. He hadn't been sure if his mother was sending his father a message or if this was something else. At that point, Max had closed his bedroom door, plumped his pillow up under the doona, and slipped out his bedroom window for a long walk in the dark. "Can't come soon enough," he whispered back. Bree looked at him for a long moment. "Have you heard of the Nullarbor nymph?" she asked, changing the subject so quickly his addled brain felt like it had whiplash trying to keep up. "Nah, what's that?" They were walking slowly around the ring towards the rest of the group now. Raucous laughter briefly drowned out the music. Doof, doof, doof. "They say," Bree lowered her voice, "that she's a spirit who follows travellers." "Huh. Yeah," Max said, nodding. "I remember now. It was a hoax, wasn't it? Somewhere out near the border." The world was taking on a much nicer glow. Bree looked even prettier than she normally did. Her smile was like a lighthouse beacon. Even Tango, who was walking towards them, seemed to have lost the ferocious expression he usually wore. Max raised a hand to try and wave. His fingers moved, then his whole arm fell heavily back to his side. He took a few leaden steps forward, Bree keeping pace with him. She linked her arm through his, and he smiled. She felt warmer than before. "But was it?" she asked. Max wasn't sure he understood. "What?" "The nymph. Was it a hoax?" "Oh." Max thought hard. "Yeah, of course she was. Just like all the other myths around the joint. Rainbow serpents, Allah and Jesus. All myths and legends." Bree raised her hands above her head and began moving in time to the music. "So cynical for one so young. Me? I've never been sure." Her words were almost drowned out by the music. I think she could have been real. A nymph, half naked, wearing kangaroo skins. She tries to lure travellers out into the bush. Bree took a few steps backwards towards the dark. What could be untrue about that? Her face appeared ghostly in the dim light. I'll look it up. Max got out his phone and checked the signal. 10% of battery and 1 bar. With any luck, it was enough to fire up Google, but not kill the phone completely. What are you doing out here with my girl? Tango suddenly loomed in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. He reached out and brought Bree back into the firelight, slinging a meaty arm around her slim shoulders. She stumbled and buckled under the weight. Flyin', Max told him, still looking at his phone. Hi. What? You're the weirdest fucking douchebag I know. Tango stared at him. Here, Bree said, breaking Tango's concentration. I brought you these. She handed him the matchbox. There's enough for everyone. Oh, baby. Tango took a tab out of the box and looked at it reverently. Come to me, he said, opening his mouth and putting the tab under his tongue without hesitation. He gave a contented sigh and smacked his lips. That's going to fire the night up. He let out a whoop and yelled, Who's ready to party? Max put his phone away and went to sit down on a log, but miscalculated and landed heavily on the ground. Laughing, he widened his eyes as the fire glowed extra bright. Oops, he said, lying back on the dirt and looking into the sky. The stars were twinkling at him, and he squinted back hard. Now they were merging, so the constellations overhead became one moving piece of silver. Fluid motion that darted this way and that, swirling and swooping like time-lapse footage. It looked like photos he'd seen of the southern lights, rolling and dancing across the sky. Bro! Tango yelled to Benny, who was leaning against a tree. Get a load of this. We got us some trips. Pass them round. Max looked over as Tango let out a war cry and a few more whoops, then swung his clenched fist in circles and reached for Bree again. You're a bit clever. Did Leah leave them lying around? I pinched them out of her drawer. By the time she realises they're gone, it won't matter. Bree pressed her body against him, and Max had to look away. Tango didn't answer, but took a long swallow out of a cask of wine over Bree's shoulder and pulled her towards the middle of the 2-up ring. The flames were licking around the branches. The others followed him until they were all sitting in a circle, passing the goon bag to each other. Did you ever hear about the murder that was committed out here? Benny asked as he slung his arm around Kate. She shook back her hair and looked at him. Don't, she warned. The bush is creepy enough at night without you trying to scare us. Benny pulled her in closer to him, but ignored her words. It was years ago. He lowered his voice. Back before Kalgoorlie was a city, and when murder and death was all part of looking for gold. He dropped his voice further, and no one trusted anyone. They still don't, Max said quietly. Stop it, Bree said. We don't need to hear that shit. Max watched her shuffle closer to Tango. Don't be scared, babe, Tango told her. I'm here. But you do need to hear it. Benny's voice was low and sinister. Because some say the ghosts still walk around this place. Benny, Jazzy gave a little whimper. Stop. Mate, you're a flog, said Tango. Shut the hell up and have another drink, or tab, or whatever you want, but don't frighten the girls. He tried to stand but swayed and got stuck halfway up, and instead sat down again. Max heard his words through a mystical silver fog. The moving sky was making him feel a bit sick, and now the ground was starting to move up and down. Relax, dude, said Benny. This is a good story. Back from when the gold fields were just opening up. Listen and you might learn something. A log collapsed in the fire and a shower of embers flew skyward. Gemma let out a small scream and Benny started to whisper. There were a couple of blokes who got together and pegged a mining lease. Early 1900s, I reckon. They were going to be partners. One fella started mining at one side of the lease and the other guy at the opposite. He paused and looked at each of them. One of them found the motherlode. Everyone leaned in so they could hear, despite their uneasiness. A shitload of gold, enough that he'd never need to work again. But the bloke didn't want to share it, so he had to come up with a plan. Why would he have to share it? Kate asked, flicking her hand at an imaginary fly. Or maybe a midge. He found it. Yeah, but they were business partners. They were supposed to split everything 50-50. Tango snorted. Like that'd happen, he said. I wouldn't. We know that, Hendo said. Listen up, Benny said, trying to clap his hands, but they didn't connect with each other. A few days after the discovery, some other swaggies who had come to join the gold rush arrived on their horses and saw a bloke digging under a tree. They kept out of sight and waited until he left, thinking he'd been burying his find, and they were going to pinch it. He laughed, but when they dug it up, they got a bit of a shock. Leaning forward, with their mouths agape, they all stared at Benny. The campfire flames were reflected in their glazed eyes. Tango was chewing on his fingernails, Bree forgotten next to him. What happened? Max asked. He looked up into the sky again. Above him was some kind of vision, a woman with long brown hair who swooped and swept around, angling her fluid body towards the group, her arms hidden by the long silver cloak she wore. In the hole, they found a man with a pick through his skull, dead as a fucking dodo. Benny paused. And the bloke who had been burying him? Well, it turned out he was the one who'd found the gold. He'd shot through with everything. No way. Yeah. Dad reckons the bloke who was murdered prowls around at night. He was pissed off that he didn't get his share of the gold, so now he's out to steal from others, but only when it's a full moon and he can see without a torch. Benny stopped talking and waited a few moments. Now I know you're bullshitting us, Hendo said. He needs the moon so he doesn't need a torch? What the hell? I thought ghosts could see in the dark. Benny ignored him and lowered his voice again. Dad's heard him digging, you know, the ghost. He's always digging. At first it sounds like a pick chipping away at rock. Then all of a sudden the noise changes to sounding like it's hitting a watermelon. All squelchy-like. He looked around at them all. That's when the pick went through his head. Bree gasped, and Kate gave a little scream. Not a chance in hell, Tango said. Who believes in ghosts? That's all this is, a bloody ghost story. You girls need to calm down. Yeah, calm the fuck down, Pete said, his hands swiping over his jeans. Is that what you really think? I bet it's not. Anyhow, all the people who've heard it, they've all had gold stolen from them. Benny nodded as if to put a full stop on the end of his sentence. Dad told me. What? Jazzy said, her tone incredulous. Ghosts can't pick things up. And, Bree said, we're forgetting the most important part here. Ghosts don't exist. What about the nymph? Max said, so quietly that none of them heard him. You believe in her? My mum says the photo of Granny shifts to the front of the sideboard all the time, Gemma said. She reckons Granny's moving it herself. She leaned back into the darkness, then forward again before getting up and sitting back down next to Max. He smiled at her, but her eyes were glassy. Okay, How about this then? Benny said. Dad went out prospecting about 5 weeks ago. Camped out on Friday and Saturday night. When he came home on Sunday, he was looking like someone had bled him dry. White as. He'd had a couple of good finds, a few pieces of good-looking alluvial gold, and he did what all the prospectors do. He kept the nuggets in a little plastic jar, in his pocket. Never let that jar get too far away from his body, right? When he got into his swag, he made sure the jar was in his pocket. He woke up a couple of times during the night and checked it was still there. It was, but when morning came, the jar and the nuggets had disappeared. There was silence as the group stared at Benny. Nah, they just fell out in his swag, Tango scoffed finally, but his voice didn't sound sure. Benny shook his head. Nope. He unrolled the swag and went through every bit of bedding. The gold was gone. Dad reckons he heard that noise while he was out there. He's sure it's the old bloke who was killed. Can't be anyone else. You're talking smack, Benny. It's true as I'm sitting here, he protested. The ghost of the old man, he's still out there, looking for his half of the gold that his double-crossing partner stole. I've heard of something like that happening too, Max said softly. But out towards Orobanda, there was a couple who had their whole lot of findings for the day taken out of their caravan. You saying someone unlocked the door and snuck in while they were sleeping? Pete sneered. Max shook his head, making the rest of the surroundings merge together in a spinning mixture of trees, stars, and flames. The door was still locked when they got up in the morning. Silence. Tango was beginning to look unnerved. Must be sleepwalkers. Silence. Ting, ting, ting. Jesus, what's that? Tango tried to stand but stumbled, nearly falling into the fire. Bree reached out and grabbed his jumper, pulling him back. Take another chill pill, dude. There's nothing out there, Benny said. He only comes around when the moon is full. Can't you hear it? Tango said. He dropped his voice. There's someone digging. Everyone fell silent. Ting, ting, ting. A pick on rock. Gemma gave a whimper. Ting, ting, ting. Bree stood. Come on, let's get out of here. That's freaky. Ting, ting, ting. The tinny noise echoed through the trees. Oh my God, they're going to come for us, Gemma said. He's going to bury us. She stood up and looked around wildly. He's coming, Benny spoke quietly. I can see him, over there, on the road that goes away from the two-up ring. Let's get out of here. He and Gemma started to run in the direction of town. It was your fucking story, you dickhead, and your bike's here. Tango yelled after him, then spun around and wiped at his shoulder. Don't touch me, he yelled to the emptiness behind him. Don't touch me! Bree tugged at his arm. Get away! Who are you talking to? Bree asked. The bloke who just tipped Hansel over me. Tango's voice had dropped to a whisper. Can't you see him? Just there. He pointed to a tree on the edge of the firelight. Jesus, he's holding a pick. Can't you see? Max stood now in the gap at the other side of the two-up ring. He stared out into the darkness. He's coming, he said softly. I knew he would. Nothing we can do about it now. He turned to Bree, Kate, and the others. Get back to town before he finds you. Quick, go. I'll hold him up. Who? What are you talking about? Bree called to Max as he walked out of the light of the fire's glow. Come back, Max. Take them all back to town, he said. Go. He didn't turn to look at her, but continued to walk as if compelled by an invisible remote control. Go. I'll stop the ghost. 2 weeks before. Over it. Bloody over this joint. Max Galbraith kicked out at a Macca's drink container that was rolling down the street in the breeze. He missed and stumbled, whacking his elbow on a street sign. His backpack caught on a bolt sticking out and he pulled up sharply. Fuck's sake. Bree put out a hand to steady him. Chill, dude, she told him. She reached over and took a chip out of the packet he was holding and popped it in her mouth. So, what did your mum say? That she didn't know when I'd changed from being such a sweet child to being so rude and teenage-ish. And I needed to, get this, stop behaving like a Neanderthal and pull my socks up. What the hell kind of analogy is that? I'm not extinct. He offered her the chips again, while inside his body he felt the heat of resentment. His mother had no idea what it was like to be him. Did you grunt at her? Bree giggled. Can't imagine you doing that. Sounds like you speak fine to me. Max snorted. Still sound too human, she said. Not like a Neanderthal at all. Tell that to Mum. Bree pulled at his arm. Sit down here, she said, indicating the bench on the main street. She slung her backpack down and slurped at the chocolate thick shake she'd bought, then offered it to Max. What else is wrong? Nothing. Liar, she said mildly, reaching for another chip. Max slurped at the drink, then handed it back. He caught her eye and saw the mischievous sparkle there. Uh-oh, he said. You're up to something. Bree shook her head. Tell me what else is going on at your place. I'll tell you after that. Max played with the cords coming from his hoodie and stuck one end in his mouth. Gross, Bree said. Sorry. He spat it out and ran his fingers through his hair. He looked up and down the street and tried to work out what he hated most. The freezing bloody wind, or the grimy streets, or the trapped feeling this town gave him. Why are you looking like that? Like what? All teenager-ish. You know, angry, frustrated, like you're about to erupt. She giggled again. Your face looks like a boiled tomato. Volcano Max, that's me. Wish I could spew a heap of red-hot boiling truths at Mum. He stretched his legs out. Why the hell doesn't anyone understand what it's like to be us? I hate that mixed-up feeling of not belonging and never fitting in. Or when one of the teachers dismisses my ideas without even caring. Doesn't anyone realize we're human beings with feelings? Here. She offered him the drink again. He shook his head, still brooding. It was enough that he'd had to listen to his mother go on last week about how he was becoming so much like his dad. Now this shit? Add into the mix that his mum was the PNC president and always hanging around at school? Like that made him popular? Not. Hey, Bree nudged his annoying thoughts away. I saw your mum at the last assembly. She was pretty insistent about taking that pic. And she was very proud about you being top of the computing science class. She never shut up about it. Max snarled this time and dropped his head into his hands. She's got the photo on the home screen of her phone where everyone can see it. He remembered her pleading with him to stand next to her and stay still long enough to snap the selfie for her Instagram page. The second she'd taken it, he'd turned away, hoping to find someone else he could hang out with. Well, actually, it was to get away from his mother. Didn't she know that everyone tormented the hell out of him when they saw her fussing over him? Flattening his hair or straightening his collar? Which was worse that day because of the prize. His dismissal had hurt her. He could tell, but he hadn't cared. She deserved it, embarrassing him like that in front of the whole freaking school. Then Mrs. Hunter, the vice principal, had sidled up and started talking about the next fundraiser she was hoping his dad would be able to help with, and perhaps a sizable donation to the school to go along with it. There had been a very generous offer from a tourist company and some other mining companies, and maybe Goldmec would like to match them. Another thing he hated, but couldn't talk to Bree about. His family were well off, and everyone wanted money from them. Except his father would never let Max have any. Second-hand clothes and all of that. Bastard. Later that same night, his mum had given him an earful about Bree. "You've been spending a lot of time with that Bree McRae lately, and I'm not sure she's good for you, Max. And I certainly don't like that Tango or whatever his name is. I think he's trouble with a capital T. Why don't you try and be friends with Angus from church? He's a nice young man, and his sister, well, she's just lovely. I've hardly got any friends, and you want me to get rid of the ones I have?" Max had wanted to snap, but like the good boy he'd been raised to be, he let the resentment rise and kept quiet. "Max?" Max blinked. "Sorry." "Dude, you're really not yourself today." Max turned to her. "I've got to get out of home. I can't handle it anymore." "Well, funny you should bring that up," Bree said. "I've got an idea about making a bit more money. But first, talk to me." She put her hand on his and smiled. "We're mates, remember?" Max glanced over, wondering how to start telling her his life was a mixed-up bag of shit. "You remember last week when I ditched English and went home?" Bree nodded and pulled her hoodie over her head to keep the wind from tossing her hair around. "I came in the back door and overheard Mum talking to someone on the phone. About me. Max looked down at his hands. "She kept saying I was like him, like my dad, that I'm angry and my temper is like his." He felt Bree's hand tighten around his. "I don't want to be like that. Dad hits her, you know? Not all the time, but sometimes." The silence stretched between them. "That's heavy," Bree finally said. "Does he hurt you too?" Max shook his head. "But I heard her say she knew she was an enabler and how she wanted to be different, but can't be. She lets him get away with this shit, and that's true. She turns away or makes herself small every time he yells at her or breaks something. Why doesn't she stand up to him?" Bree grabbed Max's arm. "Hey, do you think you really should go? What about your mum? She might need you." His answer was contradictory to the guilt he felt. "Yes, I want to leave Kalgoorlie." She looked deep into his face. "Do you get angry?" "Fucking oath." "Does it ever make you want to hit something? Or someone?" "Yeah, but I never do," he told her fiercely. "I just feel so bloody, helpless." Bree nodded and squeezed his hand again. "You won't. You're too nice. So you're not like him, okay?" Max didn't answer. Rage was his closest friend, and there were times he wasn't sure he could hold it all in. "Families, huh?" Bree said softly. "I've got a plan," she told him, leaning closer to his ear. "To make some more money, so we can get out of here. Interested?" "You know I am." "I know a bloke who knows a bloke." Despite himself, Max smiled. "Tell me." "They've got a bit of a scam running, making gold-plated fish sinkers. They weigh heavier than what the gold is worth, and there's no one here in Kalgoorlie that can tell the whole ball isn't gold. So we can sell them to a gold buyer and maybe double our money. The gold price is through the roof at the moment. Good way to make some quick coin. Interested?" There was a way out. "Where do I sign up?" Bree tapped her nose. "Come on, let's get some cash out and we'll do the deal, okay? I told this bloke we'd see him this afternoon." She stood up and tossed her thick shake in the bin. "You knew I'd be in?" Max asked. "You want out of this stinking joint, don't you?" Chapter 1. The mobile rang for the 5th time. Again, from a private number. Detective Angie Sullivan paused before answering. "Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?" She softened her voice. "Look, I'm not sure who you are, but please talk to me. You wouldn't have called if you didn't need my help." If she had any other job, she would have hung up, but there was something so persistent about these calls. They made her think someone wanted to talk to her, but kept losing their nerve. Scam calls were persistent too, but not in this way. While she waited, she checked her pocket for her police ID, then patted her other one for her notebook, pen, and car keys. Angie didn't take a handbag or briefcase to work like some detectives did, although she and a couple of other Ds she'd come up through the ranks with had joked about how they made great weapons at times. Nor did she wear a belly bag. Instead, she carried everything she needed in her pockets, making sure to never buy a pair of pants or shirt without plenty. The bigger and deeper, the better. Angie had decided after her first sting that she wasn't going to carry her gun either. If she couldn't talk someone down, then she really should give up her job. Being a detective was about creating trust and mutual respect, and words and actions were the way to do that, not weapons. This approach mostly worked, unless the offender was high. Unfortunately, that was getting more and more frequent. If there was an early morning tactical response, she'd shrug into her vest at the station and check that her taser and Glock were in their pouches. But mostly, her Glock stayed locked in the gun safe at the station. The person on the other end of the line was still silent. "Okay, look, I'm going to hang up now, but if you do want to talk—" "Angie," a low female voice spoke in a whisper. "Angie, is that you?" "Yes, this is Angie." There was something familiar about the voice, but she couldn't place it, so she got into the car and started the engine, keeping the phone to her ear as she waited for the car kit to click in. Another long silence. Angie put her head in her hand. "Come on, just talk, damn it." This was not the way she wanted to start the day. There was a shitload of paperwork waiting on her desk for a case being heard in Kalgoorlie Courthouse next week, and Tim Day, another detective, needed to finish work early because it was his wife's birthday party that night. Still, she waited. "Come on." Look, sorry to call you out of the blue, but..." The voice paused. "I don't really know how to tell you this. Will said..." Angie snapped to attention at the sound of her boyfriend's name. "Is Will okay?" Angie broke in, keeping her voice steady. "Oh, yeah. Will's fine. He just said he wanted to be the one who told you." Her voice was gaining confidence now. "But it's been nearly 3 months, and I need to start telling people soon. He still hasn't let you know, so I've sort of got to take matters into my own hands." Angie's hand froze on the way to the gear stick. "Sorry?" "I'm pregnant," the woman said. Angie paused, trying to understand. Finally, she said, "Congratulations. But what has this got to do with Will and me? And sorry, who am I talking to?" "You and Will, you're done, okay? I'm having his baby. We're getting married." The voice spoke slowly, as if she knew Angie needed extra time to process the conversation. "I'm sorry it came to this, but..." "What? Who is this?" Angie tipped her head to one side, as if that would help her think more quickly. Then she heard the click disconnecting the call. Turning the phone around, Angie tried to ring back. Being a private number, the call wouldn't connect. She tried again. The same outcome. "You gutless wonder." Despite the bravado, her voice wobbled. Angie brought up the call list and started scrolling for Will's number. It had been a few days since they'd spoken, but Angie hadn't thought anything of that. They were both detectives, and when they'd lived together in Perth, they'd often been too busy with cases to speak to each other more than in passing inside the house or over a coffee in the cafeteria. That's the way their relationship had been for the last 5 years, and it suited them both. Nothing had really changed when Angie moved to Kalgoorlie in the hope of getting ahead in her career. It had been almost 3 months, and she and Will still spoke only 2 or 3 times a week. But they did send each other some kind of emoji explaining their day, so that counted, right? Now the call went through to Will. She waited until it had rung 6 times. He didn't pick up. She tried the caller's number again, even though she knew the call wouldn't go through. Will, the private number. Will. A bubble of fear and confusion grew in her stomach with each unanswered call, and she let her hand press against her belly to stem the rising nausea. She tried Will again. The call rang out, for the 5th time. Hitting the steering wheel with the palm of her hand, she thought back to the woman's words. "I'm pregnant with Will's baby. Nearly 3 months. We're getting married." "She can't be," Angie muttered, remembering her last trip back. She'd driven the 6 hours to Perth so they could spend a rare weekend off together. They'd taken a picnic out on a boat he'd borrowed from a friend, and eaten cheese and biscuits, and sipped on wine while cruising up and down the Swan River. Will had been loving, attentive, and, well, normal. That had only been 6 weeks ago. This must be a joke. Anyhow, who was she? The voice. There was something familiar about it, but she couldn't place it. Whoever she was, Angie must know her. Low-life snake in the grass. What? Her phone rang again, and finally, Will's smiling face appeared on the screen. Taking a breath, Angie snatched up the mobile while her stomach rolled with anxiety. "Will?" she said. Trying to sound normal, she didn't give him the opportunity to speak. "What is going on?" "I was going to ask you the same thing. There's a heap of missed calls on my phone. Are you okay?" "Am I?" She took another breath and tried to settle herself. Will sounded normal. Perhaps this was a joke. Angie changed tack. "I just needed to talk to you. How are things?" There was a silence. Then hesitantly he asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Yeah, Angie answered, making her tone breezy. "Only wanted to hear your voice." Will's voice dropped to the deep, gravelly tone that used to make her stomach swirl in a good way. "That's gorgeous, and you're gorgeous. I'm glad to hear yours too. What's happening at your end? Caught any good cases?" "Pretty quiet here," she answered. Good. How's that rattle that was in your roof? Did you work out what it was?" He was talking about a conversation they'd had when she first moved into her flat. "I told you, didn't I? There was a loose sheet of tin on the house next door." "Oh, yeah. You might have mentioned it." His voice trailed off. "Hang on a minute, sweetheart." Angie started to protest, but then she heard him talking to someone in a low voice. She strained to hear what he was saying. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's all. Don't worry. Yeah, sugar, I will. Angie felt sick. Suddenly, he was talking to her again. "Sorry, sweetheart. The boss needs me for a briefing. I'd better fly." "Since when do you call George sugar?" Angie asked, squeezing her eyes shut. "Who's that with you?" Now his breathing was the only noise on the line. and there was tension screaming in her ear. Will wasn't someone who was ever short of words, and the stone in Angie's stomach hit the bottom, the knowledge coming fast and hard. "So it's true," she whispered. "What's true?" "Don't lie to me, Will. Who is she?" "Who's who?" He sounded confused, but Angie knew better. Had he forgotten she was a detective too? Plus, she had the added advantage of knowing him very well. They'd worked together, and Angie had been in the interview room when Will had been interviewing suspects. She knew that when he told a little white lie, he kept his voice low and at one tone. When he was telling a big fat lie, like he would if he had evidence or a witness up his sleeve, his voice was bold and brave, cocky even. When Will was pretending that he didn't know the answer to a question and really needed help from the suspect, he tried to sound confused and hopeful. "Don't insult me. Who is she?" Angie kept her voice steady. "I'm not sure what you're talking about." This time bold and brave came out. "She tells me you're getting married. 3 months pregnant." "I know, Will. I fucking know." Angie hit her fist against the steering wheel. "Jesus, you and I were still living together 3 months ago. Who is she?" Another silence. Then Will blew out a deep breath. "Does it really matter who she is?" Quietly, the air left Angie's body. Someone had once told her that life liked to play jokes, and at some stage there would be a fuckening. Like a reckoning, but worse. Was this her fuckening? "Yes," she told him simply. "Yes, it does matter." "I don't think it does, so, hey, you don't get to tell me what I think or feel, or what I want to know, okay? You gave that up about 3 months ago." Her voice rose in anger. "Do I know her?" "Angie," Will snapped. "Think about this from my side, okay? You're never here. Always at work or doing something that is going to get you up the ladder somehow. I've tried and tried with you, but you don't want to commit to anything except the police force. I want something different. A family. We're at completely different stages in our lives, and there's no point in continuing with the relationship." He sounded like he was trying to stop his life from falling off a spinning wheel. Slightly frightened, slightly embarrassed, laced with a whole heap of defiance. Angie blinked, anger flaring now. "Different stages. That's what you think getting some other woman pregnant is? If it is, I guess we are," she snarled. "Seems like we understand each other then," Will told her. "Just for the record, when you and I talked about Kalgoorlie, you supported my decision. Working here was going to look good on my resume when it was time to apply for a promotion. Was that so you could fuck your bit on the side more easily? It's always all about you, isn't it? Always needing to be better than everyone else. I'm over it. I tried to tell you I wanted children." Angie's laugh was harsh. "Don't make this about me, or something I'm not. You tried to tell me you wanted a family? That's not how I remember the conversation. How about something like, I'm not into snivelling, bawling humans. I get enough of that shit at work." Angie was too worked up now to stop. "I agreed with you. I didn't want kids either because we had both seen too many children hurt in our line of work." She rushed on before he could say anything else. "My sister. Don't forget her. The way she kept running away from home and scaring the hell out of my parents. I lived in distress every time, and we both agreed that our society is too fucked up to bring a kid into the world the way it is. When did you change your mind? Unexpectedly, she felt heat in her eyes and put her hand up to hold them tightly shut. She wouldn't cry over this low-life bastard. She just wouldn't. Angie took a breath, then continued bitterly. Jesus, and you tell me this 20 minutes before I have to walk into work. She hit the end button, breathing hard. A squeezing inside her chest made her wonder if she was having a heart attack, until she realized there were tears on her cheeks. She wasn't having a heart attack. This was heartbreak. Will. He was having a baby with someone else, not with her. Doesn't matter. I never wanted a baby. She tried to protect her heart. How could she not have known, not realized his attention was somewhere else? It hadn't seemed that way on the boat. He'd laid out a lightweight mattress and encouraged her to lie beside him, ignoring her protest that someone would see them. They joked about PDA, public displays of affection. Neither of them had ever been keen on that, and yet suddenly Will had wanted to have sex on a boat, in the sun, in the middle of the Swan River. There was everything PDA about that. All the while, there was a tiny human growing inside someone else's womb, half made by Will, and half someone who wasn't Angie. Bastard. Opening the car door, Angie leaned out and vomited onto the pavement. You all right, love? Her neighbour, Gloria McIntyre, dressed in tracksuit pants and windsheeter, clearly without a bra, was staring at Angie while her dog ran in circles around her ankles, working out where it was going to take its morning crap. Wiping her mouth, Angie thought about how to reply. She really wanted to say, "What the hell does it look like, you nosy old bitch?" But that wouldn't help relations further down the track. Yeah, thanks, she said instead. Must have eaten something that didn't agree with me. She slammed the car door closed, shoved the car into reverse, and backed out onto the road. The mess would still be there when she came home tonight. A text message pinged. Angie recoiled from the screen, not knowing who it would be from. Maybe Will, trying to explain his way out of a bastard situation he'd created. Could be the unknown woman. Maybe someone else with more fucking news. The phone could stay screen down on the seat. Then Angie remembered. That woman wasn't unknown. She had recognized the voice. Who was she? And how long had it been going on for? Her fingers couldn't stay still. She ran them through her hair, then smoothed her eyebrows. Scratched at a small sunspot she knew was on her left cheek. If she hadn't been driving, her foot would have been jiggling. Was the caller in the address book on her phone? How could she find out? Her mind raced through the ways. It had been a private number. Anyone could block a number from the settings on their phone, and they could unblock the number just as easily. Angie blinked in disbelief, assessing her body. Numb was the only accurate way to describe herself. Not angry, not sad, just nothing. Her phone pinged beside her. Angie looked at it, still lying face down on the passenger seat. She pulled the car over to the curb and parked. Slowly, she reached towards her phone and turned it over. Her shoulders relaxed when she saw the name on the screen. Claire. She and Claire had gone through the academy together, but had been posted to different stations after graduation. Angie had always wished she had more time to catch up with her, because they'd got on well, and even though Claire had remained an officer, rather than seeking promotion, she'd had a good investigative brain. She flicked open the text message. It was an image of an ultrasound, the clear outline of a baby. Chapter 2. Good morning, Kalgoorlie dwellers. Welcome to Gold Desert Station 104.2. My name is Lily Carter, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today, where gold meets the desert. This is our first morning together, and I'm looking forward to spending some quality time with everyone. Lily leaned into the microphone and smiled, imagining her listeners in their homes and cars right now. Her body fizzed with excited nervousness. Her first program with the new radio station. Flicking her eyes towards the street, she caught sight of the police station across the road and wondered if they were listening. She hoped they were, because they had something coming. Lily had left her job in Perth under a cloud of controversy. Having worked for years at one of the major radio stations and become known as a hard-questioning, though empathetic announcer, things had changed when she had refused to broadcast anything about one of the US presidential candidates, and her employer had given her a choice: do as asked or resign. She resigned. Her morals and ethics were more important to her than anything else. The phone lines had erupted with outrage when a new announcer had replaced her, and Lily had felt so much delight when the station manager came crawling back, asking her to return. She hadn't. This was the new start she needed. Now here she was in a city she didn't know, starting her first radio show with a bang. Oh, did she have a story for everyone to hear. But, Kalgoorlie, listen, I'm concerned. I want to hear your stories about the local police. Do they come when you call? Do they investigate crimes? What's your experience when you've had to call the station? I wonder how well they're doing their jobs. Why, I hear you ask? Well, yesterday was my first day in your beautiful city, and, as we do, I went food shopping. While I was there, I looked for the buy, trade and sell board. There's always one in shopping centres, and I needed a load of wood. Gosh, it's so cold here right now. And by the way, if anyone has any firewood for sale, please call me at the station. She took a breath and adjusted her headset. What I found instead was an old missing persons notice from the police, a faded one, which told me this person had been missing for a while. Half covering the old notice, a new announcement was pinned up. This one was a private notice. Both posters were looking for the same person, a 16-year-old boy from Kalgoorlie named Brendan Cook. And as I'm sure you can understand, it was the new one that piqued my interest, because the police posters always ask people to call Crime Stoppers. The new one was asking anyone with information to call a mobile number. So, I called that mobile number, and I'm going to tell you what happened. Lily took another breath as her phone vibrated on the desk next to her. She glanced at the screen and saw a notification from the company that had installed the security cameras in her house in Perth. A man was stumbling up the steps. That man was her husband, ex-husband. She couldn't deal with that while on air, so she turned the phone face down and kept talking. Brendan Cook disappeared last year. In fact, Brendan disappeared 292 days ago. He's not been seen, heard from, or had his bank accounts touched since October 16th, 2024. At no time in the last 280 days has Brendan's foster mother been given an update by the police. That means the detectives gave Brendan Cook's disappearance a total of 12 days of investigation. Lily took a breath. 12 days. Shortly you'll hear from Heidi Caldwell, Brendan's foster carer. You'll hear all about her pain and disillusion with the police, everything she's had to suffer since Brendan disappeared. Today is the first day of National Missing Persons Week, and I wanted to highlight Brendan Cook's plight. Hello, Heidi. Good morning. The voice was small and tentative. Lily adjusted the volume to make sure Heidi could be heard across the airwaves. Thank you for coming on. I can appreciate this would be a very difficult thing for you to do. You must have been through hell. Hell isn't a bad enough word to describe what's happened here, Lily. Can you tell me about Brendan? Yeah, Brendan, well, he was a good boy. A bit troubled, but mostly a good lad. Heidi's voice shook. Lily couldn't tell whether it was from emotions or nerves, but it didn't matter. Just so long as she sounded emotional. That would draw the listeners in. He didn't spend that long with me before he disappeared. Maybe 6 months or so. But over that time, he started to get involved with community groups, played footy, and was very keen on getting out in the bush and practicing survival skills. He was enjoying having a stable home. You know, just the small things that we all take for granted. Food on the table and clean clothes that fit him, somewhere to sleep, that sort of thing. Lily hummed encouragingly as Heidi continued to talk. He was good at sport and loved being outdoors. He was also excellent on computers, helped me out all the time. I'm a bit of a dunce when it comes to those things. She gave a bit of a laugh. Brendan never minded when I asked if he could help some of my friends out either. They called on him when they bought a new computer or needed a TV set up. That sort of thing. Her voice became earnest. He wanted a career working in IT one day. He had plans. Brendan was a foster child, so I can imagine he'd not had the easiest childhood. Yeah, he'd had a hard time of it before he came to me. But I knew what I was putting myself up for when I joined the fostering community. All these kids come with some kind of baggage. That's our job, to help them through it. And what made you want to foster in the first place? Well, after my husband died, the house was a bit lonely, see? Without him and with our kids moved out, it didn't really feel like home anymore. Then I had a brainwave. Fostering. I'd be helping me and them. She took a shuddering breath. I have experience in counselling, so I thought I'd make a good foster mother. I'm sure you made a wonderful foster mum. And back to Brendan. He had been in trouble with the police a bit, and sometimes hung out with the wrong crowd, but we were doing our best to work through all of that. He knew doing that sort of that sort of thing wasn't going to get him far in life, but he didn't really know how to stop, because that's all he'd ever known. Do you understand what I mean? I do, Lily said. We had some good times, some difficult ones too. Brendan was beginning to understand why I had rules in place and was starting to respect them. Heidi gave a little hiccup. Her tone held the bewilderment of someone who was hurt and couldn't comprehend why this was happening to her. Heidi, do you think Brendan left your home willingly? A pause, then another shuddering breath. Honestly? No, I don't. Like I said, we were working through his problems and he was trying hard. We kept a list of his goals on the mirror in the bathroom so he saw them every day. 100%. He didn't just run away, which is what the police keep telling me. And what was your experience with the police like when you had to report him missing? Rage burst down the line. When I rang them, they came out and had a quick look around, said that he was 16 and basically could do what he wanted. Thought we'd had an argument, see? That he'd probably had enough of being in the system and shot through. But that lad didn't run away. Her voice trailed off before she added quietly, I'm sure he didn't. That strikes me as incompetence on the local police's behalf. Wouldn't you agree? Lily pretended to sound surprised, even though she knew all of this from the research she'd done last night. Part of being a radio presenter was being an actress. I'm furious with the police, Heidi told her. They haven't done one single thing to help. Brendan doesn't deserve to be forgotten. Someone must know something, and I still believe he's out there somewhere, maybe being held against his will. He's someone's child. I only had him for a short time, but kids like Brendan shouldn't be shoved under the carpet and out of sight. I don't think people care much about foster kids. Is that why you assume the police haven't helped? Because he's a foster child? Absolutely. I've rung the police station every month since he disappeared, and every time I get put through to a different person. They can't tell me anything because they haven't seen the file. It's a shambles, an embarrassment. Heidi, I have to ask. You've said you think Brendan wouldn't have wanted to have left your care. Is there any supporting evidence of that? Only what I've told you. He had goals and aims. I was helping him achieve those. But I don't know what information the police have. I don't have access to all the materials they do. All I know is neither the Department of Communities nor the coppers give a toss about where Brendan is. Thank you for coming on the show, Heidi, and talking about what must be a very difficult subject for you. Lily hit the disconnect button as she continued to speak. If anyone has any information on Brendan's whereabouts, we encourage you to get in contact with us here at Gold Desert Station 104.2 so we can pass the information on to the police, and we will follow up and make sure they do their duty investigating Brendan's disappearance. Pushing another button, the first few bars of Tears in Heaven started. Here's Eric Clapton. Taking off her headphones, she smiled at her new producer as he came into the studio. You've stirred up a hornet's nest, Bill said. Good. What have you got? Lily leaned forward. She could feel there was something more to this story. 20 years in journalism had given her an eye for this type of thing. Only phone calls from every single person who has ever had a grievance with the Kalgoorlie cops. Bill rolled his eyes as he held out a stack of papers with messages on them. There won't be anything there, I can promise you. Just pissed off people. Ah, well, you never know. I don't mind digging around in a bit of pissed offness to find a gem. Thanks. Bill leaned against the standing desk as Lily rocked from foot to foot. Announcing from a standing position gave her a different type of energy than when she sat down. I remember when Brendan disappeared, he said. There really wasn't much media on that case at all. I've been through my archives and found a couple of newspaper articles for you. He handed over another piece of paper. I keep all the newspapers. Never know when you might need something from them. Lily assessed her producer, who looked to be about 70, but was as determined as a man half his age. From the moment they'd met, she'd known she was working with quality. His quiet energy defied his balding head and the wrinkles around his eyes. Has Kalgoorlie got a newspaper? She asked, looking at the first article. On the front page there was a small photo of Brendan, with a caption calling for information, and that was it. She scanned the next article, which was all of 3 sentences, giving the time and date of Brendan's disappearance, along with what he was wearing and where he was last seen. The Prospector, folded a couple of months ago. There was a journalist who was apparently going to start an online paper, but she was injured in a police takedown around the same time, so that didn't get off the ground. Badly hurt? Yeah, I think she's back in South Australia having rehab. She was shot, had a lot of internal injuries. Shot? Lily stared at him. Geez, that sounds intense. What happened? It's a long story, but it'll have to wait. That song's about to end. All I'm saying is you know what it's like trying to keep a rural newspaper going when everyone wants to be online. Gives me the shits. There's plenty of older people who still like being able to read a physical newspaper while they're having a cup of tea. Not to mention listen to the radio. Lily grinned and turned back to the desk. Okay, tell me that story later. I'd better get ready, she said, as the last strains of the track started to fade. Welcome back to Gold Desert Station 104.2, where the gold meets the desert. I'm Lily Carter. Thanks so much for your phone calls and messages. My producer has passed them all on and will have more to share on tomorrow's show. I'm also making inquiries with Kalgoorlie's police to see if we can get someone to come on and discuss this case with me. So far, the silence is speaking volumes, and this makes me wonder, are there other missing kids who the police have ignored as well? Chapter 3. Holy crap, listen to that stupid woman. Angie pulled up at a set of stoplights, relieved the radio presenter had cut to tears in heaven before she became even more enraged. 4 kids were walking over the pedestrian crossing. They weren't looking for cars, but bouncing a footy as they walked. One wore a baseball cap backwards and very baggy jeans, while the others were wearing basketball jackets with their names and numbers on the back. Their indifference to the traffic around them infuriated Angie. She wound down the window. "Boys," she yelled, "watch the traffic, not the footy." They turned towards her voice, their eyes settling on the car. Not realizing she was police because of her plain clothes, they gave her the finger and walked on. "Hey!" she yelled. The song on the radio faded, and the honey-cultured voice of the radio announcer came through the car speakers again, the words distracting Angie from the teenagers. Welcome back to Gold Desert Station 104.2, where the gold meets the desert. I'm Lily Carter. Thanks so much for your phone calls and messages. My producer has passed them all on and will have more to share on tomorrow's show. I'm also making inquiries with Kalgoorlie Police Station to see if we can get someone to come on and discuss this case with me. So far, the silence is speaking volumes. And this makes me wonder, are there other missing kids who the police have ignored as well? Angie glared at the radio. How dare this woman throw accusations like that around? Angie felt she could frighten a Rottweiler with the amount of anger churning inside her right now. Still, the distraction from Will was a lifesaver. She pulled over in the main street of Kalgoorlie and Googled the radio station. What a brilliant way to put everyone in the police station offside before she's even started, Angie muttered, while she waited for her call to be answered. Welcome to Gold Desert Station 104.2, where the gold meets the desert. This is Bill. How can I help? This is Detective Angie Sullivan from Kalgoorlie Police Station, she said in her sternest voice. The silence that ensued gave her enormous satisfaction. Don't cut down the coppers and expect them not to react. Detective Sullivan, nice of you to call, Bill said. We've been trying to get hold of someone from the police station. Couldn't have tried very hard if you didn't ring me. I'm always more than happy to work with the media to get results. I'd much rather do that than have a rogue radio announcer give us a spray over the airwaves. Any reason your new announcer feels the need? And who is she? Yelling at the new radio announcer wouldn't be good practice for a detective, but that's what she felt like doing. Actually, she wanted to yell at Will. And Claire. Not the announcer, whoever she was. Angie felt the stab of betrayal again. Claire? She'd thought they were friends. Lily Carter has information that suggests a missing persons case has been ignored by the police. Would you like to speak to her? No, I'd like her to come into my office and have a sensible conversation. The sooner the better. A face-to-face is preferable to the shock-jock tactics she's just used. Living in a small community, we should be working together, not cutting each other down. Lily Carter. The name jolted Angie. She knew of Lily's reputation in Perth. How the hell had she wound up here? What did you say your name was? Detective Angie Sullivan. You must be new. Any problems with that? She snapped. None at all, Bill answered, his voice calm. How long have you been in Kalgoorlie? I'm not sure that has anything to do with this conversation, but since you ask, 3 months. Now tell Lily to get her ass into the station ASAP so we can have a conversation. Angie disconnected the call and let her head fall back against the headrest. Then she shook herself. She was late for work. Parked on the side of the street yelling down the phone line at people she didn't know, when she should have been screaming at Will. Groaning, she thumped the steering wheel again. What was she thinking? Checking her mirrors, she waited until a ute went by, a dusty vehicle with aerials on the bull bar, orange flashing lights on top, and a mining company's logo on the side, then pulled back out onto the road and headed towards the police station. Her phone rang. Angie stared straight ahead, her stomach coiled tightly. She did not want to look at the name that would be on the display screen in the middle of the dash. A horn sounded behind her. A glance in the rearview mirror, then down at the dash, told her she was driving too slowly. Raising her hand in apology, she put her foot down a little harder and drove on. The phone rang again, and this time she wasn't able to stop her eyes from flicking to the screen. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she answered. Tim, sorry, I'm running a little behind. No worries, just checking in on you, he answered. Not like you to be late. I'm pulling into the car park right now. Did you hear that bloody broadcaster on the radio a moment ago? Saying that the police weren't doing their job in looking for a missing person? What's that about? He asked. Giving us a bad name. That's all she was doing. Anyhow, I called in and asked her to come over and have a conversation. We can't have people bagging us out in a small city. You did what? Shit. The boss hates it when we talk to the media. You should have checked, Angie. Unbidden anger welled up again. I don't give a toss what Martin likes and what he doesn't, she said. We need to have good relations with the local media. We don't have to tell them everything, only make them feel as if we have. Yeah, well, Tim sounded uncertain. Not sure Martin will agree. And you being new and all, the words hung heavily between them. What's up your ass this morning? Nothing, she snapped. I'll see you inside shortly. She lined the car up with a park and pulled in. It was Tim who disconnected the call without another word. For a moment, Angie imagined what he'd be saying to the others in the office. Hormones are raging today. Or, stop it, she told herself. You're projecting. Not once has Tim ever been an arrogant, self-opinionated prick. Just because Will had said that to her once didn't mean every male cop was like him. Angie's thoughts slid back to Will's betrayal. Stop it, she said again, out loud this time. It would be better if she never had to think of him again. Erase the last 5 years. Pretend the relationship never happened. Thank God there was nothing to tidy up between them. No kids or joint bank accounts. Joint anything, actually. Perhaps somewhere deep down, they'd both known they couldn't last. Oh, that's right. They'd gone halves in the couch. Still, if it meant she never clapped eyes on Will again, he could have it. She wanted nothing from him. Only to forget. She brought out her phone to send a goodbye, fuck off text message to him. Her fingers hovered over the keys. Then she stopped, her mother's voice soft in her ears. Don't say things when you're angry, Angie. Still tongue, wise head. She shoved the phone back in her breast pocket. Now, outside the station, Angie concentrated on breathing deeply and getting rid of the butterflies in her stomach. She consciously relaxed her shoulders and pasted a smile onto her face as she walked past a few of the constables standing at the front door, takeaway cups of coffee in their hands. All the methods she used to calm herself weren't working today. She still wanted to snarl at anyone who looked her way. Entering the building, she felt the warmth of the heating hit her face. Normally the station was busy, bustling with offenders being brought in, people making reports, asking questions or needing help. But today, surprisingly, the front desk was quiet. Muted laughter came from deep within the building. Officers, detectives, administrative personnel were working, getting on with normality. Didn't seem like anyone had suddenly had their life tipped upside down like Angie had. A woman who looked to be in her 70s was seated in one of the plastic chairs. She was distinctive, with purple-coloured hair and bright red jeans, a faux gold handbag resting on her lap. Gold jewellery covered her wrists, neck and ears, and there was one thick gold band on her right hand. The lady locked eyes with Angie and smiled. Angie returned the smile, thinking how out of place and gypsy-like the woman seemed, then pushed through the doors to head to the detectives' unit, where she ran straight into Tim. His expression stayed impassive, but his blue eyes twinkled at her as he shoved his notebook in his pocket, then patted his flat stomach. "Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you. We've got time to get a coffee before we go out there, and by God, I could do with one." "Long night?" she asked, as she struggled to keep up with his long strides. "Kids," Tim huffed as he hit the button on the coffee machine. He looked at her. "You look like you've had a roughie too." "Nah, just always look like this in the morning." She gave him a grin and took the coffee he handed her. "Right, let's go," Tim said abruptly. "I want you to meet Kendall." Angie, caught up in Tim's hurry, turned and followed him back out into the main area. "Who is Kendall when he's at home?" "She, a gold dealer. Buys and sells gold. Got a shop one street back from the main street. She's one of the more reputable dealers." Tim stopped and looked back at Angie. "You okay?" he asked. "You really do look like you've swallowed a lemon." "Fine," Angie said automatically, then regretted the word. Anyone who was anyone knew that when a woman said fine, they were anything but. "Really, I'm okay. Just feeling a bit off this morning. I might be coming down with something." Tim took a step away from her. "Well, stay away from me," he said with a grin that he clearly hoped would soften his words. "The wife and I used to spend most of our lives sick when we had the kids in childcare. Contaminated, germ-infested places. Almost every bloody week the kids would bring home something that made us want to curl up and die. I don't want to get sick ever again." "Every week?" Angie asked, startled. "Really?" "Well, close enough. Might be a slight exaggeration." "Kids aren't high on my priority list," Angie said, ignoring the thump of her heart. What a conversation to have after the one with Will. "But that will definitely make me think even harder about them. I'm pretty much the world's worst patient." She gave him a smile, hoping her expression didn't reveal the nausea that was sweeping around inside her. Will was having a baby. "Hope the bastard spends the rest of his life with a snotty nose. And I hope he also gets a bad case of the shits," she thought. That image gave her a real reason to smile. "Anyhow, Kendall." "Yeah, Kendall. She's had some interesting pieces of gold come across her counter." "Gold? That's not our specialty." "No, but this isn't gold either." Angie frowned. "Do you always talk in riddles?" They pushed open the door, and Tim strode forward, his hand outstretched. "Kendall, good to see you." The woman, who Angie had clocked only minutes before, carefully took her handbag from her knee and stood up. The gold earrings nearly touched her shoulders and swayed gently as she shook hands with Tim. "This is Detective Angela Sullivan," he said. "Angie," she supplied, and held out her hand. "You're a newie," Kendall said, looking her up and down. Got what it takes to stay out here? Angie stared at Kendall's faded blue eyes through the gold frames of her glasses. I think so, she answered defensively. We'll see. Kendall gave Angie another once-over, then turned to Tim. I asked to see Detectives Lucas or Kirsty. You're not them. Nope, you're right. I'm not. They're on another gold case. Angie and I will be able to help you. Where's the rest of the guys and girls from the gold squad? You know what the price is doing at the moment, Kendall. They're flat out trying to stop people from flogging gold. Do you want us to help you or not? Tim's tone was mild, so as not to be insulting. Angie had already worked out in the short time she'd been in Kalgoorlie that straight-talking was best. Kendall pushed her glasses back up on the bridge of her nose and stared at them both now. Guess you'll do, she answered. Great. Want to come in and tell us what's happening? This way. Tim indicated for Kendall to follow them and opened a door into an interview room. They both stood back and waited for Kendall to go in. So, what seems to be the problem? Angie asked as she closed the door. No offence, Angie, Kendall said, but you're too new here to have a grasp of what goes on in this joint. And you, she glanced over at Tim, you aren't in the gold squad, so you're going to be challenged when it comes to this too. She put her handbag on the floor and sat down, while Angie tried to push down the flicker of annoyance in her stomach. Policing was policing in any place. It didn't matter whether it was in the city or in the bush. Investigating was the same. Just as she had that thought, Will's voice came to her. City policing is different to country policing. You've spent all your time in Perth, Angie. I'm not sure Kalgoorlie is the place for you. It's rough and wild. Do you really think you're up for that? He'd checked her expression, which had been incredulous, before continuing. Yeah, you're right. Look out, anyone who gets in your way. Will had said that during one of their discussions about whether she'd apply for the position. Just one of his little off-the-cuff remarks that used to annoy her, but which she mostly chose to ignore. Until this moment, she'd forgotten it. Well, Angie spread her arms out. Try us anyway. Got a couple of little snots who dropped in to sell some bars of gold. Said they're a birthday present. I gave them $4,000, $2,000 each. Trouble is, it's not all gold. What is it? Angie asked. Well, I weighed them up and thought at the time they were a bit heavy for the size, but took them at their word. Both just teenagers, so you know. Kendall shrugged. Should have known better. Anyhow, I sent the bars off to the mint with some of the other gold, and when they were melted down, the blokes in Perth weren't too happy with me, because somehow there was a bit of lead that ended up in the pour. She looked over to Angie. In case you aren't aware, that's a big no-no. Angie stopped herself from rolling her eyes when she realised there wasn't any malice in Kendall's words. Only information. Anyhow, turns out there were fishing sinkers in the middle of the bars I'd bought from the kids. Angie blinked, her mouth twitching. Pretty ingenious, she said. Tim did laugh. Gotta give them 10 out of 10 for trying. I know. Kendall grinned too. But they can't keep doing that shit. You don't have to buy it, Angie countered. Kendall swept a strand of purple hair behind her ear and gave Angie a brilliant smile. True, love, true. But how about you have a chat to them for me? Suggest they don't do it again. We'll all get on a whole heap better that way. No worries, Kendall. We can do that, Tim said. So, Who are the kids? Got any footage of them bringing it in? Yeah, on the server at the shop. You can come down when you're ready and have a look. Hang on, Angie said. As you pointed out, I'm new to Kalgoorlie, so how do you know it was these two who did it if you sent the gold off with a bunch of other nuggets? Call it the power of deduction. All the other gold I've bought recently was from prospectors who I know, people who wouldn't rip me off because we trust each other. She smiled a little. There is honour among thieves, you know. She winked. So, you don't know for sure that it was these pieces that had fishing sinkers inside them? Oh, yeah, I do. Kendall sat back in her chair and folded her hands over her stomach, her expression serene. Righto, Tim said. We'll be around a bit later. What were their names? Don't have names, because they were little shits and the names they gave me don't check out. They're fake. But I've got this. She leaned down and withdrew a printed piece of paper from her handbag, an image of a teenage boy with brown hair. Got it printed off the footage for you. You can see the lad, but the girl, her hat is covering her face. Chapter 4. It was the howl of a wild dog that woke Smurf. At least that's what he thought it was until he realised it was a dream, and, instead, there was thunder rolling around the heavens. He cracked an eye open. From where he was curled up on his camp bed, he could see the blue sky through the open doorway. The only other living thing for hundreds of kilometres was Assassin, his Kalgoorlie special Bitzer dog and lone friend. The canvas door was moving slightly at the entrance of his makeshift humpy, and at first check, everything looked the same as he'd left it the night before. The small camp table was next to the door, with the bottle of Jack's on it, and the gas fridge's lights were still glowing green. Dim sunlight filtered through the gap, highlighting the dancing dust particles just above the camp bed. Smurf's leopard-coloured dog was sound asleep, curled in the crook of Smurf's legs, snoring, which was unusual given the loud noise. Normally, Assassin would have been up, still as a statue, waiting for a command. Alert. Instead, he hadn't moved. Smurf was motionless too, sweat beading on his top lip, while his heart had gone from the slow thud of sleep to hammering in the space of 2 seconds. That noise wasn't thunder. He threw off the grimy sheet, causing Assassin to wake, bleary-eyed and growling. In his hurry to get outside to see what was going on, Smurf caught his feet in the legs of the filthy denim shorts he'd dumped on the dirt floor the night before. Shit a brick! Stumbling forward, he put his hand out to stop himself from crashing into the lopsided wardrobe made from a stick strung between 2 chairs. Assassin was off the bed now and close to his master's side. He wouldn't leave Smurf's ankle until he was given the command. Smurf had trained him just like the military working dog he'd had with him in the war. Fuck me drunk, he muttered as he got his balance. Not bothering with clothes, he ducked under the flap of his humpy. Outside, he headed for the closest tree and looked up. Blue, empty sky. Womp, womp, womp. The sky wasn't empty. He just couldn't see the chopper. That engine noise was something he'd recognise anywhere, and the sound made him want to throw his arms over his head and curl up in the fetal position. Made him want to pretend it didn't bring back memories of terrified villagers screaming or men from his unit crying out in agony. The bomb blasts, the ground shaking. Something as simple as the noise of a chopper could do that to him, cause him to freeze under a tree, naked. I should put some clothes on. Maybe he could make a dash back to the humpy. Womp, womp, womp. What was a chopper doing out here? The only choppers that operated in these parts were for mustering stock, but Muller's station had been destocked because of the drought. Maybe the flying doctors? Or the cops? But they'd only be out there if there was something very wrong. Lost tourists or prospector or something? God, and weren't the tourists getting annoying? Getting bogged and lost, trying to walk to safety? Breaking up his peace and isolation when the cops or SES turned up to look for them. Smurf had no sympathy for people who broke the most basic of bush rules. Stay with your fucking car. It really wasn't that hard. Surprise! A car is easier to see than a person. Did you really want the SES to recover your body instead of rescuing you? Womp, womp, womp. Instead of the drone of the helicopter engine, silence began to ring in his ears. There wasn't any chopper. This was only one of the normal nightmares he had, throwing him back to Vietnam. Back to when the pilots used the dust to hide the soldiers who had been fast roping out of the chopper. When there hadn't been anywhere safe to put down, the soldiers would silently slide down the ropes, landing on the ground and spreading out like ants, finding a trail of sugar. Assassin shifted his feet, apparently sick of being a statue next to his boss. Smurf jumped. Free, he told him, and Assassin gave him a look as if to say, finally, and wandered towards the trees beyond the camp to cock his leg. Smurf kept his eyes towards the sky, imagining the engine revving up so the helicopter could bank and pull away. He checked his watch. The dream had held him captivated for 20 minutes. Smurf tried to bat down the panic rising in his chest. How long would it take him to get over the time he'd spent over there? He already knew the answer. Never. Smurf stood for a moment longer, then scratched his round belly and took a piss where he stood, waiting for his heart to slow. Coffee? He asked Assassin, who had sunk down to wait in a patch of sunshine. The dog looked at him with heavy, sleepy eyes and gave a snort as he put his head on his paws. Smurf rolled his eyes, then poked Assassin's stomach with his foot. He really had to learn to sleep without snoring. Talk about a giveaway if they were out stalking, hunting, or something else. Assassin opened one eye as if to tell him to get nicked, then shut it again. This time he slept quietly. Smurf went back to his humpy and lit the burner on the gas barbecue. Normally he'd boil a billy, but he didn't have time for that this morning. He had to get out of the camp, get deep into the bush, walk off the anxiety that was bubbling inside him. Running his fingers over his Glycine Airman Special, anxiety took a back step to the deep, aching sadness he always carried with him. Back in the war, the watch had belonged to his best mate, Emu. The nickname had come about because Emu was the first Australian pilot to fly in the experimental military unit in 1967. Emu. As soldiers in Emu, their motto was to get the bloody job done, which they always tried to do, until the human Emu had come unstuck during an operation and his chopper had crashed in the jungle. Smurf hadn't been up there with him that day, though on more than one occasion he'd wished he had been. He would have preferred to die alongside his mates than be left alive with memories and PTSD. Life could throw cruel jokes at people, and on that day there had been two: Emu's death and Smurf leading the mission to recover what was left of the soldiers. When he'd found the crash site and seen Emu still bolted into his seat, helmet on, body crumpled, and barely recognisable from the fiery crash, he'd wept, the only time during both tours to Vietnam. When Smurf had taken the watch from his friend's burnt wrist, the hands were still telling the correct time, even though the face was cracked and singed. Time stops for no one. What a lesson. The watch was Smurf's constant reminder of his friend, while the war and Emu's death was the reason he'd gone bush when he'd set foot back on Australian soil. Bush, meaning molestation. General Dog's Body. He could fix an engine, windmill, or anything that was put in front of him. He could fence, shear a sheep, castrate a calf, whatever the owners of molestation wanted him to do, and being out here suited him well. He'd been a loyal employee for too many years to remember. So when molestation had been sold, Smurf had been afraid he'd have to leave. That was until the new owners had taken pity on him. "Stay," they'd said. "We don't mind. You can stay in the humpy for as long as you like. There's no need to come into the homestead to work or visit. Just stay out where you're happiest. We won't even know you're here." Smurf jumped at the opportunity, and he'd never gone back to the homestead, nor made himself known to the new managers there. He'd done what they suggested and stayed where he was happiest. Now, a chilly breeze caught him around the genitals, and he shivered. With one last glance at the sky, he headed back inside to get dressed. Moments later, he reappeared wearing hiking boots, long pants, and a long-sleeved shirt that covered his tattoos. Over his shoulder, he had his Hessian kit bag with packets of dehydrated food and water. "Come, assassin." The heavy dog jumped to his feet and was at his side in an instant. Smurf slipped on his muzzle. There was no way that he was going to risk Assassin picking up a bait. The Department of Agriculture had a 1080 poison program to control wild dogs and dingoes. Sometimes the poisonous pieces of dried-up meat were thrown from planes, and other times they'd send a dogger to target pinpointed areas. 4 years ago, he'd lost a beautiful big black Alsatian called Killer to a dog bait after the plane had flown over his camp and tossed some groundwood without caring that someone was living there. Never again. The massive dog had gone ballistic, as they all did when they took a 1080 bait. Killer had been frenzied, running without seeing, frothing at the mouth. In the end, he'd run headfirst into a tree and broken his neck before Smurf had a chance to get his gun and put the poor bastard out of his misery. As far as baiting deaths went, Smurf had been glad Killer had the torture of a poison fatality cut short, but he'd been devastated. Not that Smurf could admit that out loud. Those emotions were kept deep inside a box he had for any type of hurt, padlocked shut, never to be opened. None of those sentiments had stopped him from writing to the Department of Agriculture and the Shire Council, demanding they communicate with landowners on when and how they were baiting. Despite countless letters, there had never been a response, probably because Smurf wasn't a landowner and hadn't used a return address. "Behind," he commanded Assassin, and instantly the dog was at his heel, walking in time to his steps. As he walked, the knot in his stomach started to dissipate. Together, man and dog made their way through tall gimlet trees, their trunks tinged with green and fringed by shrubby, spiky bushes. Smurf took notice of limestone rocks laced with quartz and red dirt. He listened as stones skittered under his feet. It was the small things that helped him, like bark crunching underfoot and the coolness of the thickets of trees close together. Even though the day was brisk, his brow was soon covered in a layer of sweat. He ignored it. The conditions out here were nothing compared to what he had already lived through. The rains were slow to arrive this year, only light showers, teasing the land, rather than the drenching inches the country needed to recover from the long, hot summer. The bush was crackling dry. Roos and emus had been forced south where there was still surface water, while the camels had headed further out into the desert. Wildflowers were trying hard to bloom, but they were few and far between. Their leaves were hanging heavily, layers of dust over their surface. And while the bush was heavy with anticipation of the next rain, the skies remained a steadfast blue. 2 hours in, Smurf stopped in the long shade of a rocky ledge. He swung his pack onto the ground, took out a collapsible bowl, and popped it open, pouring a small amount of water for Assassin. His dog sat and waited. "Drink," he commanded. Assassin drank. Smurf drank a few small mouthfuls from his bottle, then found a protein bar to gnaw on. He looked out over the landscape. There was something very comforting about being able to see the horizon and what was coming. For so many years he'd been in jungles and down rat holes, places where he hadn't been able to see the enemy. Out here, the vast distances, the ability to see further than just his hand in front of his face, gave him much peace. 2 weeks before. Max laughed as he ran out of the shed. The gold-plated fish sinkers were still warm in the palm of his hand. He'd watched the bloke pour some gold into a mould, then place the sinker on top before adding more liquid gold, covering the lead and filling it to the top of the cast. Max had jumped from foot to foot while he'd waited until they were cool enough for him to hold. All the while, his and Bree's combined savings had been burning a hole in his pocket. Bree had given him the directions to the ramshackle shed, and he'd walked all the way through the industrial area of town. It had been a bit of a hike, but Bree had promised it would be worth it. Right now, she was back at her house, probably as jumpy and excited as he was, and he couldn't wait to show her the bars. "What you reckon, Cobb?" the miner had asked as he cooled the gold, then tapped it out onto the bench. Max's eyes were round. He'd heard all the tall stories about gold, as every kid in Kalgoorlie had, how heavy and dirty it was when it came from the ground. For some reason, people thought it was going to appear smooth and shiny like it did in the shops. They forgot that it needed to be processed from its raw form, turned into ingots, and then sold. When the gold made it to the jeweller's table, the precious metal needed to be annealed, shaped, soldered, cleaned, polished. And despite being born in Cal, he'd never seen a real piece of gold. The miner was an old bloke. Well, old to Max. His face was deeply weathered and wrinkled by the fierce summer sun, and he had burn scars on his hands where liquid gold must have splashed. His skin looked like it had been melted and was puckered here and there over the back of his hands. "They're beautiful," Max had told him. He didn't say that each ingot looked like freedom. "Now listen here. These should be worth about 500 each, okay? Don't take anything less. You want to go and see the pawnbroker on the main street, Percy. No one else. He's going to buy them without question. You got to go there, nowhere else, because he knows how to get rid of this safely. It's a win-win for all. Got it?" Max nodded. "Got it." "Don't fuck this up. You'll fuck it up for the rest of us if you do." The old miner had nodded to him and sent him on his way. Now the warmth of the bars in his hand spread through his body. He opened his backpack and carefully slipped the gold into the front pocket, his fingers checking the seams for holes. When he was sure they were safe, he hoisted it on his back and started to walk to Bree's house. When he got there, she was waiting for him on the front steps. "Did you get them?" she asked in a low voice filled with excitement. "Yeah, they're like nothing I've ever seen before." Bree nodded knowingly. "Show me," she said, opening the door into the house and going inside. Max hesitated. This was the first time he'd been in Bree's home. He'd stood outside at the gate before, and even sat on the steps, but never inside. "Come on," she said impatiently. The long, thin passageway had doors opening into large rooms either side. One was a lounge room, one was a bedroom. Inside, a pink doona cover was haphazardly covering the bed, and the floor was covered in clothes, but Max only got a glimpse as Bree hurried him through to the kitchen. He dumped his backpack on the floor and unzipped it. He fished around until his fingers felt the long, thin bars, and he brought them out, one at a time, and laid them on the table. There were 8 of them. Bree pounced on the first one and picked it up, looking in wonder at the metal. "God, It's gorgeous, she said in an awed tone. She turned it over and over. I don't think I want to sell it. I don't suppose you have to, Max told her as he picked up one. They're worth $500 each, so there's $4,000 right here. Bree suddenly laughed. Her excitement had bubbled to the surface and was now tumbling around them. That's more than we can earn at Macca's in months, she said, and closed her eyes tightly. Oh, I can just see it, Max. You'll go off and do your computer thing or become a pilot or whatever, and I'll be working at some fancy restaurant, cooking with truffles and shit I've only ever read about. She opened her eyes and reached for his hand. We're going to do this, she said. We're going to leave, go off in our own directions and make our dreams come true. Max stared at Bree, but he didn't see her shining eyes. What he did see was himself, dressed in a pilot's uniform, climbing into the cockpit. Then his vision shifted to a large computer screen that covered a wall. He was making websites or creating new security programs, tapping at the keyboard. The future felt almost touchable. And in the excitement, he forgot to tell Bree they could only sell to Percy. Chapter 5. I think I've got another fraud case here, boss. Detective Jack Higgins stuck his head around Senior Sergeant Martin Rogers' office door and waved a piece of paper at him. The station commander looked up from his desk and gestured for Jack to come in and sit down. It's good to have you back at work, Jack. How are you? And how's Zara? Jack sat and crossed his legs. Yeah, I'm fine. And she's doing okay, he said. Her mother and stepfather have taken over ferrying her for all the rehab she needs. I was doing it for the first month, but I needed to get back here to work. As he spoke, his mind flashed back to the shootout a few months before. He and a few other coppers had been involved in a confrontation with some outlaw bikies, and his partner, Zara, a journalist, had been shot in the abdomen. Rehab's going to take a long time. She's up and about, but very, very slowly. Not very stable on her legs. Tires easily. Then there's getting her arm moving and a few other things. There was lots of internal damage and it's going to take a whole lot longer than we originally thought. Jack looked down as he spoke. The image of Zara as she was loaded onto the flying doctor's plane flashed into his mind. She hadn't been able to get her arm high enough to wave, so Jack had reached forward and taken her hand, bringing it to his lips. He'd intended to stay back in Adelaide with her, join his old squad again, but Kalgoorlie had pulled him back. Now, every time he went to fill in the transfer paperwork and book a plane ticket, Jack couldn't finish either. He was slammed with guilt, torn. Going back to Zara was the right thing for her, but was it the right thing for him? His emotions were a washing machine agitator of divided loyalties and changed feelings. And he blamed himself for not warning Zara that she might be walking into a death trap by reporting on the caravan accident which had led to bikie links. It was his fault Zara had been hurt. When Zara called, she always asked when he was coming back. He still couldn't give her an answer. The truth was, the shift to Kalgoorlie hadn't been good for their relationship. They'd both felt the distance between them and the tangled web of what they couldn't tell each other because of their jobs. He shifted remorsefully, knowing that duty should have him back in South Australia now, helping her with all the exercises and rehab she needed. Staying in the flat Zara's mum had bought and had fitted out with all the necessary handles and bars Zara needed while she got back on her feet. Giving her mum a break. That's what partners did. Well, make sure you reach out if you need anything at all, Martin said. We're all here to support you. Shuffling the papers on his desk, he put them to the side and looked at Jack. So, what do you have? I got your message about wanting to update me after my days off. A gentleman came in yesterday to make a complaint. He's made an offer on a house that was a private sale. The owner sent him a digital invoice and he made the payment online, but he reckons he's been scammed. Ah, one of those, Martin said. Yep, I've also been dealing with an elderly gentleman who has lost about $30,000 in an online romance scam. His family are worried about him. He keeps transferring money into an account so she can buy a plane ticket, but strangely, her family are always in need and she's never on the plane when she says she's arriving. Sadly, he still thinks this woman is real, even though I've sat with him and explained that she isn't. He's probably talking to a computer or a bloke in the middle of Russia who's also talking to another 50 lonely widowers at the same time. They're just bastards, Martin said. How did you find out about this one? The daughter brought him in. She found out the scammer had talked John through how to take a video of himself masturbating on WhatsApp, and as soon as that happened, well, they had him, didn't they? Blackmail. There's been threatening messages, telling him they're going to send the video to all his family and friends and post it to social media. Jack wiped his hands on his pants. And yet, he still thinks he's in love with a real person, because the threats are coming from another number. Bloody hell. How do people get caught up in shit like this? Martin asked heavily. Okay, so what's the plan? Well, I need to take old Romeo to the bank tomorrow and put a stop to his accounts. I'm going to transfer this to the cybercrime squad in Perth and leave it with them. Jack paused and tapped his fingers on his knee. I think we're going to need to do welfare checks on him. He's not coping, and I'm worried. Can you get him in to see someone? The counsellors at the Country Health Service are free. At this stage, he's refusing to go. Too embarrassed. He can barely look at his daughter. Now she knows everything. Of course, there's also the betrayal that he's going to feel when he does come to terms with this, and the grief for what he thought was real but isn't. I've asked the patrols to call in to see him once a day for a while, just to check on him. We haven't really got the resources for that, Jack. But I understand why you've asked. We might have to cut it back to 2 or 3 times over 7 days. You know what funding is like. Martin heaved another sigh, and Jack understood what he was saying. And what the crime rate is like here at the moment. I do. Silence weighed deeply between them. Right, and this other one? The real estate fraud? Martin finally said after Jack had watched him make notes in his diary. Well, I didn't get to finish my interview. He got an urgent phone call and had to leave. These are the few details I have. Jack passed over his notebook. What's this bloke's name? He didn't give it. I asked a few times, but we didn't get to it before the call came in. Jack frowned. He was all over the shop when trying to explain what happened. I think he was in shock. Losing $2 million will do that. $2 million? Martin gave a humourless huff. You don't say. Not a whole lot I can do until he comes back. And how do you know this is a scam? Well, I don't yet. He left before I could get all the details. Okay. Well, let the team know in case he comes back again and you're not here, if you think he's legit. Oh, he's legit. For sure, Jack said. Angry as. Martin nodded and leaned back in his chair, looking at him. Jack knew he was being assessed for any sign of post-traumatic stress or anything that was going to concern the force. How are you feeling being off the Gold Squad now? The question took Jack by surprise. He'd been expecting more questions about Zara. I don't mind what squad I'm in, just so long as I'm an investigator, he told his boss. Good. Well, you let me know if you want to go back there. I heard from Lucas. After their initial court appearance, all of the offenders from that shootout have been remanded. They won't leave jail before the court case starts. I hope that makes you rest easier. Jack nodded. Only place for them. He hesitated. From the second Zara had been shot, There had been one burning question that had never been resolved. For a while, he hadn't been sure if he wanted to know the answer. He was sure now. Do we know which gun the bullet that shot Zara came from? This time, it was Martin who hesitated. Ballistics is still working through that, he said finally. Really? I thought they would have known by now. You'll be the first to know. Martin stood up, finishing their conversation. Right, let me know how you get on. Jack looked at him steadily and wondered why his commander wasn't telling him the full story. Chapter 6. Angie, got a moment? The commander waved her over from his office door. She looked over at Tim, who was still filling out some paperwork from Kendall's complaint. They had been to the gold buyer's shop to get the security footage and were now writing up a report. You right with this? She asked. The boss has spoken, Tim told her without looking up. Angie walked over to Martin's office. Come in and shut the door, he told her. Her stomach sank. Martin, the senior sergeant who oversaw the running of the whole police station, was about to rip her a new one for ringing up the radio station without orders. Sir, she said, and closed the door before pulling up a chair close to his desk. She stopped herself from wringing her hands, but ran them down her pants to get rid of the sweat on her palms. Martin looked serious. Angie, we've got a problem. I can explain, Angie started, but he held up his hand. We've had a report of a missing teenager. You're up. Oh, you mean the boy they were talking about on the radio this morning? Brendan someone? Has some new information come through? Despite the thought of having to investigate a cold case, her relief that this wasn't a dressing down was instant. Martin ignored her and kept talking. You're the best one for the job. There's the mother who needs to be questioned. Father will be there too. But a bit of a woman-to-woman is needed, and you'll handle the father well. Hang on. I thought... Apparently the kid hasn't been home since Saturday night. The mother went to wake him up yesterday and found his bed empty. Rolled up towel under the covers. Oldest trick in the book. They waited 24 hours before calling us because that's what they've seen on TV. They didn't know they could report it straight away. I'd like you to get over there and ask some questions, all right? I'm sure they've just had a Barney and the boy will turn up when he's hungry. But let's be seen to be proactive. Angie wanted to argue, ask for a different case, burglary or even an assault. Nothing emotional, nothing that brought back memories of her younger sister, who had loved to worry their parents by running away as often as she could. She didn't, though, because she had her sights set on climbing the ladder, and asking to not be put on a job would not help her chances. She was already at a disadvantage, just, well, because, and being busy would also help keep her mind off Will. Arsehole. Her throat constricted and she swallowed hard. Sure, boss. No trouble. Got the address? Cut the boss bit, Martin said. Told you before. Here's the details. He passed her a file and she flicked it open, running her eyes over the scantest of information. 16-year-old boy named Max Galbraith. Last seen Saturday night by his mother. Today was Monday. Angie glanced at her watch and was surprised to see it was early afternoon. Time flies when you're investigating kids who worked out how to trick a gold buyer. Is there a photo? You can get one from the family. Like I said, I hope there's just been a dust-up between Max and his parents, and he's shot through to stay at a friend's house and cool down. Leave it with me, sir. She shook her head as she realised what she'd said. Leave it with me. She tapped Tim's desk as she walked past. I'll be back later, she told him. Don't be late to the wife's birthday tonight, he told her, not looking up. Empty words. They both knew that if the job called, they'd be late for everything and anything. Angie felt for her detective ID and rubbed her fingers over it. It soothed her. She remembered the pride she'd felt when she'd been handed the identification, and she'd read the word detective. She'd made it through, had her foot on the second or third rung of the ladder. How many rungs that ladder held until she reached the top, no one knew, but she was slowly making her way up. Her stomach contracted. What trail of destruction would she leave behind in chasing those dreams? Will. Claire. Will and Claire. Will, Claire, and the baby. Arsehole. Chapter 7. Over here, please. No, not there. Oh, would you mind? Lily sighed as the removalists put down her chest of drawers and pushed it against the opposite wall to where she wanted it to go. Better there, love. Trust us, hey? We've been doing this for years. The bloke with Daryl embroidered above his pocket gave her a wink and readjusted his sleeves. Buttons holding the shirt front together over his ample stomach had popped, revealing the blue singlet underneath, and he smelt of B.O. Lily grimaced at him, hoping he didn't mistake it for a smile. Perhaps, she said, her voice trained for radio, made the apps part of the word sound more like hups. But that isn't where I would like it. Would you mind? But Daryl and his buddy were already heading back to the truck to get the base of her bed. We get compliments from everyone we move house for, he called back to her. Reckon we could start a house design business with our experience. Not one I'd pay for. What happened to the customer always being right? Lily glanced at her watch and then walked the length of the room and back again. The detective who had called in that morning had said to come to the police station ASAP, and she'd been just about to walk there when she'd got the call that the removalists were only an hour away. Not that Lily had a lot of nice furniture, but she wanted to be at the house when it was unloaded. With good reason, from what she could see. Supervision was required. Lily looked through the window, checking on their work. Daryl's large stomach was protruding from the rear of the van, with a meaty fist wrapped around a bed leg. Get a move on, Tony, Daryl called. I'm going to have to put this down if you don't get here pronto. Hold your horses, I'm right here. Heavy footsteps on the wooden porch gave way to a few deep grunts and a fart. Oops, sorry, love. Must have tried too hard, Daryl said, his tone flippant. Lily closed her eyes and tipped her head back, counting silently to 10. Was this what Kalgoorlie would be like? A few steps into the passageway, and she made sure that Daryl and Tony knew she was keeping an eye on them. They juggled the bed, flipping it from one side to the other, then started back towards the house. There was another long fart, one a teenage boy would be proud of, and Lily curled her top lip in disgust. Then she remembered these two were from Perth, and they had been the cheapest removalists she could find, so she shouldn't be so judgmental about anyone in Kalgoorlie just yet. Together, Daryl and Tony wobbled from one side of the passageway to the other. Her bed teetered and swayed, and Lily started to reach out to help steady it. Don't touch, love. We're right, Daryl puffed, seeing her movement. A few more wiggles, and the bed became still while the two paused to catch their breath. Righty-ho, Daryl finally said. Let's go. As he took a step, his foot caught on a dragging blanket, and he staggered forward before righting himself. Bloody hell, who left that on there? Sorry, boss, Tony muttered. Leaving them to their own foul language, bodily functions, and opinions, Lily went out into the backyard and looked around. This was the first time she'd actually set foot in the house. Her house. It was the first time she'd lived alone for, well, too many years to even mention. Her place, Bill had told her, was one of the few brick houses in Cal. Most were weatherboard and tin-roofed. This one was newish, in a newish and nice-ish area of Kalgoorlie, near the airport. The bricks had streaks of red running down them from the soft layer of red dust, which had been turned to mud by the light shower of rain that had passed over that morning. Kalgoorlie hadn't been in her 10-year life plan. But really, had she even had a 10-year plan? Did anyone? She had a very vague bucket list. Visit Canada, see the Northern Lights, walk the Kokoda Track, but there had never been a time frame. Anyhow, as Lily put her shoulders back and her chin in the air, she decided she would make the best of what life had thrown at her because, as her pop had always said, "Gotta have bad days to know what the good ones are." He'd said that right until the end, even through the oxygen mask, when he could hardly breathe. Her watch vibrated against her wrist, and she checked the screen. Bill, suggesting that if everything was finished at her house, then hightailing to the cop shop was a good idea. Irritation flared. She knew that, and she was trying. She peered through the door, only to have a large stomach interrupt her view. Daryl. "We're done, love. Thanks very much for booking us. Make sure you get in contact if you want to move again. All right then? And a review on our website wouldn't go astray." Grimacing again, Lily nodded. "Thanks for your help," she said, not mentioning that there wasn't a chance in hell she'd be giving them a review. Her mother had always said, "If you've got nothing good to say, then say nothing at all." As a radio announcer, she found that piece of advice had stood her in good stead. Until she'd broken her contract in Perth because she hadn't agreed with the propaganda the station was asking her to present. "Hooroo, love. We'll send the bill to the company." Daryl turned and hitched up his shorts as he walked off, while Tony trailed behind. Lily was left behind, seething at the two references to love. The only people who ever got to call her love were her husband, when she'd had one, and her grandmother, and she was dead. No more love. Moments later, the small truck revved off in a cloud of black smoke and a rattle of mud flaps. Back in the house, she quickly checked her furniture for any scuff marks or damage. She rubbed her sleeve over the corner of a chair and huffed, unable to believe that everything looked as it had before the move. Turning slowly in a circle, Lily looked at all the boxes in the corner, briefly contemplated how much work there was to unpack them, and then checked where Daryl and Tony had put the furniture. Surprisingly, it was well placed. She would do the unpacking later, but next thing on her list was a trip to the police station and a word with Angie Sullivan. Lily ran to the bathroom to check her reflection. Running her fingers through her hair, she fluffed up the long, thin strands of mousy brown. She always wished she'd been like her sister, who had been blessed with thick hair. The colour never bothered her, but thickness? She'd take that any time. She grabbed her lipstick from her bag and was about to reapply it when she caught sight of her eyes in the mirror. The police station disappeared from her mind. If she looked closely enough, she could still see the tiny yellow bruise at the edge of her eye from 5 days before. Sam had accidentally pushed her in his drunken state, and she'd crashed into a shelf, catching the corner. Thankfully, she'd already made the decision to leave Fremantle, but that had cemented it. For a people watcher and personality assessor, Lily had really stuffed up when she'd married Sam. Loud cheers and laughter from the nearby school floated through the open door, bringing Lily back to the present. Here was the new start she'd been looking for, needing even. She'd never imagined herself living away from the city, yet standing here in her new house, the anxiety that had plagued her in Fremantle was gone. The air was clean and fresh, and Kalgoorlie was new. Lily saw endless possibilities now. This was a new dawn, a new start, and she couldn't wait to sink her teeth into the Brendan Cook case. Putting her lipstick in her bag and grabbing her jacket, she went back to the kitchen in search of her keys. Then she locked the front door and headed to the police station. The thing about getting around Kalgoorlie was that it took no time to get anywhere. The streets were expansive and accessible, straight and mostly set out in a grid. Parking was easy to get and easy to do. Wide-angled spaces lined each side of the road, and some streets, like the one near the police station, allowed you to just pull straight in. Before getting out of the car, Lily Googled Angie Sullivan's name and rank. Seconds later, she clicked on a video from 2 years ago, taken in Perth. Angie had led detectives from the gang crime squad on a raid on members of an outlaw motorcycle gang. That raid had included 6 search warrants on 6 separate houses and resulted in seizures of $3 million in cash, 20 grams of methamphetamines, and 5 unlicensed firearms. Lily watched the video and took note of Angie speaking to the camera. She looked composed, authoritative, and professional. She flicked back to the search page and clicked on another story. Looked like Angie had not only been on the gang crime squad, but she'd also been in major crash investigations. A seasoned detective then. Blowing out a breath, Lily looked up. 2 people were walking a dog along the footpath, while the lights from the liquor store next door glowed, revealing a few people inside. Across the road, 3 people were standing next to the police sign, their arms folded against the bitter wind. Even though there were people out and about, and Kalgoorlie was technically a city, it didn't feel like Fremantle. In that harbour suburb of Perth, the main street was always overflowing with people. In cafes, bars, and the markets, buskers, tourists, dogs on leads, noisy chatter and music. By comparison, Kalgoorlie felt like a quiet country town. A group of young men wearing basketball singlets and heavy-soled sand shoes rounded the corner and crossed the street on skateboards. They were carrying bottles of alcohol and laughing like they'd had a few already. Lily crossed the road. She was going to put this detective on notice if she didn't answer her questions. How could a young boy disappear and the police not follow it up? "I'm here to see Detective Angie Sullivan," she told the officer behind the Perspex window. She didn't bother saying hello. Whoever this young lad was, she doubted she'd see him again. Cops came and went, and there were always different police stations to visit. "Your name?" he asked, his tone clipped. "Lily Carter, Gold Desert Radio." She walked away from the window and stood facing the notice board, tapping her foot as she waited. There weren't any missing person notices here, but she wasn't surprised. The police wouldn't advertise their shoddy work. Or was it the people at the Department of Communities who were to blame? She suddenly wondered. Lily tried to think of anyone she knew inside the department she could phone. "Miss Carter?" the officer called. "Miss Carter!" Whirling on the ball of her foot, she turned around. "Detective Sullivan has been called out." He seemed very glad to give her the news. Lily walked back over and put her face close to the hole in the glass. "Has she?" she asked, sounding as if she didn't believe him. "She has." "Tell me," she started in a conversational way, "do the cops always ignore it when a 16-year-old boy goes missing in this town?" Now the officer looked wary. "Are you wanting to report someone missing?" "No. I want to ask why the police are not looking for Brendan Cook." A heartbeat of silence passed before Lily added, "Who else, other than Detective Angie Sullivan, will talk to me about that?" Another moment of silence. "Media liaison?" The young man smiled without warmth and closed the window. Lily narrowed her eyes, staring daggers at him through the perspex. "I'm going to start naming names if someone doesn't speak to me today," she threatened. "If you don't find someone to talk to me, I'll go to the next station and ask there, and the next if I have to, and I'll keep going up the chain until someone does." He ignored her until she tapped on the window. This time, he slid the window open and glared back. "You're new. I'm no detective, but I'm guessing you're from the city. Here's a heads up. Bullying tactics don't work out here. We don't give a toss who you are, where you work, or what you threaten us with." Now, he smiled, while anger bubbled in Lily's throat. "And by the way, there's only one police station in Kalgoorlie, and you're standing in it." He closed the window with a final click and mouthed the words, "Media Liaison." Chapter 8. The GPS told her to turn left and drive for 3 kilometres before turning right, and then she would arrive at her destination. Angie had only driven through this part of town twice, on her way to the airport. It was a new part of Cal, the one where houses were brick and lush green lawns were dotted with large palm trees. Only minutes later, she pulled up next to a freshly mown lawn. She walked up a path between tidy garden beds and pushed all thoughts of Will and Claire aside. Raising her hand, Angie knocked on the front door of the neatly kept home. It was opened, instantly, yanked hard, inward, as if the man standing behind the door had been waiting for her. "Hello, I'm Noah Galbraith. Thanks for coming. Come in, come in." His words rushed into Angie's face in a burst of coffee-laced breath, and her instinct was to take a step backwards. Instead, she smiled and held out her hand. "Detective Sergeant Angie Sullivan," she said, and paused as she looked carefully at him. "I understand you're concerned about your son?" Noah looked at her hand, then back to her face. "I was expecting a man." He ushered her into the house. "Well, you've got me," Angie said lightly, pushing her annoyance down. She stepped over the threshold and smelt instant coffee. Her stomach lurched and settled. As she followed Noah through the house, Angie took mental notes of the rooms she passed through while he kept up a continuous stream of information. "Max wasn't in his bedroom when his mother went to wake him up yesterday, and his bed hadn't been slept in. She called me and I told her we'd give him 24 hours and then call you. On my way home, I drove around to all the places I thought he might be. Didn't see any sign of him. I assumed he must have snuck out with some friends. He's a teenager after all, and quite frankly, I was relieved he was off his bloody computer. But then he didn't come home last night either." The photos on the wall showed only one child at varying ages, with parents who grew steadily older with each photograph. In most of the photos, Noah and his wife were wearing semi-formal clothes. He dressed in open-necked shirts with suit pants, one hand in a pocket, with a boyish, charming smile, with dimples in each cheek, while she was always wearing a dress, the pattern and hairstyle changing according to the fashion of the year. Her expression changed over time, from open and friendly to closed and reserved. The boy had Noah's dimples, but his eyes were serious and steady as he looked at the camera. That look continued across the photos until the last one right next to the doorway into the kitchen. In this one, he stared at the camera as if he hated it. Angie stopped and committed the look to memory. That photo told a story. There was something familiar about him. Maybe she'd run across him in the street at some stage, because his name was foreign to her. "Where were you when your wife called you?" Angie asked, as Noah continued a long, rambling explanation. "What?" "You said on your way home you'd driven to all the places you thought he might be. Where were you?" She gave him a benign smile. Well, Look, Max has never caused us any trouble like this before. Angie was now in the kitchen, looking at the confused face of the boy's mother, who was staring at her phone. She seemed to be tapping out a message, but stopped and looked up when they walked in. Angie smiled and introduced herself again, interrupting Noah's flow. He frowned at the disruption. Even in the 3 minutes she'd been in the house, it had become obvious to Angie that Noah Galbraith was used to getting his own way. "This is my wife, Julia," Noah said. "As I was saying, Max has never caused us any concern before." "Hello, Julia." Angie put her hand on the woman's arm. "Sorry we have to meet under such worrying circumstances." Julia gave a wan smile. Can I offer you a tea or coffee? She asked. I've herbal and decaf as well. No. Please, let's have a chat about Max. Angie cast a quick glance around the kitchen. The decor looked as if it was out of a house and garden magazine. Everything was white. Curtains, tablecloth, plant holders, cupboards, bench tops. The only pops of colour came from the photos on the wall. White was such an unusual colour to choose out here on the fringe of the Nullarbor Plain and the Victoria Desert, where red dirt was king. In Angie's short experience of Kalgoorlie, the fine red dust turned up everywhere. As she thought about this, she realised the whole house was white. The outside and interior walls, even the fence at the front, the mailbox. She assessed Julia now. Shorter than her husband, well-dressed in fashionably cut jeans and a tailored shirt. Her hair was a golden auburn, thick and glossy, and shoulder-length. Her makeup was picture perfect. That was it. Everything was picture perfect. When things looked too perfect, they usually were. So what secrets did this house hide? Angie pulled out a chair as Noah started his flow again. I can't understand why Max would just disappear. This is all very out of character and... Angie pulled out her notebook and took a pen from her pocket, laying them both on the table before fixing Noah with a no-nonsense stare, while at the same time smiling. He stopped mid-flow, and her smile became more authentic. I'm sorry you're having an upsetting time, she said. She switched her gaze from Julia to Noah and then back again. How old is your son? 16, Julia answered. His birthday is in March. She rubbed her brow. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, and he stayed at a friend's house and forgot to tell us. For 2 nights, Angie thought, then asked, and he's got a lot of friends? Well, a few. He's quiet, very good at figures and on computers, so those types of kids aren't always the life of the party. We have always encouraged him to play sport, and he is part of the footy team, but only grudgingly. If he was going to stay at someone's house, whose would it be? Angie glanced over at Noah, who had gone quiet. Bree McRae would be the most obvious one, Julia said. They've been spending a lot of time with each other recently. I always thought that girl came from the wrong side of the tracks and that he should limit his time with her, but he hasn't, even though I've suggested it multiple times. And Bree is someone who goes to Max's school. Yeah, they share some classes together. You've called her? I've tried calling everyone I know he's friends with, but no one has seen him. Okay. Angie jotted down a note. Has he ever gone missing like this before? Of course he hasn't, Noah replied tartly. He's been well brought up and usually does as he's told. This is very out of character for him. Writing this piece of information down, Angie chewed on the inside of her cheek. It was a toss-up as to whether Noah was obnoxious or just out of his mind with worry. Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. She gave him another warning look and turned back to Julia. And you haven't had any arguments or disagreements recently? Say over the last month? Noah glared at her, unmoving. Julia shook her head. No, we try very hard to not have any crosswords in this house. Don't we, Noah? We had one small run-in recently, Noah contradicted. I asked him to mow the lawn. You know how kids are with their gaming. He didn't want to get off the computer because he was in the middle of some competition or something. I insisted he mow the lawns when I asked him to, rather than when it suited him. Teenagers really don't know how good things are for them. Noah looked as if he was annoyed with every adolescent ever born. And that was what we put up with for the next few days. A whole lot of moping about. All because he lost his ranking in some stupid game thing online.
I just don't understand. When we were kids, we were always out in the bush riding motorbikes and trying to pick up girls.
He shook his head.
Max doesn't seem to be into any of that.
Angie's gaze slid to Julia. Do you remember this argument? Well, yes, I do. Julia touched her fingertips to her closed eyes. I wouldn't have said it was an argument, though. More Max testing the boundaries to see what he could get away with. I think most teenagers do that, don't they? She spoke softly, her hands moving constantly, running her thumb along the top of her hand and rubbing her fingers. Were you both home on Saturday and Sunday night? Angie asked.
What has that got to do with anything?
Noah snapped. Mr. Galbraith, I have to establish a timeline. All the questions I'm asking are routine and part of trying to find your son. She tapped her pen against her notebook. I was here, Julia answered, avoiding Angie's eyes. I was here all weekend. And you, Mr. Galbraith?
At the office?
On a weekend? Angie arched an eyebrow.
My business runs 24/7, just as the mines do.
And what is your business?
Goldmac. I supply mines with machinery and look after them if they break down.
Did you have to get some machines out to a mine site that night? There was a fraction of a pause, enough to make Angie look up from her notebook. She caught a look between Julia and Noah that she couldn't read. Mr. Galbraith.
I was finishing up some paperwork.
What time did you get home? Noah folded his arms.
I have no idea. Clock watchers don't go forward in their businesses. The people who do just get on and do the job, no matter how long it takes.
Perhaps you remember what time Mr. Galbraith got home on Saturday? Angie turned to Julia, who was looking at her phone again. No. Her voice was clipped. I don't. Angie's gaze slid between the two. Julia was flicking through her phone, while Noah avoided Angie's eyes. The air was as electric as during a dry summer thunderstorm. Angie moved on. Okay, so there has been a bit of tension in the house. What about school? All okay there? No reports from the teachers that he was slipping grades or acting differently? Noah cast a glance at Julia that told Angie he had no idea how to answer. I'm unaware of any problems, Julia said slowly. In fact, only recently, Max was the highest in his computer studies class. There was an online article about him. It's there on the fridge. She looked fondly towards the kitchen where Angie could see a black and white printout. Would you like to read it?
My wife is the president of the PNC and she spends a lot of time at the school, Noah interrupted, as if he needed to make up for the information he didn't know about his son. If there were any issues, I'm sure the teachers would have sought her out. Again, Angie made a note. Being president of the PNC could make teachers less inclined to have a conversation with a parent, in her experience. I would like to read that article, Angie told Julia. Could I get a copy, please? Of course. Take this one. I can print another. Julia got up and took the magnets off the printout before handing it to Angie. She tucked it away to read later. Thanks. To your knowledge, has Max ever taken drugs? Absolutely not,
Noah answered straight away. Julia? She looked up and across at Noah, then to Angie. I don't know how we could say no emphatically. After all, we're not with him all the time. But I'd like to think he's been brought up to know right from wrong. Angie paused, then wrote down Julia's reply word for word. Okay, and is Max your only child? An image arose unbidden of Will holding the hand of a young child wearing a backpack that was almost larger than the kid itself, as they walked towards a schoolroom. Angie gritted her teeth. A heartbeat of emotion from Julia before she nodded. Yes, he's our one and only.
I assume you've tried to call him. You don't have Find My Phone or any tracking apps on his phone?
No, we don't.
Julia glanced towards Noah.
We have trust in this house.
Noah reddened at Julia's words. To cover his discomfort, he picked up his phone and brought up Instagram, then turned the phone around to show Angie. When I go into my messages, I can see that he was active on Saturday evening.
What sort of phone does he have?
An iPhone. It's his mother's old one.
I'd rather he had a Samsung. They get better range out here in the bush than iPhones, don't they? Julia said.
Noah raised a shoulder. That's the belief, but whether or not it's been proven, I'm not sure.
The proof is where you can and can't make phone calls from, Julia said. And Max isn't always able to make a phone call when he's in some of the iPhone dead spots.
We can check his phone records and see what tower it last pinged from, Angie said, noting how quick the couple were to argue with each other, even over something so minor. Does he have Snapchat or any other social media profiles?
We have a WhatsApp family chat. Julia opened up the family group chat on her phone. I can see that he was on there at 5:56 p.m. on Saturday, but not since, she said.
And does his phone go straight through to Message Bank or does it ring?
Message Bank, Julia said.
Could I get his number, please? She turned her notebook around and handed Julia her pen. And, while you're at it, can you write down his friends' names and their numbers, if you have them? She waited a beat. And your numbers, too. I'd also like a recent photo of Max. Julia tapped at her phone and turned it around for Angie to see.
Is this one good enough? She asked. It was only taken a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, thanks. Can you text it to me? She handed over her card while Julia took the pen and opened the address book on her phone and started to write. Angie thought over the information. The clearest thing so far was that although Julia and Noah seemed to want to present a united front, they also kept contradicting each other. Always look at the family. The first rule of investigation. We need to establish the timeline of Max's disappearance, Angie told them. So I'll need you to try to remember what time you came home, Mr. Galbraith. Perhaps you can check the last email you sent from work, or something similar, and see if it relates to when you left the office. Do you have date and time-stamped security cameras on your car park? She used a tone that implied, if that's where you really were. Noah ignored her last question.
Here's the list, Julia said. These are all the numbers I have. Mine and Noah's are here.
She pointed to the bottom of the page. Taking the notebook back, Angie read through the names, recognizing only one. Henry Field. If her memory was correct, she thought he'd assaulted someone. But he had a strange nickname, like a dance. Foxtrot? Tango? Didn't matter. She'd look up the file when she got back to the station. She took a photo with her phone and sent it through to Uniform with a request that all people on the list were found and interviewed over the disappearance of Max Galbraith. She would brief them in about an hour. Do you remember what Max was wearing on Saturday night? She asked.
Max always wears jeans and sneakers, Julia said. I'm not sure if I can remember what jumper. His favourite was a blue windsheeter with a hood.
Could I have a quick look in Max's room before I leave? Maybe we can see if that top is there, and I'd like you to tell me if any of his clothes are missing. Julia looked surprised when Noah stepped in front of Angie. Surely not. You don't really think he's actually done a runner, do you? Angie crossed her arms. If you weren't concerned, why did you involve the police? Noah waved his arms around. Because Julia wanted to. Angie fixed him with a hard stare. Anyway, let's be on the safe side, she said, and stepped around him.
In here,
Julia said, as she stopped at the first door.
Can I get you a coffee?
"I'd love a glass of water," Angie said quickly. She went into the room and looked around. Max had a computer set up under the window. The bed cover was pulled back, exposing the towel that Martin had mentioned, and the wardrobe door was ajar. She used her pen to open it a bit further and looked in. School shirts and jackets hung neatly in a row, while Max's shoes were lined up in pairs on the floor. Angie noticed a gap, like one pair was missing. Pushing back the clothes, she leaned in further. A soft gym bag, bulging at the seams, was hidden at the back. Angie's uneasy feeling grew stronger as she pulled a pair of gloves from her pocket and slipped them on, then grabbed the bag and unzipped it. The top layer was shirts. The second was jeans. The third, jocks and socks. Angie pulled out everything and lined it up on the bed. She photographed the contents with her phone, lifting one t-shirt and then the next. The first thought that came to her was that Max was intending to leave. He'd clearly packed a bag and was making plans. She found a framed photo of Max and his parents, tucked inside a jumper. That Max had packed a family photo told her a lot. It suggested he was conflicted. He wanted to go, but he also wanted to remember his parents. She took another photo. Angie was sorting through the socks and jocks when she felt something hard under her fingers. Unrolling a pair of socks, she took out a wad of $50 notes. This time, she videoed as she counted. $2,000. What is that? Julia was standing in the doorway with a glass of water, and the water was almost slopping over the rim. Her hands were shaking so much. Mrs. Galbraith, I think we have a problem. 1 week before, Max quietly slid open the back door of his house and went inside, closing it just as quietly. He stood still, listening. In the front room, he could hear his mother's muffled voice. After a moment, he decided she was on the phone. Hopefully, she was distracted and not listening out for her son, who was not at school when he should have been. He moved silently through the house in his sneakers, avoiding the one floorboard that creaked in front of the toilet door. Holding his breath, he slid into his room and shut the door, turning the handle so it didn't click. He only let it go when he knew the barrel would slide into the latch without noise. Standing with his ear against the door, he was glad to hear that his mother's voice hadn't changed and she hadn't moved from the lounge. He imagined she was sitting upright on the couch, a cup of tea in front of her, on a coaster, definitely not on the surface of the coffee table. She'd be running her fingers through her hair and shaking it a little as she gave a laugh and told whoever she was talking to that she was so proud of Max or something similar. But that's not what was happening. Instead, he heard his mother give a little cry and hiccup. Max cocked his head to the side and listened harder. I don't know when Noah became such an asshole. Her voice was low. He used to have this boyish, lopsided smile that I loved. Sounds so stupid now, with all the years in life that's passed by already. But that smile used to make my heart flip in all sorts of funny but good ways. His mother paused. Now it just makes my teeth grind, because he gives that smile to everyone, not just me. I thought it was for me. His mother had stopped talking. The house became so silent and airless, it felt like a crypt. He strained to hear her. Yeah, he's always so dismissive. He just shuts me out of everything. The business, his life. We never used to be like that. This time the silence went on for so long, Max thought she must have hung up. He wondered who the call was with. His mother didn't really have a whole heap of close friends. She threw herself into him and the school. Actually, now he thought about it, The only activities his mum really had were things Max was involved in. A stab of guilt hit his stomach. "I agree," she said now, breaking into his thoughts. "There's something going on with Noah. Yeah, exactly. He's so secretive." His mum stopped talking again. When she started again, her voice was louder. I think he could be having an affair. No, I don't know for sure. And really it doesn't make sense, because Noah cares about his reputation. Imagine if someone found out and word got around. He'd be mortified. Oh, I agree he should be, but I'm not convinced he'd ever put himself in a situation like that, because he is so fixated on what people think. So maybe not. Oh, I don't know. Julia sounded sad and disgruntled at the same time. Max felt sick at the thought. It was bad enough when he'd accidentally caught his parents at it one morning a few years back on his way to the toilet. Their bedroom door had been ajar, and the bed had been creaking in a rhythmic sort of way. At first, Max hadn't been sure what was going on. Then he'd realised with horror that his parents were really having sex. Seriously, what old person did that? Fuck, it was just gross. Yes, he's always blaming work, his mother said now. You know, someone has mucked up an order, or there's invoices that need to be paid, trouble with staff, those sorts of excuses. There was another hiccup laugh. No, I wouldn't say he's happy when he comes home late. The opposite, really. Volatile and withdrawn at the same time. Noah always seems to be looking for a fight. Actually, Max is quite similar to Noah. Moody and brooding, and under all that, just plain furious. I'm sure he's angrier than a normal teenager, and, I can't understand why, because I've given him everything he could want, and I've always protected him from Noah. I've had to. When Noah lashes out, he doesn't care who's in the way or how badly he hurts them. He seems to think it's his God-given right to be horrible to his family. Max turned away from the door. He didn't want to hear any more. He was nothing like his father. Absolutely nothing. And he'd punch anyone who said he was. Oh, of course I did, his mother said, as Max opened the cupboard door and pulled out his gym bag. I always wanted another child. Wasn't something that happened for us, though. She paused. Now, I'm too old to have another child, and too young to stop wanting one. I could give a masterclass on how life never turns out as you expect. Max pulled open his jocks and socks drawer and looked at the neatly folded items. Slowly, he took them out and placed every one of them in the bag until his drawer was empty. Then he started on his t-shirt drawer. Chapter 9. Sorry to do this to you, but I found a packed bag in Max Galbraith's bedroom and a bundle of money, Angie told Tim, as she tried to read a street sign on the corner. Reckon there might be more to this than a pissed-off teenager. Shit, Tim said down the phone. I was hoping he'd just taken off somewhere. You and me both. And I'm not saying he hasn't, but there's a few things that aren't adding up. I'm just on my way to talk to Bree McRae. She's a good friend of Max's. Ah, damn it. What? I missed the street I was looking for. Anyhow, did you get that photo of him? I texted it through about half an hour ago. He looked familiar, but I wouldn't know why. I haven't had anything to do with any teenagers since I started here. Checking her mirrors, Angie reefed the steering wheel around and put her blinker on. Yeah, and I know why he jogged your memory. Oh, yeah? Why? Because the boy on Kendall's security footage, they're one and the same. Angie frowned. Ah, that makes a whole heap of sense. That cash in his bag? Okay, so you want me to put an alert out? Better do. Just concerned for the safety of blah, blah, blah. Nothing too dramatic yet, okay? Angie pulled up at the address she'd gotten from the school and saw a young woman running down the front steps of the house. She matched Julia's description of Bree. "Gotta go," she told Tim, and hung up, winding her window down. "Hi, are you Bree McRae?" The girl skidded to a halt and started to back away. "Why?" A quick check of the front yard told her that how Bree lived was the opposite to Max and the Galbraiths. Overgrown bushes reached out across the fence and fluttered in the wind, while unmown grass danced under an invisible breeze. Angie took in the backpack slung over Bree's shoulder and wondered where she was going. She threw open the car door and waved at the teenager, clocking the shocked, then guilty expression on her face. "I'm Angie. You're friends with Max Galbraith, right?" This time, Bree's expression went to concern, then fear. "Why do you want to know about that?" "I'm worried about him, that's all." Giving the girl a careful look, Angie unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. "So you are Bree?" "Yeah." Bree stood on the balls of her feet and looked like she was about to leg it, so Angie tensed her body in case she needed to follow quickly, keeping her expression friendly. "Ah, I'm glad I found you before you headed out." She made her tone casual. "Where are you off to?" "Work." "Where do you work?" Again, casual, interested, trying to make friends, not demanding answers. "Macca's? What's going on?" Bree took another step backwards. "I really need to ask you some questions about Max. How about we go inside so I can do that?" "Are you the coppers?" Bree's voice took on an edge of panic. Angie saw the girl was looking for an escape route, so she reached over and took her arm. "Yeah, I'm a detective, but you don't have to be worried. You see, Bree, Max isn't at home and his parents are worried. Do you think you could help me? I was wondering if you'd seen him at school." "I already told his mum yesterday I haven't seen him," Bree said. "He's probably gone to the library. That's where he usually goes when his parents give him the shits. And he wasn't at school, but that doesn't mean anything. Kids wag all the time." Angie guided the girl back up the steps. "Are your folks home?" "Auntie Leah's at work." "Maybe we could just sit on the steps." "Whatever." But Bree slung her bag down and sat. She had her phone in her hand now. "I'm pretty sure the library would be closed now. Would any of your friends know where he is?" "I can ask." Bree started tapping a message into her phone, and Angie tried to see what she was typing without being conspicuous. "Sup, anyone seen Max?" Bree's phone dinged. "Nope." And again, "Nah." Angie pretended not to notice the responses. All they did was make the ever-present nausea in her stomach bubble harder. "Is there anywhere else he goes?" "Nah, we just hang out, you know? Sometimes go to Macca's, sometimes just walk around. Not too much to do here in Cal." "Did you see Max on the weekend?" "Yeah." Angie let relief spread over her face to put the girl at ease. "Oh, that's great. Where? And do you remember the time?" She fixed the girl with a sympathetic glance. "Nothing to tell," Bree said. She gave a shrug. "We went out to the two-uppering about 8, like we often do on Saturday night." "Who's we?" "All of us. Why do you need to know this stuff?" "Because Max hasn't been home since Saturday, and we're trying to pin down his last movements. His mother reported him missing today. She told me the two of you have been spending a lot of time together lately, so she thought you might have some idea where he was." Angie had watched the girl's face change colour as she talked. By the time she'd finished, Bree's hands were shaking. Hey, are you all right?" Angie reached out and took one of Bree's hands. "Do you know what's happened to him?" she asked quietly. "Nah, I don't know where he is." Bree took her hand back, not looking at Angie. "You're not going to get into any trouble, okay?" Angie reassured her. "Who was out at the two-up ring on Saturday?" Bree chewed the inside of her cheek, then pushed her blonde hair back from her forehead and looked at Angie. "Me and Tango, he's my boyfriend. Kate, a friend from school. And Hendo, Benny, Gemma, Pete and Jazzy. We just go there to hang out, you know, have a campfire and that sort of stuff." "Did you take any alcohol with you?" Bree licked her lips before answering. She was looking like a kangaroo in the spotlight with no place to run. "Yeah." "What about drugs?" Bree picked at her fingernails, not answering. She hunched her shoulders forward as if trying to ward off any more questions. "Bree," Angie said gently. "No," she said. "No drugs." Angie watched her for a long moment. "Okay. No drugs." Bree didn't say anything more. Angie changed tack. "I found a packed bag in Max's wardrobe, full of clothes." Bree raised one shoulder this time. "Do you know if he was planning on going anywhere? A holiday or some time away, perhaps?" Another shrug. But Angie noticed the girl's fingers tightening and her knuckles turning white. "Bree, I want to tell you again. No one is going to get into any trouble. But we really need to find Max. His parents are very concerned. Please help me, if you can. Let's go back to the drugs. Were there any at the party?" Bree looked like she was going to cry, but instead she let out a long groan. "Yeah, it was, okay." She stood up and started to pace the pathway. "We had a few tabs. I nicked them from my aunt." She jerked her head backwards. "Auntie Leah likes to do some occasionally. Not all the time," she said quickly. "This is all my fault." "Okay," Angie said. "Thanks for being so honest. That will help Max in the long run. Why do you think this is your fault?" "Because I gave one to Max," she wailed softly. "He just did it because he trusted me." Angie wanted to comfort Bree, but it was hard to offer comfort when she didn't know what the outcome of this case would be. There had been some batches of N-bombs sold as LSD and Kalgoorlie in the last few weeks. Overdoses had skyrocketed in presentations at the hospital. Max could be dead somewhere out in the bush. "Have you got any idea what time this was, Bree?" "Early. Before 10, I think. But then—" She paused. "One of the boys started telling ghost stories, and then we all sort of freaked out, you know? Guess the trip made the stories seem scarier than they were. Anyhow, when the high started to wear off, we were all walking back into town." "Was Max with you then?" "Not sure. We were spread out a fair way, you know? Like there was distance between us. Max is, I don't know, wary of the other kids. He doesn't always fit in, so a lot of the time he stays on the edge of the group. You know what I mean?" "He's a loner." "Yeah, I reckon that's a good word for Max." "But you're good friends." Bree swallowed hard, and her head bobbed up and down. Angie nodded. "Okay, so really you have no idea when you saw Max last. He might not have even walked back into town with you all." "Yeah." "And your friends who were there, what do they remember?" "I've just asked. No one has seen him." Bree showed her the phone screen and then typed quickly. "The cops are looking for him." Almost immediately someone replied, "He'll turn up. Give him a bit of time." And then another, "Who gives a fuck?" "No one's seen him," she repeated. Then she looked up at Angie. "We were going to leave Cal," she said in a rush. "Not together. Max, he's got big plans. Something in IT or a pilot. All I ever wanted to do was cook for people,
So I was going to get a job as a shearer's cook or working in a roadhouse or something.
Did you have a timeline?
Yeah.
Bree's eyes cut to Angie, uncertainty on her face. We need to know, Bree, Angie told her softly as the girl took a deep breath.
Max was finding it harder to stay at his house.
She paused.
He didn't like his parents much.
Then her voice wobbled.
Max didn't want to go out on Saturday, but I thought we should for one last time. See, this is my fault.
Why doesn't Max like his parents?
His dad's a prick. And his mum.
Bree shrugged.
Dunno, she's just a pain.
Angie wanted to press her for more details, but instead she asked something different. What about money? Have you both got savings? Now Bree looked very uncomfortable.
We both work at a couple of the takeaway joints.
Not selling botched-up gold bars? Heat immediately flooded through Bree's face. She looked down. Now, here's a guess. Were you planning to fund your getaway with the cash you got from selling the gold to Kendall?
Something like that.
She fiddled with her hands again. Angie leaned forward. What aren't you telling me? Bree looked up with tears in her eyes.
Max wouldn't have left without telling me. We had plans, an agreement. Something must have happened to him.
Chapter 10. Smurf kept walking, trying to forget the nightmare from the morning. The sun was high in the sky now, and the heat mirage was shimmering on the horizon as he made his way towards the peak of the hill. Assassin stopped to sniff some roo shit on the ground. Don't touch anything on the ground, you idiot, Smurf growled, pushing his hand into the dog's shoulder. You don't know what it is. Could be a bait. As he said the words, he remembered his father saying something similar to him as a child. Don't touch or eat anything in the bush you can't put a name to. There's poison in the bush that'll kill you, the same as it kills animals that aren't native. He stopped under a spindly tree, and Assassin stopped immediately too. Smurf reached down and touched his fingers to the dog's head, thinking about his father. He loved dogs the same as Smurf did. They were better than humans. He'd realised over time that he, Smurf, was turning into his father. Smurf's father had served in World War II, and his father before him in World War I. Their family had a long history with the military. Each generation had passed down skills that could only have been learned in active service, and Smurf still relied on those instincts now. He had been the only soldier in training who had already known Morse code when he joined up. His father had started to teach him when he'd turned 5. It hadn't been just military skills. His father had taught him bushcraft and survival skills too. Bugger the scouts, his father had always said. When you've been shot down in an aircraft and the enemy are bearing down on you, this is how you'll stay alive. His father's stories had been scary, addictive and exciting. He'd wanted to be like his dad when he grew up. And he had been. But as an adult, after he'd been deployed to Vietnam to do the government's bidding, he wished he'd never set that goal. Yet here he was, using all the skills his father had taught him after coming back from war, still practicing the survival and tracking skills. He looked up at the ledge above him. Smurf knew how to disappear and still see everything, and that ledge would be a perfect lookout. No harm in checking out what was going on in the middle of nowhere, or keeping his expertise fresh. On his hands and knees, he indicated for Assassin to get on his shoulders. Assassin seemed to question his master's judgment for a second, then obeyed the command. Grunting, Smurf stood and grabbed hold of a tree branch, testing it to see how strong it was. The green limbs bent, but didn't give way, and Smurf's boots found footholds to hoist him upwards. Halfway to the summit he stopped, catching his breath, but ignoring the burning in his chest. He was fit for an old bloke, but perhaps he wasn't in as good a condition as he thought. A few more metres to climb, and he rolled himself over the edge, Assassin jumping from his shoulders. Finding a small shelter at the summit, Smurf curled himself into the shadows to watch. Assassin, used to being in cramped and strange spaces, also curled himself in, close to Smurf's body to wait for the next command. It was all part of his training. Smurf knew Assassin would never need his training, but truth be told, he didn't know how to train a dog any other way. From his vantage point among the canopy of leaves, he could see many kilometres out across the scrubland. Trees gave way to bushes, to clear, rocky areas, and then to trees again. Smurf shifted his position. His old knees weren't what they used to be, and crouching in one spot for long periods of time made them ache and seize up. He fossicked around in his backpack for another energy bar and his binoculars. He opened the packet and broke off a small bite for Assassin, while he chewed on the other part. When he'd finished, he carefully shoved the wrapper in a pocket and put the glasses to his eyes. Assassin cocked his head to the side, all the while looking one way and then the other. Smurf could tell he wasn't quite sure what they were doing, and that was okay, because Smurf wasn't either. All he knew was the familiar activities kept his PTSD at bay, and these actions were recognised by his body. Smurf wondered how far he could see from up here. To the horizon, obviously, but how far was that? Where the hazy blue merged into the treetops and red soil? He sat contentedly, with his arm slung over Assassin's back, watching and listening. The wind whistled softly around his ears, blurring some of the bird song and pesky flies that had clustered around his eyes and ears. Smurf barely noticed them. He'd lived out here for so long that flies were part of the furniture. Assassin leaned his body heavily into Smurf's and heaved a sigh. Then his body stiffened and his ears twitched. Smurf looked down at him and followed his gaze into the blue ether. A cloud of dust was ballooning above the trees. At the front of it was a white speck. "I bet that's some bloody tourists," Smurf said, straightening up. He reached for his binoculars. Adjusting them and then focusing on the dust, he searched for the car he'd seen, but it had disappeared behind the trees. "They'll be lost for sure. I've never seen another vehicle out here." He cast around, checking where the landmarks around his camp were. The dust was a distance away from there, but still too close for Smurf's liking. Anyone was too close for Smurf's liking. "They can fuck off any time they like." Assassin's ears twitched again, his body taut, waiting. The dust stretched out in a long line, rising over the trees, as Smurf kept watch through the glasses, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of the car creating the dust. It didn't come. Finally, he heaved a sigh and put the binoculars back into their case. He hoisted his backpack up, then checked Assassin's muzzle. "Let's..." A gunshot pierced the silent air, and Smurf hit the ground. The dog yelped as Smurf jerked on his fur and pulled him into his chest. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph!" Another crack pinged off the small hill and echoed around, causing the birds to rise in a screeching flock, a flutter of white against the blue. Chapter 11. "How's this for an idea?" Tim's voice was tinny through the car's speaker as Angie drove towards the police station. "Max has been missing for approximately 48 hours. As Tim spoke, Angie checked the time, 3:37 p.m. "He was gold swindling, wasn't he? Ripping off the gold buyers by using the fishing sinkers and moulding the gold around. Gold buyers don't usually take too kindly to that kind of thing. Maybe he sold to someone else, and they weren't as kind as Kendall has been." "How many other gold buyers are there in town?" Angie asked him. "Are any of them dodgy?" "Percy down the main street at the pawn shop is more than dodgy, but we can't catch him at anything." Tim's voice turned thoughtful. "But I don't really think he'd hurt a kid." "Well, let's stick that theory on the board and ask some questions. It's not like we have anything much to go on at this stage." An incoming call flashed across the screen in her car. "Gotta go, Tim. Fire and emergency services are calling." "Good. They're getting set up out at the 2-up ring. You'll have to brief them. I haven't done that," Tim told her, ringing off. Damn it! She missed their call by half a ring. She didn't know the commander's name. Her phone only came up with the acronym DFES. Hitting redial, she took the next corner to change direction towards the 2-up ring. The call was picked up immediately. "Detective Sullivan?" "Yes. And you are?" "John T. Parsons, DFES. We'll be coordinating the ground search. What can you tell us?" "We're looking for a missing boy, a 16-year-old named Max Galbraith. Last seen at a party near the 2-up ring late Saturday night or early Sunday morning. He's been out there for 36 hours, getting on towards 48 by my calculations, so he could have walked some distance, and he's probably in a pretty bad way. I've just learned from one of the kids that he took LSD shortly before he disappeared." "Okay. How long before you can get here?" The 2-up shed was about 7 kilometres north of the town. "About 10 minutes. See you soon." She headed towards the highway, passing 2 patrol cars on her way. Tapping her fingers in time to the music on the radio, Angie rolled Tim's idea around, then switched back to the parents. More so to Noah. His agitation and aggression had got Angie's antenna up today. The trouble with liars was they needed a good memory to make sure they kept telling the same lies. She'd already caught Noah on one lie. Not that it was a biggie, but it proved he could lie, and the expression on his face when she'd questioned him on his whereabouts told her he wasn't at the office when he said he had been. So where had he been? She would check out his story and do some research on him. Headlights from an oncoming vehicle jolted her out of her thoughts, and she only just caught sight of the tourist sign pointing to the 2-up ring. Checking her mirrors, she put her foot on the brake and waited while a truck towing 4 trailers rumbled towards Kalgoorlie. Then she turned onto the dirt road and nosed her way in, avoiding the deep potholes and dug-out parts of the road. On the edge of the track, bushes of various sizes waved their branches at her. A few hundred metres ahead of her, still hidden by bush, spotlights began turning on, one by one, lighting up the area, and when she wound down the window, the loud roar of generators met her ears. On the right-hand side of the road, Angie suddenly saw a faded sign. She slowed to read it. Bush 2-up. No alcohol, no persons under 18. Well, obviously, Max and his friends hadn't taken notice of either of those rules. She paused beside a shed that looked like it had been slapped up by 4-year-olds. Second-hand corrugated iron overlapping each sheet, graffiti covering parts of the tin. There was a large entrance at one side and another opposite. Angie stared, wondering why these bashed-together pieces of tin was such a tourist attraction. During a previous conversation, when she'd first arrived and Tim was explaining the Kalgoorlie culture, he'd mentioned that hordes of tourists flocked here every year. It was a place where hundreds of thousands of dollars could change hands in an afternoon, especially during the horse racing season, when notes were thrown around like confetti. Parking under a tree, she went straight over to the command tent and introduced herself to a tall, solid woman in an orange jumpsuit with reflector bands. "I'm John T," the woman said, and shook Angie's hand with such a strong grip that Angie let out a small gasp, which she tried to cover with a cough. "Angie," she returned. Pointing to the map, while the radio buzzed with noise in the background, she asked, "This is us?" "Yep," John T told her. "Thanks for the pic. I received that on an email from your colleague. I've already sent out one search party on a close-in grid, just to see what we can find before dark. They're doing an intense search of this immediate area." She drew a line with her finger around a tiny area of the map. "This is where we are. Once it gets dark, we'll get up a thermal imaging drone and see what we can see from the sky. I know you're worried that Max could have fallen down a mine shaft or be wandering around dazed from the after effects of the drugs, but I'm not prepared to send my team out into the bush when it's dark. Too many booby traps out here." "Booby traps? What do you mean?" A thrill ran through her. "Anything we can't see. Old mine shafts mainly. Never know when those bastards will swallow you whole. Some have old pieces of wood around them, but others are just holes in the ground and you can disappear quite easily." She turned and indicated the setting sun. "There's not much daylight left." As she spoke, calls of "Max! Hello, Max!" floated over the treetops and down into the command centre. The dirt crunched behind them, and they turned to see an ambulance quietly arriving. No lights or sirens needed yet. Angie looked back to the bush, curious. "What's the deal with this place? I'm new and haven't been out here before. There seems to be tracks everywhere. Look, there's one going off there, and then there's that one there. It's like a catacomb, except with roads." "Ah, well, firstly, welcome to Kalgoorlie. You'll either love or you'll hate it. Doesn't seem to be anywhere in between when it comes to Kal. Secondly, you've got a bit to learn then. The Two Up Ring is close to town, so it's easy to get to. People come out here collecting firewood or doing things they shouldn't. It's a well-known area for illegal activities, and sometimes people come out here and bury their pets. It's used for a lot of things, not all of them good."
"And that's the Two Up shed?" Angie walked towards the structure. "Why do so many tourists come here? It's a dump." Jonty kept up.
"Oh, careful who you say that to. All us locals are pretty attached. We love coming out here on Sundays and having a bit of a flutter with Danny and his crew. It's a real tradition around here."
Angie stepped onto the circular cement floor in the middle of the ring and looked up. "Why is there a great big hole in the roof?"
"That's not a hole. It was never meant to be filled in. It needs to be open, so the coins don't hit anything when they're tossed up. You should see this place during race round. There's people 8 or more deep. Sometimes you can't even see the ring. And the amount of cash on the ground, it's got to be seen to be believed. So much cash."
"I've heard that, but money on the ground?"
"Yeah, that's how bets are made. Stick the notes on the ground in front of you, under your foot."
"Serious?"
"Deadly. Hey, we don't joke about that sort of thing here in Kal. It's money, and most of us are keen on that."
Jonty threw her a genuine smile.
"Don't worry. You'll get the lay of the land before long." She turned serious. "Right, let's get a bit more information on Max."
Angie ran through the details she had and handed over a bundle of photos of Max, which Julia had given her. "I know Tim emailed you one, but these are hard copies. You can give them to the people who are searching."
"Well, I hope this young lad has a decent jacket with him. Temps can get down to the minuses during the night at this time of the year, and dawn is the coldest time."
For the first time, Angie was unsure if they would find Max in time. "This will be his 3rd night out in the elements," she said.
"Yeah, luckily it's warm enough during the day. But nights," Jonty shook her head. "You either want to be next to a fire or wearing thermals."
Angie stood looking towards the bush. The landscape was scattered with tall trees, not so dense she couldn't see through them, but she couldn't see far. Small, scrubby bushes grew up underneath, and parts of the earth had smatterings of tiny, iron-coloured stones covering the ground. "Isn't it strange that this land is millions of years old and has held secrets that we are able to uncover to this very day? Yet the same land seems to have swallowed Max without a trace," Angie said. "Have you been involved in many searches, Jonty?"
"Yeah, mostly prospectors who don't turn up by the due date, or tourists who get bogged or lost. You'd be surprised at how many people go missing out here. Seems like we're always losing someone." Angie nodded slowly, thinking back to Lily Carter and her war of words on the police earlier. Were you ever asked to search for a boy named Brendan Cook? Jonty pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head. Don't remember that name. When was that? Last year sometime. Another young lad like Max. The sun had slipped lower on the horizon, causing the trees to send out long shadows. Another young lad? Yeah, I don't have much info on him. Only that someone was asking where the case was at recently. Angie shivered. What else is around here other than bush and nothingness? There's a popular tourist attraction called Sunset Lookout. Popular because it's pretty easy to get to, mostly bitumen on the way out there. There's also a mine to the northeast of here, and with mines there's always deep dams to hold water. A mine needs a lot of water to process minerals, dust control, that sort of thing. She looked over at Angie with an unspoken message in her eyes. Like I said, there's lots of booby traps out here. Chapter 12. Sorry to call you all in on a Monday evening. Angie clapped her hands for attention. We've got a missing teenager. His name is Max Galbraith. Nina is distributing photos of him now. Last seen at a party at the Two Up Ring on Saturday night. His parents reported him missing late this morning, and so far all inquiries have come back blank. The incident room was buzzing with adrenaline and the smell of coffee. Each detective and uniformed officer took a cup as Constable Ava Easton walked by with a tray of takeaways. My wife is going to kill me, Tim said. He sat with his feet on his desk, looking disgruntled. His wife's birthday celebrations were starting without him. Every D had been invited, but now they were all here in the incident room, waiting to head out to ask questions about Max. Angie had thought about offering words of comfort, but decided against it. A D immediately put their personal life on hold when a case started. That was just a given. Any obvious reason that he's missing? Detective Adam Barlow asked. Nothing that we can put our finger on, Angie answered. But one of his friends, Bree McRae, admitted to having taken drugs to the party. Look, I suspect, she paused. I hope he's taken LSD, then gone bush and got lost. We all know there's been some bad trips around here lately. Maybe he's got one of those batches. The SES started an initial search around the Two Up Ring just before dark, and tomorrow at first light they'll head further out and search mine shafts and so on. I'm in contact with the commander, Jonty Parsons, and she said they'll keep a presence around the Two Up Ring where Max was last seen. Looks like they're well set up out there, and there's also an ambulance on standby. Polair is on their way from Perth, and first thing we'll start aerial grid searches out from the Two Up Ring in every direction. They also have thermal imaging, which will be helpful. Angie spun back to the board where she'd pinned up a map. Okay, so what we know is that a group of teenagers went out here, she tapped the map, on Saturday night for a party. Both Max and Bree were unhappy here in Carl and had made plans to leave as soon as they could, perhaps even this week, according to Bree. They were looking to get as much money together as they could, which involved selling gold bars with fishing sinkers in the middle. Tim had an idea that perhaps a gold buyer didn't like that. It's certainly worth looking into, but why only get a hold of Max and not Bree? Uniforms, I need you to question the gold buyers in town, then move on to the neighbours, see if they've heard any disturbances over the last month. Strange cars. We need any CCTV from the north side of town. Adam, who had been rubbing his hands over his brown, wavy hair, stuck up his hand. There's nothing once you get past the road cameras right on the edge of town, and they're only looking at number plates. He unfurled his tall frame from his chair and moved to the map. He tapped at a spot. There's another one about 100 k's north. Here. He tapped another spot. Angie shrugged. They're our cameras? Get the footage. Sometimes we can see snippets of the drivers and passengers. Let's get in contact with the mining companies, see if they had any buses on the road between 8 p.m. Saturday and 5 a.m. Sunday. They might have dash cam recordings. So, as you can hear, we have very little to go on. She tapped another photo on the board. This is Bree McRae. As I said, I spoke with her earlier. Sounds like she's one of Max's only friends. The rest of the group they hang around with, Max is on the periphery. Again, according to Bree, they both had intentions to leave Cal, but she insisted that Max wouldn't have run away without telling her. Bree is living with a woman named Leah Ford while her parents are in jail for drug offences. Angie referred back to her notes. Leah Ford is her aunt. Any questions so far? Adam, who had sat back down, put up his hand again. Leah Ford, is she an approved foster carer through the system? I don't have that information. Why? That name came up recently in an investigation around drugs. Angie raised her eyebrows. Bree mentioned she got the LSD from her aunt. Stole it, she said. My point is that I'm surprised she's fostering, especially if it's through Department of Communities. Could it be private? I guess, but right now that's not really of concern. Tonight, we need to talk to the rest of the kids who were at the party. Nina is handing around that list of names. You'll see the name Henry Field. I'm sure you all remember the recent assault on the high school teacher. Henry, or Tango as he'd rather be known, was charged, but the judge threw it out of court. Henry is also Bree's boyfriend. Max's parents feel as if he's been spending a bit too much time with Bree recently, so I wonder how Henry is feeling. It'd be worth questioning him about that. Socials? Tim asked. Max hasn't been on them since early Saturday night. No Find My Phone app or anything like that. I've been through Bree's phone, with her permission, and printed off photos from the party and anything that could be related. Of course, I have no idea if she's deleted any messages, so it would be prudent to get a warrant for her phone and have a look back through. Can I leave that with you, Ava? Angie ran her hand through her amber hair and rubbed her scalp, trying to get rid of the fogginess that was covering her mind. This might be a dumb question, but as I'm still new to Kalgoorlie, you'll have to bear with me. Is there a map of old and abandoned mine shafts? Too many, and no one could possibly know where they all are, Tim said, shaking his head. There are new ones being discovered every day. Just need a bush to grow over an old entry and no one would know it was there. Angie nodded. She thought this might have been the case. Okay, worth a try. Have I forgotten anything? Or has anyone got anything to add? What about the parents? Tim asked. Yeah. Angie paused. There's something off there. The father, Noah, seems indifferent to Max's disappearance. Maybe he thinks he'll turn up later, but he's also just damn angry. Seems like he's used to getting his own way, and he lied about who requested the help of the police. First he said he suggested that Julia, the mother, call us, which she did. Then he said it was all Julia's idea. And the mother? Well, she alternates between being quite distressed and calm. Gotta look close to home, Tim said. Yeah, and I still don't have a firm alibi for either of them for Saturday night. Julia says she was at home alone, and Noah's whereabouts haven't been confirmed yet. He said he was at the office. So, when you're watching CCTV, keep an eye out for these 2 number plates. Angie tapped the board where she'd written the registrations, and get uniforms over to the office to see if there's anything they can confirm for us. Let's see if anyone on their street has security camera footage, so we can determine if either of them left the house at odd times or had visitors. Any more questions? Everyone was bent over the sheets that had been passed out, and her question wasn't answered. No? Okay. Adam, you and Nina go and question the kids who were there that night, and don't forget that footage from those road cams. I'll go back to the Galbraiths and update them. Tim, can you come with me? And we'll have another look through Max's room. Oh, and Ava, I want you looking at the CCTV from around town. And can you also get a warrant for these phone numbers so we can look at and listen to their messages? She handed over the list she'd been keeping in her pocket. They're for the mother, father, and Max. Let's make sure there's been no contact we haven't been told about. Easy, Ava said, taking the piece of paper. The door into the incident room opened, and a constable stuck her head in. "Angie, some lady called Lily Carter is on the line, and Polaire is on line too." "Can you tell Lily I'm busy and I'll call her later? If Polaire can wait one moment, I'll be right with them." Angie started to walk to her desk. "Anything else?" "I'm going to need an absent note for my wife," Tim joked, but he wasn't really joking. Angie knew she would be upset. Angie gave him a wink and picked up the phone as the rest of the room gathered their notes and began to move out. "Angie Sullivan," she said. "It's Chris Quinn, Polaire." A man on the other end said, "We're on the ground in Kalgoorlie, waiting for instructions." "Great. It's a first light search starting tomorrow. What time can you be in the air?" "First light departure would make it 6:30. "Okay. Could you be at the station for a briefing at 6:30 a.m? I realise that will be slightly later than first light, but I think it's important you have all the information before you go up. That'll give you enough time for checks and flight plans to be up by 7:30 or 8-ish. Depends on how long your briefing goes for, but should be fine." "Got your accommodation sorted?" "Yeah, we're good." "Excellent. Rest up. See you in the morning." Angie sat at her desk quietly, thinking back over what she knew, which wasn't very much. Her phone vibrated. Panic shot through her stomach as she remembered her own personal nightmare. Bloody Will, and Claire, and the baby. Cautiously, she withdrew the phone and looked at the screen. "Hi, Angie. This is Lily Carter. Could you come into the station for an interview about National Missing Persons Week tomorrow morning at 9 a.m? She thought for a moment before replying. "Can I get back to you on that? I'm under the pump at the moment. Later in the day would be better." Lily immediately replied, "I can make it 10 a.m. Angie rolled her eyes. Pushy. "I can try. I'll let you know if I can't be there." The answer was the thumbs up. Dropping her head to the desk, Angie rested with her eyes closed for a couple of seconds, then got up. No weakness. One foot in front of the other, as her dad would say. "Yeah, you know what it's like," she heard Tim's voice say from the hallway. "I'm so sorry, sweetie." After snatching up her car keys, she opened the door and headed for the exit. Tim gave her a wan smile when he saw her, his phone still glued to his ear, jacket slung over his shoulder. "I really am sorry, hun," he said. "See you later tonight." "Yeah, you too." He took the phone away from his ear and shoved it in his pocket. "More coffee?" "No, thanks. But wait a sec." Angie turned and ran back to the incident room to grab her jumper, then followed him to the car. "Did you know that Noah and Julia Galbraith are pretty well known in Cal?" Tim asked her as they settled in their seats. "He owns a business called Goldmac that services all the mine equipment. Supposedly they've got a shitload of money. Massive tight ass, though. Any chance this could be a kidnap extortion?" Angie looked over at him as she clicked in her seatbelt. "No ransom note? Not that I've heard about. And what would be the reason?" Tim shrugged. "A grudge? Revenge? A business deal gone bad? Maybe just to make a quick buck. In my experience, Noah Galbraith is either liked or not. There doesn't seem to be anywhere in between. A few of the guys I play darts with work for him and say he's a good bloke. There are others who think he's a shark and dodgy as hell, taking backhanders and the like." "Interesting." "My kids go to the same high school as Max," Tim continued. "Julia is the head of the P&C there. She's one of these women for whom everything in her life is just perfect. You know the ones I mean. Instagrammable lives, I call them. Everything is perfect on the surface, but there's always whispers that things aren't as they seem." "Yeah, my thoughts exactly. When everything looks so perfect, it rarely is. When I got to their house, I wondered, what secrets are these walls keeping? And your comments on Noah are interesting. I found him quite aggressive when I first got there, but as I started asking questions, I wondered whether it was fear or something else." Angie pulled out her notebook as Tim drove and jotted down what he had told her. "What type of whispers have you heard?" "Nothing I can confirm, but I'm told he gets a bit vocal with his employees. sometimes even a bit pushy. If that's the case, it's fair to assume it happens inside the home too. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, hopefully we'll find Max and we won't need to dig any further. Do you want me to organise a search warrant for their house? We'll need one, but I'd rather try and get them to let us look through it of their own free will. I'm certainly not convinced they aren't involved, but as yet there's absolutely no proof. Anyway, yeah, get the ball rolling. So often it's those closest, that's true, Angie answered. Here's the house. Tim pulled in next to the curb. Further down the street, Angie saw a patrol car pull into a driveway and 2 officers get out. They were about to start interviewing the neighbours. The outside porch light was on, and the curtains open in the Galbraith house. As she walked down the path, Angie could see Julia sitting on the couch by herself. She knocked on the door, and they waited. Tidy, Tim observed. Like I said, perfect outside, Angie replied as the front door opened. Hello, Julia. Angie introduced Tim and asked, Can we come in? Have you got any news? Julia was gripping the door tightly. Oh, hello, Tim. I didn't realise you would. Her voice trailed off, and she looked anywhere but at Tim. Sorry to see you under these circumstances, Julia, Tim said. We do have some things to talk to you about. Could we come in? And we'd like to have another look through Max's room, Angie said. But you've already looked. Julia sounded surprised. Let's go inside and we'll explain everything, Angie said kindly. From the expression on her face, Julia knew exactly why Max's bedroom would be helpful to them. But letting them in there would make this nightmare real. Angie knew the way this kind of moment was depicted in TV shows. The detectives always searched the missing or dead kid's room. Grim-faced, they tried to not upset the parents by obviously looking through the wardrobe and drawers, and invariably they found a clue that would lead to solving the crime or finding the missing teenager. Angie and Tim followed Julia into the lounge. Is Noah here? Angie asked. No. Julia's tone was clipped. Please, sit down. Would you like us to call him and ask him to come home while we talk through the things we know? Tim asked. Julia shook her head. Leave him be. It's easier that way. Angie stopped herself, raising her eyebrows, just in time. Do you know where he is? Pursing her lips, Julia seemed to wrestle with her conscience, then finally shook her head. Supposedly at the office. Gosh, he's working late, Angie said. And while his only son is missing? He's doing that a lot lately. No loyalty from Julia, Angie wrote in her notebook, and then made another comment to remind herself to send a patrol vehicle to Noah's office. Okay, so, Mrs. Galbraith, we do have some information that might be unexpected for you. What we've discovered is that Max was at a party on Saturday night. Julia shook her head. He's not allowed to go to parties. He was only supposed to be with his friends at their house. There are photos to back up that information. The party was held at the Two Up Ring. What we can't establish is whether he was with the group when they left to walk back into town. The Two Up Ring? Julia shook her head. No, that can't be right. How would he have got out there? It sounds like the group drove. Julia clasped her hands together and looked down. I never thought my boy would go against our rules, but he's been so different lately. Different how? Distant. Angry. A lot like his father, really. That sounds like normal teenager behaviour to me, Tim said. Yes, well, that's true, Julia conceded. Mrs. Galbraith, we also know that Max sold some gold bars to a local buyer. He said that an uncle had given them to him and Bree for their birthdays. Could this be correct?
What? No. Max doesn't have an uncle. I can't be sure if Bree does, but why would they share them with each other? No, I don't know where he would have got them from. We don't have any in the house, and we aren't casual prospectors like some people in this town.
Okay, well, we'll look into that a little more. If it's okay, we need to have a look around, Tim told her, especially in Max's bedroom.
Julia looked uncomfortable. Do you have to? He's not here, so...
We like to understand the hows and whys, Tim told her.
Well, I suppose you can look around if you really have to, Julia said. But what are you actually doing to find him? He's not here, so I don't understand why looking around here is going to help.
We've asked the DFES to establish a search and rescue team, Angie explained. They're out at the Two Up Ring looking for Max in the surrounding areas right now. Would you like to go out there?
But what if Max comes back? I can't leave.
That's fine, Tim told her soothingly. Staying right here at home is a good idea in case Max does find his way back. Would you like someone with you? We can organise for a liaison officer to be here.
Julia got up and went to stand at the window. No, I don't need anyone. Thank you for the offer.
Her voice was stony. Angie glanced at Tim. His gaze was sweeping the room, taking in the photos, the whiteness, the purity, looking for anything that didn't fit.
Mrs. Galbraith, could we have another look in Max's room? Angie asked. You know where it is?
Angie nodded and indicated for Tim to follow. Julia trailed behind them. Switching on the lights, Angie glanced around. Nothing seemed to have changed since that morning. Tim was inside now, opening the dressing table drawers and flicking through what was inside.
He's very private, Julia said.
Most teenagers are, he replied. Do you have a good relationship with your son?
I guess it's been a little strained over the last few months, but, as you said, that seems to be normal, all the hormones and so on. But before that, I did.
Julia smiled.
He's very thoughtful towards me. Always remembers my birthday and Mother's Day. Brings me bunches of flowers every so often.
He sounds lovely, Angie said as she walked over to the wardrobe and opened the door. She looked back at Julia, who was still speaking.
Never caused us a jot of trouble. This is...
Out of character? Yes, your husband mentioned that, Mrs. Galbraith.
Please, Mrs. Galbraith was my mother-in-law. Thank God she's dead. Sorry if that sounds harsh.
Julia tried to smile. Angie gave a small nod. They can be difficult, mothers-in-law. Back to what I was saying, we have evidence that suggests Max was intending to leave town. Other than his packed bag, of course. Did you know of his plans?
That's not right. He was only in year 11. He's 16, remember? He can't leave until he's finished school. Then he was going to uni to study accounting. Max was going to work in the family business. Noah always said he needed an accountant he could trust, and Max was it. He's very good with figures. He wasn't going to leave Kalgoorlie. Or us.
Her voice rose in panic.
He wouldn't.
Angie reached over and touched her arm. Please, Mrs. Julia, I'm trying to work out where Max is. And if there was a reason he wanted to leave, so please forgive me if my questions sound unkind. This is all part of what we have to do, and I really want to find him, so I hope you'll answer them for me. Julia fidgeted.
I didn't know he was planning to leave.
Thank you. I understand this is incredibly difficult for you. Angie heard Julia's intake of breath as she steadied herself for another round of questions. Do you think Max was happy?
Of course. We have a very happy home here. Noah, Max, and
Her voice wobbled.
me.
If there's anything you want to tell me, Julia, I'm here to listen. There's absolutely no judgment. All I want to do is help. If there was something happening in the home... Julia shook her head.
We have a good life here. There's all the usual pressures that owning your own business brings, which sometimes cause a bit of friction, but mostly everything is fine.
Angie stayed silent, while Tim continued to quietly look around the room. Julia held herself upright and seemed to be trying to look as if she were telling the truth.
Max spent a lot of time in here, she continued. He enjoyed gaming and saved hard to buy all of this equipment. I'm not sure what everything is called. Xbox, I think that's one of them.
She waved her hand towards the setup on Max's desk. Did he ever talk about meeting people online?
No. I knew he was playing against someone or thing, but I was never sure if they were real or not.
Angie tried another tack. Have you or Noah fallen out with anyone lately?
What? What do you mean by that?
Julia blinked a couple of times, as though she was struggling to understand the question. People who might be upset or annoyed with you.
No. Well, I certainly try not to. And Noah, he's too charming.
The reason I ask is that I'm told that your husband's business is very successful. I wanted to make sure you haven't received a ransom note and not told us.
God, no. Nothing like that.
She paused.
Well, not that Noah has told me.
Does Max have a girlfriend? Tim asked.
Not that I know of. Max doesn't seem interested in girls, which always seems to annoy Noah. He's too focused on studying. Getting into accounting at uni is a priority for him, and he's working hard to make it happen.
Does he have an interest in aviation? Julia looked confused.
No.
What about Bree McRae? They are close.
I'm not sure if I'd use the word close in the sense of an intimate relationship, but they are good friends.
She sniffed. Angie's mobile rang. She gave Julia an apologetic smile. I'll be right back. Walked out into the corridor. She saw Ava's name on the screen. Ava?
Angie, I've got something on CCTV you need to see.
Chapter 13. Looking for me? Jack had waited until the man asked the constable at the front desk of the police station if he could see him before speaking. He was slightly annoyed that this man, whoever he was, had rushed out of the station without giving his name when he'd come to make a complaint the day before. Had he really wanted help? The man swiveled around, his face red. He relaxed when he recognized Jack.
How did you know I was here?
I was coming back from getting a coffee and saw you sitting in your car, Jack said. He didn't mention sitting outside finishing his coffee, watching while the man sat inside his Toyota for 10 minutes, obviously tossing up whether or not to come inside the police station. Jack couldn't work out why the man was so nervous. Perhaps he was embarrassed at losing money? The man didn't reply.
Are you still wanting to make a report?
Jack asked. He nodded.
Righto, you can follow me.
Jack waved him towards the door that led inside the station proper and gave the constable behind the counter a thumbs up. Without a word, he ushered the man to an interview room.
Hope whatever you had to rush off for yesterday was all okay,
Jack said as they entered the room. Must have been important to leave off a report of a theft of $2 million.
Yeah, it was. It's not resolved, but hopefully it will be soon.
Jack indicated for the man to sit. I didn't get your name when you were here before. The man hesitated.
I'd rather not give it.
Bit hard for me to follow up on fraud if I don't have your name. I'm guessing you made the transaction from your own bank account? The man fidgeted, and his fingers traced a scar on the table.
Noah, he finally said. Noah Galbraith. I'm the owner of Goldmac.
Jack recognised the name from the branding on the side of some of the utes around town, the ones with the orange lights on top and aerials on the bull bars, like they all did in this town. Ah, that's the machinery business, isn't it? You supply the mines? Yeah, and service or fix them if they break down. Jack wrote Noah's name into his notebook. Well, I'm sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances, Noah. As Jack spoke, the man's name jiggled at the back of his thoughts. Had he heard Noah mentioned somewhere? The pub? By his colleagues? He tried to grab the thread, but it evaded him. His mobile phone buzzed, and Jack looked at the screen. Zara. He pushed the decline button and slipped the phone back into his pocket with a twinge of guilt. He didn't have a date to transfer back to South Australia because he hadn't asked for one, and Zara hadn't been told that piece of information yet. He'd have to deal with it sooner rather than later, but it was much easier to bury himself in work. Okay, Noah, so do you want to tell me again what happened? From the start? Noah cleared his throat. It's all rather embarrassing, really, especially for a good businessman such as myself. Jack gave an inward eye roll. He'd had the impression right from the start that this bloke was a pompous git, but now he had confirmation. There was a house listed for sale through Facebook Marketplace. Jack flicked open his notebook. Here in Kalgoorlie? No, in a coastal town. Albany, on the south coast. I thought it might make a good retirement house. And you have the name of the person who listed it? Noah felt in his pocket and drew out a piece of paper. This is all the information I have. Jack reached for it and scanned the page. Okay, so the seller was Hannah Smith. Did you view the house? No, I bought it sight unseen. Noah's face was red again. Embarrassment or anger? Jack wasn't sure. Probably a mixture of both. Go on. I was supposed to transfer $200,000 as a deposit. The house was listed for $2.4 million, as you can see. Absolutely normal pricing for a house on the coast in this area. I told Hannah if she gave me a $400,000 discount, I would transfer the $2 million straight away. She agreed. I sent her the bank rec. Then, when I didn't hear from her, I rang the number I had been given to confirm she'd received the money. And she hadn't? Well, the number had been disconnected, so I did a bit more digging. Jack was scribbling notes when he heard a sharp intake of breath. He looked up. Noah was pale, and a sheen of sweat had broken out across his forehead. You all right, mate? Yeah. Look, the money isn't the worst of it. Oh, I know it's not great, but the business can absorb it. Interesting. What is the worst part? Noah dropped his eyes and pulled a pen out of his pocket, clicking the nib in and out agitatedly. The worst part is that it appears the house was never for sale. This Hannah obviously obtained photos from a previous sales listing and then put it on Facebook Marketplace. The house is owned by someone else. Hannah's got the money, but I can't even have the house. I suspect the person I've been dealing isn't a Hannah at all. You're probably right. That's not good, but I do know this type of fraud has happened before. People also list houses on Airbnb that aren't theirs to list, get the money, and then when the customers turn up to stay, it's not an Airbnb, and the fake profile that advertised it in the first place is long gone. They're beginning to get laws put in place about this, but as you can imagine, it's pretty hard to monitor. Especially since so many of these scammers are from overseas. They often have a middleman in Australia so they can use their bank account, but the head honchos are offshore. Noah glared at Jack. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Not at all, Jack answered, feeling his phone vibrating in his pocket again. I'm only saying this has happened before. Sorry, Zara, he thought. Noah's jaw tightened, and Jack wondered for a split second if he was going to punch him. He pushed his chair back and crossed his leg over his knee to divert Noah's attention, and spoke louder than he normally would. Right. Look, I can certainly refer this to the cybercrime squad. I'm sorry to say, though, the fact that you didn't go and look at the premises, you just transferred the money online, it's a buyer beware issue. These criminals are difficult to trace. I'm sure you know that. They hide behind rerouted IP addresses and bank accounts they don't own. They shift money as soon as it hits accounts and... Noah interrupted him. Yes, I'm fully aware of that. He eyed Jack sternly. But I expect you'll put your best investigators on this and find who has done it, throw the book at them, and return my money. Jack cocked his eyebrow. You might expect that, Mr. Galbraith, but the reality is that it's extremely unlikely you'll ever see the return of your money. It's lucky, as you said, that your business can absorb the cost. He paused and looked at Noah, who was still glaring. Maybe that was his normal expression. Jack continued. Like I said, I'll take your statement and gather all the information you have, the bank accounts you transferred the money from and into, all the correspondence between you and Hannah. Did you speak to her on the phone? No. Like I said, I rang the number she gave me, and it had been disconnected. The reason I know the house wasn't listed was because I have a friend in real estate, and I asked them to check. All the correspondence I had with this so-called Hannah was through messages on WhatsApp. At the risk of offending you, that was extremely ill-advised. Noah gave him a scowl, then rose out of his chair, planted his hands on the table, and leaned towards Jack. Thank you for your observations, detective, Noah said with a sneer. I'm aware of my shortcomings in this situation. They do not need to be pointed out to me. I'm here so you can fix it. Jack gathered up the paperwork and his notebook from the table. Do you have any other information I can work with? I have given you everything. Right. Well, I'll be in touch. If you'd like to leave the way you came in, Jack pointed at the door, and Noah, with one final furious glance, left the room. Wanker, Jack muttered as the door slammed shut. He sank back into the chair and took out his phone to check who had called. Zara again. He put the phone gently on the paperwork and put his head in his hands. Fuck, he whispered. Fuck. He flicked open the iMessage app and started to type. Hi, Zara. He looked at her name, then backspaced and typed, Sweetie. Backspaced again and wrote, Honey. Hi, honey. Tied up today, but will ring you tonight. All okay? Jack stared at the screen for a long moment. When she didn't reply, he put the phone down. Then he picked it back up straight away and opened his Facebook app. He was typing Hannah Smith into the search bar when his phone dinged. He ran his gaze down the list of the results. There were more than 20 hits, and he guessed none of them were the Hannah Smith he was looking for because she probably didn't exist. Flicking back to the main screen on his phone, he saw there was a WhatsApp message from the police station. All officers are asked to keep a lookout for Max Noah Galbraith, 16, missing since approx Saturday evening from the two-up ring. Any information to Detective Angie Sullivan. More details on email. Jack reread the message. Max Noah Galbraith. Jack stared at the information he'd just received. He stood so quickly his chair tipped over. He didn't stop to write it. Chapter 14. Welcome to Gold Desert. My name is Lily Carter, and I'm glad you're joining us here again. We have an informative but sobering show for you today. Lily was sitting at her kitchen table, dressed in tracky pants and a sloppy windcheater, surrounded by boxes waiting to be unpacked. Her fingers ran over each line of the script for her second show. She always practiced out loud the night before. It was all part of the preparation. The normal tingle of excitement was in her stomach, although mixed with trepidation. Trepidation caused by Sam and the security footage she'd seen, rather than the radio station. She hadn't heard from her ex-husband since leaving Perth. Maybe he was still drunk after their last fight. It wasn't unlike him to go on a bender and stagger home a week later. God, how she hated those times. The last time had been the worst yet. Her fingers strayed to the security camera link-up she'd installed after an intruder. An upset listener had found out through the electoral roll where she lived, and had broken in. The police had suggested she put cameras on the front and back verandas, focusing on the doors, and in the kitchen, lounge, and laundry. Anyone who wasn't supposed to be there would have to walk through one of those rooms to get further into the house. Lily looked at her hands. They'd started to tremble. Just the memory of that intruder being in her home, in her bedroom, banging on the ensuite door, where she'd managed to lock herself in, made her feel ill. She pushed her glasses onto her forehead and rolled her shoulders to loosen the muscles. She had to find a way to distract herself, or she would slide into a deep, dark pit of regret. Looking for a diversion, she stood up and turned the kettle on, her sock-covered feet noiseless as she padded to the fridge to get out the milk. The security camera would tell her if Sam was in the house, but did she really want to know? Even though they were separated, she still worried about him. Not that she should. He was a selfish, thoughtless bastard of the highest degree. But how do you erase 20 years of togetherness, the sale of their forever home, and the death of both their parents? She knew the answer just as every separated person did. You can't. No matter whether you were glad the marriage ended, or you weren't, or if you were taken by surprise, nothing could obliterate the memories of the years spent together. In a half-unpacked box on the bench, she found a cup. And then on the floor, inside one marked non-perishables, she found a tea bag. Chamomile. Because that's what all the websites said she had to drink an hour or so before bedtime. It would help her sleep through the night. Oh, and don't forget to spray magnesium on the soles of your feet and get away from any screens for at least an hour before you turn off the light. Spray lavender oil on your pillow. Do all that, and you'll sleep like a baby. Lily followed the directions to a T and still didn't sleep through the night, just as she'd read every book on morning routines she could find. Join the 5 a.m. club. It'll be fun, they said. The most productive people rose at 5 a.m. Don't hit snooze on your alarm. Get right up, a podcast suggested. Meditate. Stretch. No phone time before 9 a.m. You wouldn't let a stranger inside your bedroom, so why would you open social media and let outsiders in? If a respected blogger or podcaster or supposed expert had told her to hang by her toenails from the tree outside her bedroom window to increase her productivity, then she would have done it. Why does entering your 50s make you start to question everything, she wondered, dunking the tea bag up and down. How come we've suddenly got to achieve more, become more successful than we've ever been? Because at 50, we have less time. Lily wanted to argue against that bit of accepted wisdom. What did turning 50 have to do with the time she had left? She believed her end date had been set the day she was born, and a birthday didn't and couldn't change that. The universe was in control. Make the most of every day, because we never know when our time is up. 50 doesn't mean less. Except it does, no matter how much you try to deny it. Looking down at the yellow-tinged tea, she screwed up her nose. She was drinking something that tasted like cat's piss, just because someone who supposedly knew better had told her to do it. Had she lost her ability to think for herself along the way? Stuff it, she muttered. She upended the contents of the cup into the sink and stood there watching it drain away before she laughed, a glorious and genuine sound that surprised her. Where had that come from? God, when was the last time she had laughed like she meant it? Such a simple act, and by hell it felt good. After stretching again, Lily went looking in the box. Surely there was a sachet of hot chocolate somewhere. Her search ended with her sitting back on her knees, ridiculously angry she didn't have any hot chocolate or chocolate of any kind. She might have to go to Macca's to get a hot fudge sundae. Instead, she found a notebook in her handbag and started to write a shopping list for tomorrow. Hot chocolate was at the top. Take that, sleep routine, she said out loud. Then she laughed again. Idiot, she said, before going back to her laptop. Good morning, Kalgoorlie and the surrounding goldfields. We're pleased to be here with you this morning.
Today is the second day of our inaugural broadcast week. If you don't know, Gold Desert Station 104.2 is the brainchild of Bill Campbell, and he's here today to explain why he has chosen to launch a new radio station for Kalgoorlie. Welcome, Bill. How did you get the idea of Gold Desert, and what has it taken to get the project to this point? She typed a few more questions that Bill had told her he wanted her to ask, a rough script they could work from, then turned her attention to National Missing Persons Week. Her phone vibrated and she turned it over. The security system had sent her a text message saying there was someone at the front door. She tapped on the app and watched as the video buffered. Sam was trying to get his key in the lock. In real time, but over 600 kilometres away, he was unaware that Lily was watching him sway back and forth. He was oblivious that she was sitting at her kitchen table, surrounded by unpacked boxes, her heart feeling like it was going to shatter into a million pieces. "Oh, Sam," she whispered. Putting the phone down, she carefully touched her fingers to her eyes and tried to press away the stinging heat. When she looked back at the screen, he was inside, struggling with his jacket. There wasn't any sound to accompany the pictures, but his mouth was moving. Lily knew he was calling for her, even though she'd told him many times. He'd still forgotten she wasn't going to be there when he got home. It had become too hard to share a house with the man she was separated from. Different bedrooms hadn't stopped her seeing his slow decline, or her heart from breaking as she watched. Now he was slumped on the kitchen floor, his back against the cabinets, head resting against the door. His face was red, and his eyes were too, all alcohol-induced. His face crumpled. "Damn it," Lily said, half of her wanting to delete the app. She'd ring the security company first thing in the morning, tell them she didn't live there anymore. Sam was the one responsible. Take all her access away. She didn't want it anymore, nor did she want to see Sam slip down any further. But if she did that, the other half of her brain told her, then how could she safeguard her broken ex-husband? He wasn't her responsibility, so how did she get over the feeling of duty? To smash the loyalty she still felt? God knows why, after all the times he'd let her down. The break-in had been the last straw. Sam had been in the house, drunk, asleep. He hadn't heard the intruder trying to knock down the bathroom door. He hadn't heard her screams. He hadn't heard the police sirens, or the yelling and wrestling, or the arrest. Sam had been passed out through it all. Now, Sam was lying on the kitchen floor, and there was a puddle of yellow on the white tiles around him. Dear God! Lily stabbed at the screen and made the image disappear. Churning in her stomach made her get up and walk through the house to find the toilet. Leaning against the doorframe, she took a few deep breaths until the nausea subsided. Then she realised she hadn't eaten since early that morning. She tried to tell herself that's why she was feeling sick, rather than the sight of Sam pissing himself on the floor of the home they had built together. Back in the kitchen, she pulled out the packet of ham and the loaf of bread. "And no butter," she groaned. Slapping 2 pieces of ham between 2 bits of bread, she took a bite and stared moodily out through the window. Not that she could see anything. It was pitch black. Where would Sam end up without her? Did she care? Of course she did. Chewing the last of her sandwich, she straightened her shoulders, walked back to her laptop and slammed the lid shut. She opened her phone and deleted the app before putting the phone on charge next to her bed. Working her way through her nightly routine, she finally slipped into bed and lay there listening to the unfamiliar noises. A baby cried from a few doors down, and further in the distance there were police sirens. Dogs barked. The house creaked and groaned as if it was feeling Lily's pain. She tossed one way and then the other, her mind slipping back to Sam. Was he breathing? Had he choked on his own tongue? She couldn't just leave him like that.
Opening her laptop, hands hovering above the mouse, she made herself click on the program. The kitchen came into view. The spot where Sam's passed-out body had been an hour before was empty. A week before.
Max, got a minute?
Max had been packing up his textbooks when he heard his name. When he looked up, Mr. Teague was walking towards him. The schoolroom had emptied out, and Max was taking his time leaving the computing class in the hope he'd see Bree, who should be finishing up family and consumer science. He'd heard his mother grumble about the name. Ridiculous jargon. Why rename home ec? It's still cooking and sewing. Shoving the last of his books into his backpack, Max answered his teacher.
What's up? I've got something I'd like you to do, Mr. Teague said.
Max glanced around, glad most of the other students had left. He hated it when a teacher singled him out. It was as embarrassing as when his mother smoothed down his hair at assembly.
Yeah?
He tried to sound nonchalant.
Tomorrow we've got a bloke coming in to give a presentation on business and technology. He or one of his staff members comes in every year to talk to Year 12 business, tourism and tech classes and give examples of how these subjects are used in real businesses.
Mr. Teague stopped, and Max felt his eyes on him.
I really think you should be there to listen to him speak.
Max leaned back a little in surprise.
Me?
All pretense of nonchalance was gone.
Yeah, I think you'll find it clarifying.
Clarifying? Max wanted to laugh, but the good manners his mother had taught him were too ingrained. Instead, he tried to look interested. He must have failed because Mr. Teague shook his head.
No, stop, Max. I know your parents' plans for you, and yeah, you're talented with figures, so you'd make a great accountant.
Max held his teacher's eyes and saw a message in them.
But this is your life, and you get to choose what you do with it, not anyone else.
Don't reckon that'll go down too well with the olds.
I know this is hard, Max. Being a teenager,
not just a teenager. It's this only child thing. It's shit. They put so much pressure on me. Well, Mum does. She wants me around her all the time and...
All you want is space?
Mr. Teague nodded.
I get it.
No one gets it. Max shoved another book in his backpack with extra force. Angry now.
I do, actually, because I'm an only kid too. My folks were both lawyers.
He gave a smirk.
And I have no interest in courtroom brawling. I love being around you guys, seeing you all grow into adults and helping celebrate your wins, being alongside you when things go to shit, because I had a teacher who did that for me.
Max was looking at his bag when Mr. Teague spoke again.
Come and have a listen to this bloke speak tomorrow. It will be quite inspirational. See if you like what he says. If you don't, go back to accounting. What do you say?
Max felt the weight of his father's expectations on his shoulders and shook his head. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not going to put myself in a position that gives Dad a reason to get angry. Reckon I'll have to skip it this time. Chapter 15. Play it again, Angie instructed Ava. The incident room was quiet except for the humming of a computer. Tim leaned against the desk, his eyes on the large TV screen on the wall. Ava hit play, and a dark image of a boy with a sloping walk came to life. Angie leaned in, hoping for a clear picture of the boy's face. The timestamp told them it was 2:13 a.m., Sunday morning. Okay, now look here. Ava flashed a green pin light onto the screen and hovered it around, drawing Angie and Tim's attention to the edge. This was taken at the top of the main street, close to the Great Northern Highway, a reasonable place for him to be if he'd walked back from the 2-up ring. Car lights appeared. A van came into view. It slowed, but didn't stop, then disappeared out of frame. Ava rewound the footage and pointed at the number plate. As you can see, 2 letters or numbers of the van are obscured, but I've got traffic going through rego records. Might take a little while to work through all the number plate combinations, so don't hold your breath waiting for a silver bullet. But the van didn't pick him up, Angie said. It just slowed and drove off. Why do we need... Wait. Ava switched to a different screen. This is footage taken about 100 metres down the road from a different camera. Still on the main street, though. Now watch here. And it's 9 minutes and 30 seconds after the first video I showed you. As you can see, he's clearly affected by alcohol or drugs, possibly both. It shouldn't have taken him 9 minutes and 30 seconds to walk to where he got to. But he's impaired, weaving all over the place. This time, the van came from a different direction, driving faster and more confidently. It pulled into the curb next to the boy. Angie watched the black and white silent movie, her body on high alert. The boy turned as if someone had called out to him. A hooded figure slipped out of the back of the van, leaving the door ajar. The boy took a step towards the vehicle, putting his hand on the open window to speak to the driver. As he did so, the hooded person came up behind him before quickly throwing something over the boy's head. The boy's reactions were slow and unsteady, but he threw an arm up to try and stop the material covering him. The hooded person was too strong, holding him in a bear hug until the boy stopped struggling. The driver got out, and together they half carried and half dragged the boy into the back of the van, one climbing in with him, the other closing the door and running around to the driver's side. Angie checked the timestamp. The abduction had taken all of 30 seconds. And we're certain this is Max. She wanted to be sure before they went to the Galbraiths with the news. Yes. We've used the face recognition technology to confirm it. Okay, well, we'd better let the parents know. Angie looked at her watch. 8:30 p.m. In the morning. She looked over at Tim. What do you think? I think they should be told now. Angie's body was aching with weariness, yet she knew Tim was right. Okay. Everyone needs to see this at the morning briefing. Max can be escalated from missing to abducted. She paused. He's been gone for almost 48 hours. Have you got this van on CCTV anywhere else? That's the crazy thing, Ava said. The van doesn't go past any other camera I've found, and I've watched all the footage. I've got an alert out on the make and model. My guess is they've gone down a side street to change vehicles. Right. See if you can get a bead on any vehicle that's headed out of town in any direction from 2 a.m. onwards for the next 6 hours. See what that pulls up. She threw Ava an apologetic look. Sorry, I know going through footage is as boring as watching paint dry. Ava shrugged. Part of the job. What do you think happened here? Ava? Tim? Wish I knew, Ava said softly. But I'm worried. An abduction for sure. But as to why? Tim said. We've got a whole lot more questions than answers. You're right. Angie was silent for a few moments. Then she perched on the side of the desk. Can you rewind this again, please? When the first hooded person appeared, she leaned into the screen, watching intently. Let's do it again, she said when the footage had finished. What are you seeing? Tim asked. Angie didn't answer, focusing on the screen. Ava started it again. There, Angie pointed. Ava stopped the video. What are you looking at? Not sure, but... Angie got out her phone, took a photo, then zoomed in on her screen, looking carefully. Moments later, she turned the phone around so they could both see. Can't see any faces, but here. Do you think that person might be female? It's a slighter build. Instead of looking at Angie's phone, Ava played with the computer and brought the image closer. They all leaned in, assessing the features. Bit hard to tell. That hoodie is pretty sloppy, Tim finally said. I'll see if we can do anything to make it clearer, Ava said. Yeah. Angie leaned back, disappointed. Great. Thanks, Ava. Rubbing her hands tiredly across her eyes, she focused on Tim. Guess we'd better go back to see Julia. Ava, you finish up for tonight. As she spoke, the door to the incident room flew open, and a detective Angie didn't know stood in the frame. Excuse me.
Are you Angie Sullivan? I'm Jack Higgins.
Nice to meet you, Jack, Angie said, hoisting herself from the desk. You look like you've got some integral piece of information for me. Do you know where Max Galbraith is?
I wish, Jack said, giving her a smile. But I do have a strange connection for you.
Do tell.
I've just taken a complaint from a Noah Galbraith, the father of your missing teenager, I believe.
Angie folded her arms, her eyes beginning to glitter.
Oh, yeah? About what? Fraud. He's been nipped for $2 million.
Chapter 16. Lily jogged down the narrow alleyway in the pre-dawn dark, carefully looking where she was stepping on the path. Bill had told her it wasn't smart to walk around Kalgoorlie at night, but even though it was still pitch black, 5:30 in the morning had to be safe. Her breath came in puffs and gasps, while the automated voice in her earbuds told her that she only had another minute before she could walk again. Glass crunched underfoot, and she swore as her ankle wobbled slightly. Years of netball had made her ankles weak. Whoever thought it was a good idea to create a game where you run, then come to a dead stop had been mad. The streetlights at the end of the alley gave a little light, but not enough to see where her feet were on the pavement. She saw movement to her left and jumped, then upped her pace. A man emerged from behind a fence and started fast walking behind her. Lily jogged a bit quicker, with a glance over her shoulder. She couldn't see the man now, but she could hear him. His footsteps were heavy and loud in the early morning, while her breath was white and hurried. Something banged hard against the corrugated iron fence beside her, then let out a ghoul-like howl. The noise echoed down the alleyway, bouncing off the fences on either side. Lily swallowed a scream, put her head down, and ran. She ran until her breath was ragged, and she could barely take in another gulp of the frigid air. The dog followed her every step behind the tall fence, howling and slamming its body against the metal, trying to reach her. And all the while, the footsteps behind her kept getting closer and closer. After what seemed like an age, she reached the end of the laneway and was back under the streetlights. She paused, bent over, gasping air into her lungs, until she remembered the steps behind her and shot upright just as a man emerged from the darkness. Lily let out a low moan of fear as he stopped in front of her and smiled. She froze. He spoke.
Don't worry about that dog, he told her. Does it all the time. The local kids throw oranges at the fence and it winds the bloody thing up. Have you seen all the orange trees around here? They're in just about every backyard here in Cal. Amazing. Covered in fruit. I've never seen anything like them before. They're in almost every yard.
Lily took a few steps back and saw that he was in running gear. Maybe not a creep? She heaved in another breath, indicating her chest.
All good. Catch your breath. Name's Jack. Nice to see someone else out running in the dead of night.
Lily puffed. Lily.
Haven't seen you around before. Are you new to town?
Lily glared at him.
Are you trying to chat me up?
Jack blinked.
No, he said quickly. Here in Kalgoorlie, we call this being friendly.
He used his fingers as quotation marks. Then he laughed.
I guess it could seem like that.
With her breathing almost back to normal, Lily put her hands palm up and shook them in an apology.
You and the dog scared the shit out of me. I'm not acting myself. Oh, did I? Jack looked confused. Sorry. I run every morning too. Because you've never been here at the same time, I just thought I'd say hi. Sometimes it's nice to have someone to run with in the early mornings. They can be a bit...
He checked over his shoulder, then looked towards the bus shelter on the other side of the road and tipped his head.
There are days when there's no trouble, and then there are mornings when hangovers make people behave very badly.
Lily followed his gaze and saw a bundle on the seat of the shelter. It took her a few seconds to realise it was someone sleeping rough. 2 empty bottles of Bundy rum were on the ground next to them.
Oh.
Her voice trailed off.
Anyhow, I'll leave you to it. I've got to get to work. Maybe see you tomorrow?
Are you a miner? Lily asked curiously. Is that why you're going to work so early?
Jack shook his head. No, I'm a detective. He touched his finger to his forehead. See you around.
A detective. Wait! Lily found new energy. I'll run with you.
You'd better be able to keep up then.
Jack started to jog. Lily took a few seconds to catch up to him. For a couple of minutes, they ran in silence and in rhythm, each foot hitting the pavement as they took in a breath. It didn't take long for Lily to fall behind. Jack slowed his pace, but she waved him on. Don't let me slow you down. She stopped to walk, and Jack stopped too.
Not much of a runner?
He asked. Lily gave him a guilty look. I'm starting the couch to 5K thing today. I haven't run in years.
I run morning and night. Helps clear my head. Better than meditation, if you ask me. Once you get into it, you'll love it.
Are you not from Kalgoorlie, Jack? Lily asked. He frowned at her question.
What makes you ask that?
Oranges. You hadn't seen them like this before. His face broke into another smile.
You got me. Been here for a few months now. Still getting used to everything.
What types of things do you have to investigate?
Everything. I started in the gold squad, but I'm just floating now. They give me whatever comes in.
Do you like that?
You ask a lot of questions.
Jack looked down at her. They walked together silently, and Lily blew on her fingers. The rest of her was boiling, yet her fingers were exposed to the freezing temperature. Her nose was about to start dripping, and she felt in her pocket for a tissue while she searched for a question that wouldn't give her away as a journalist. Are there a lot of people who sleep rough in Kalgoorlie?
Another question. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a journalist.
Lily smiled, keeping her face deadpan. Why would you say that?
Because my partner asks a lot of questions too, and she's a journalist.
Lily kept quiet.
Yeah, there are a lot of homeless people around, mostly in the town centre. There are times when it's worse, mostly when the royalties from the mines come in. The big issue we have here is drugs. You'd think there wouldn't be a problem because most people work in the mines and there's random drug testing on site. But that's a myth. Drugs are a problem here like everywhere else.
Jack glanced at his watch.
I got to get going.
Hey, Jack, one last question. Since you're a detective, does the name Brendan Cook mean anything to you?
Jack cocked his head to the side. What exactly do you do, Lily?
Giving him a bright smile, she told him. Then she said, But you already knew that. He gave her a thumbs up and started to run.
Don't recognise the name, he called over his shoulder. Maybe see you tomorrow.
Curious, Lily watched him go. He had a steady gait and seemed as if he could run forever. She wondered who his partner worked for, since the newspaper had been shut down and there was only one other radio station, the national broadcaster in Kalgoorlie. She shrugged. All would be revealed in time, and she had plenty of that. Then she got her bearings and started to walk towards her house. It was still early when she slid the key into the lock, but it didn't stop her from picking up the phone and dialing the number of the Department of Communities. She would leave a message, and hopefully someone would call her. Once again, she got the automated response. Instead of staying on the line, as she was encouraged to do by the tinny robotic voice, she hung up and Googled until she found the landline number. Taking a deep breath, she dialed and waited.
Thanks for calling Karen at the Child Protection Agency. I'm away from my phone at present, but please leave a message.
Hello, Karen, Lily said. My name is Lily Carter, and I'm working at Gold Desert Radio Station in Kalgoorlie. I wonder if you wouldn't mind returning my phone call? I'm reporting on National Missing Persons Week, and I'd like to speak with you about Brendan Cook, a foster child who went missing here 12 months ago. She left her number, then pressed the red disconnect button and blew out a breath. As she made herself a cup of coffee, she wondered how she could get information on Brendan. Anything the department had on him would be confidential. Perhaps she could fill out a Freedom of Information request. What would her reasoning be? Had his disappearance been swept under the carpet? Was it a case of police incompetence?
Did someone know something they were trying to hide? Was she chasing a myth? Her phone rang. She looked at the screen, and her eyebrows arched in surprise. "Hi, this is Lily," she answered. "This is Karen," a monotone voice said. "From the—" "Karen, hi. Thanks for calling me back," Lily said. "You're at work very early." Ignoring Lily's niceties, Karen just replied, "How can I help you?" Lily told Karen about Brendan. "I'm trying to understand why his disappearance hasn't been investigated properly. Well, his carer certainly thinks this is the case, and from my research, I'd have to agree. Does the department follow up on kids who have disappeared at the age of 16? Do you have any sway over the police investigation? Is that something you could help me with?"
"All of that information is confidential," Karen answered, sounding bored. "Not only because of their privacy. They are teenagers, not adults. It's intrusive of you to even ask."
Lily was irritated at her tone. Karen was living up to society's expectations of a Karen. Surely the department has a duty of care to all the children it has registered?
"I think that you need to understand that when children come to us, they haven't had the best start in life. Sometimes they're angry and don't like authority. Sometimes kids just walk out of a home and don't go back. When they're 16, they're caught between being a child and a grown-up. But in many ways, they're already treated as an adult. There's nothing we can do, and I won't comment on an individual case."
I understand, but how do you know that Brendan has walked out? Aren't you concerned that the police don't seem to have even looked for him? What if something awful has happened to him and no one has realised?
"I can't tell you how many kids leave the system each year. On purpose. They choose to do so. There are so many. Sometimes they resurface in another town or come to us again through a different office, but often they've just made the decision to make their own way in life. They don't want help from the government or any type of authority, or rather, they don't want to be in the system. They might get job seeker and rent assistance, or something to help them, though."
Lily was stunned. If they go to Centrelink, won't that trigger an alert?
Centrelink is a different organisation to us.
Lily couldn't reply for a moment. Why didn't anyone seem to care about these foster kids? "I'm sorry, but I feel there's so much more to this."
"Do you? How about this? In 2021, nearly 200,000 kids went into care. 1 out of every 118 kids were abused or neglected before they ended up with us. These kids aren't happy ones, Lily. The majority aren't just going to automatically love Sunday family dinners and playing footy on the front lawn with their foster parents. They might over time, but they have to get to the point where they feel secure before that can happen. Most of them resent even being put into a foster home. Our system isn't always perfect. We make mistakes because we're human, and the child might be placed with a family they don't fit into. We're dealing with traumatized kids, and they don't always act as we think they will. Do you see where I'm going here?"
"What I see is that your system is broken," Lily said, infuriated and sad at the same time.
"Maybe that's how you see it, but there are more children who succeed than don't. You seem to want to find the ones that haven't worked out."
Because they've walked out of a home and not been seen since. Lily couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Doesn't this concern you?"
"Of course it concerns me, but what do you want us to do about it? These kids have made their own choices."
"How do you know?" Lily asked. "What if they've been kidnapped? Or worse?" Karen's voice became softer and more melodic.
"That sounds awfully dramatic to me. Brendan sounds like a case of a kid not liking where they were and choosing to leave. Not that I'm commenting on a specific case," she clarified.
Lily snorted. "How do you explain that to Brendan Cook's foster mother? She's been beside herself with worry ever since."
"I wonder," Karen said, "if she told you everything."
Lily blinked. "What do you mean by that?"
"Our investigations can sometimes find out things that aren't made public.
We do investigate when a kid leaves the home, and not every placement is as secure as we like to think. Look, Lily, I can't and won't say anything more, but things are not always what they seem from the outside looking in. Thanks for your interest."
The phone went dead, and Lily blinked again. She looked at the blank piece of paper she had intended to write notes on. She'd been too shocked and distressed at what she'd heard to write anything down. Things are not always what they seem from the outside looking in. Wasn't that the truth? Lily knew that better than anyone. Before Sam had slipped so deeply that everyone was noticing, people used to say how much they wished they had a relationship like she and Sam had. In public, Sam had been so attentive, caring and loving. Once, Lily's sister had even asked if Sam had a brother. "I could do with someone who looked at me the way Sam looks at you," she told Lily one evening. Lily had laughed and said Karen's exact words. Things are not always what they seem from the outside looking in. She tapped her pen on the page. Maybe she should just leave this here, not bother with the story anymore. But in good conscience, she couldn't do that. Could she? Chapter 17. "Good morning, everyone," Angie said. The incident room was awash with shuffling papers and bleary eyes as everyone took their seats. Travel mugs of coffee were even more full than they had been the night before. "I hope you got some sleep last night. Today is going to be a big one. We're escalating Max Galbraith's disappearance to abduction, thanks to this footage found by Ava. Tim and I informed the parents of this development last night." She indicated for Ava to play the vision they'd watched the evening before. "We have confirmation this is Max thanks to facial recognition technology," Ava said. "Shit," muttered Nina, one of the constables, as they all watched Max being bundled into the back of the van. "Thanks, Ava," Angie said. "We discussed the possibility of Max being abducted because of his involvement in the gold swindling that we've mentioned, or whether this could be a kidnapping to obtain a ransom from Noah's business. The other thing that has come to light overnight is that Noah has been defrauded of $2 million. Jack Higgins will speak to that shortly. If this is connected to Max's disappearance, we will have to find the link." She paused and looked at the board with all the details they had so far. The parents could offer no other reason why Max might have been kidnapped. "Tim and I also went through Max's room yesterday, confirming what Bree McRae had told us, that they were planning on leaving Kalgoorlie. Earlier, I had found a packed bag, contents listed here." She tapped on a photo on the board. "The most interesting thing is the cash, $2,000. He wouldn't have left that behind, I'm sure. Bree has confirmed that this is the amount they each received for selling the gold-plated fishing sinkers. $4,000 split between the two of them." Tim was leaning back in his chair with his feet on the desk, listening with his eyes closed. Well, Angie hoped he was listening and not asleep. Ava was in front of her computer looking like she'd never left for the night, and Nina was perched on the edge of a desk, ready to do whatever she was asked. Other uniformed officers were looking at Angie expectantly, waiting to be issued instructions. Angie sipped at her coffee. "What about any dashcam vision? Anything there?" "I'm still waiting for the mines to get back to me, but I've found footage of a group of kids walking south along Goldfields Highway, which would make sense as that's the road that goes past the two-up ring." Ava hit the play button. "They're seen here, walking past Mount Charlotte Lookout. There's 2. She paused and waited for the next one to walk into frame. 3, 5. Another pause. "And there's the last 3. 8 in total. I'm waiting on the technical analyst to zoom in closer to see if we can work out who is who." "Nice work, Ava," said Angie. "This verifies that Max didn't leave with the others." Ava continued. "Overnight, I requested an order to produce for the family's phone numbers and the friends who were at the party on Saturday night. I'm waiting on approval from the judge." As she spoke, Jack slipped into the room, nodded to Angie, and leaned against the back wall, listening. Angie acknowledged him and checked her notes. "Right.
DFES hasn't had any luck overnight. Jonty is putting fresh teams on the ground this morning, but I suspect it's a washout. We'll scale the search back a bit since we've seen the abduction, and I'll put out a media release. We've asked Julia and Noah to prepare a plea for his return. We'll get that televised. A uniformed officer put his head in through the door. Detective Sullivan, Noah Galbraith is on the phone for you. She shook her head. I'll call him back. The officer nodded and left. Are we offering a reward? Not yet, Angie said. For those of you who aren't aware, Pol Air arrived last night. Sergeant in charge is Chris Quinn. She pointed towards the young man leaning against the wall at the back of the room. He gave a wave. Chris will be coordinating grid searches from the air and also using heat-sensing technology. Having not found the van leaving the town perimeters, we don't know where to start looking for Max yet, so any help we can get is good help, Angie told them. As you can hear, she nodded towards the door. There's a bit of pressure coming from the father, while the mother is distraught. I'm sure I don't need to tell you all that we need to do our best to bring Max home with as few scratches on him as possible. She took a sip of coffee, checked her notes again, and muttered, Please, God. Looking up now, she continued, Can we have people checking the motel and hotels in case someone has checked in with an unwilling kid? The door opened and Adam Barlow made an entrance. Sorry, slept in. Bloody kids were awake the whole freaking night. Only reason you should ever be late for work, mate, is if you're getting a leg over, Tim joked, opening one eye. Never again if there's any chance more kids might turn up, Adam grumbled, pulling out a chair next to Nina. General laughter sounded, then Angie cleared her throat. Well, you're just in time to give your report. Adam and Nina, have you got anything from talking to the neighbours and the other kids at the party? Nina took the lead, while Adam was still flipping through his notebook. We talked to 5 neighbours on the street, she said, either side of the Galbraiths and across the road. We've collected security footage from one of the houses and passed that over to Pina to analyse. The others don't have any. They also have high collarbond fencing, which blocks any view of the street and muffles the noise, so they didn't have a lot of information. Angie held up a finger. Oh, that's the other thing I forgot. Speaking of the parents, I asked Patrol to call into Noah's workplace and see if he was there both on Saturday night and last night. He wasn't home when Tim and I went to see them late yesterday afternoon, but he had returned when we went to pass on the news about the abduction, which was about 9 p.m. She paused. The swipe card records, which Noah himself gave us access to, confirmed his card was used, but I'm waiting on either employee verification or security footage to show me it was him using that card. And that brings me to Jack. I'm sure most of you know Detective Higgins. He has some interesting information. Jack? Clearing his throat, Jack filled them in on Noah's fraud complaint, finishing with, We have no idea if the two are related, but it's certainly worth exploring. Does the wife know about the fraud? Adam asked. We don't know yet, Angie said. That's a question for today. One of the times Noah is missing from the house, Jack told them, is when he arrived here to report the fraud. He came twice. He got called away the first time, on Sunday morning, which must have been when Julia called him and asked him to come home because she had realised Max wasn't there, and the second was when we finished the report, and that was yesterday afternoon. There was a general shuffling of papers as everyone wrote down notes. Then Nina took up the commentary again, as she flipped another page. Okay, back on Noah. We spoke to 2 of their neighbours, the Hunters, Fiona and Jerry. They've got a dog, which they walk early in the morning. They said they often see Noah heading off to work before 6 a.m. He always gives a wave to whoever is walking the dog. Fiona only works part-time, after the children have left for school. She reported that Julia Galbraith heads out with the gym bag most days about 9. However, neither of them mentioned seeing Max in the last few weeks. But look, this is Kalgoorlie, and everyone keeps to themselves and minds their own business, which is a great idea, Angie said, until we need help. Chris put his hand up again. Is there anything else I need to know? I want to get the bird up as soon as I can. Sure. I think we've all got enough to go on with anyhow. We'll be on the radio. The group started to break up as Angie went into her office and dialed Noah's number. Yes? Good morning. Mr. Galbraith, it's DS Angie Sullivan. Any more news? His tone was brisk and impatient. Not from last night, but I do have a question for you, which I didn't want to raise in front of your wife. My colleague, Detective Jack Higgins, has told me that you have been defrauded of $2 million. Does Julia know about this, and is there any chance this could be connected to Max's disappearance? There was silence on the end of the phone before Noah said, I can't believe you think the two of these are connected. What type of shit investigation are you running? I'm going to speak to Martin. Get someone else on this. You clearly can't do your job. Heat flooded through Angie. She opened her mouth to give him an earful, then reined herself in. Mr. Galbraith, I find it hard to believe you wouldn't think we'd investigate the two. After all, it's interesting that you reported the fraud on the same day you reported Max missing. My question still stands. Does Mrs. Galbraith know about this? Angie already knew the answer from the way Noah was overreacting. No, she does not. Do you have anything you should tell us regarding either the fraud or Max's abduction that you haven't already? You sound like you think I know what has happened. Can I remind you that I am the victim here? My money has been stolen and my son has been abducted. Angie didn't answer. She waited him out. She counted to 150 before he answered. No, Julia doesn't know, and I don't want to worry her. I haven't got anything more to tell you about either Max or the money. He paused, except to say you'd better get on and find Max before something happens to him. And, Detective, I will hold you responsible if he is not found. Her heart was beating extra fast as she listened to his words, unable to determine if Noah cared, or didn't, about his son. His tone had been flat and unemotional, although in Angie's experience, sometimes that was the only way people could get through psychological hurt. Mr. Galbraith, I appreciate your frankness, but she was speaking to dead air. She sat stunned for a second. Then, in a fury, Angie swept her hand across the desk and papers catapulted into the air and onto the floor. Arsehole, she muttered, her head dropping into her hand. His attitude reminded her of the way Will had talked to her. How had she not seen it before? Her stomach lurched as Will came into her mind. You okay? Angie looked up, her face flaming red at having been caught losing her temper. Jack Higgins was standing in the doorway. Sorry. Come in, Jack. Angie waved to a chair, pushing Will to the back of her mind. She was grateful Jack didn't comment on her behaviour. She reached down to pick up the papers. Just here to offer any help I can give, Jack told her. I'll get out of your hair, but please let me know if I can help. Any info I get on Noah, I'll pass on to you. I'd like to think the two are connected, but it could just be a coincidence. Yeah, Angie said slowly. I can see why you'd say that. She sat silently, thinking through everything she knew. Why don't you join the team? I reckon I could do with another pair of hands. Coincidence or not, there's a shitload of investigating to do, especially since Julia Galbraith doesn't know about Noah's real estate purchase. Jack looked intrigued. I'll see what I can find out. Great. We'll talk again. She glanced at her watch. Meanwhile, I need to prep for a radio interview. Chapter 18. Early Tuesday morning, Smurf woke to an unfamiliar noise. Assassin was already on guard at the front of the humpy, snarling and barking. Remembering the dust and the shots from yesterday, Smurf quickly dragged on a pair of tracky pants and slid his gun into his hand. He didn't care who was out there. They were going to know he was armed as soon as they saw him. Pulling on his sunglasses, he ducked under the makeshift doorway and peered out, keeping against the wall. Heel, he commanded Assassin, who immediately went to his side. By the angle of the sun, Smurf made it to be about 10 in the morning. His head throbbed like a bastard. He knew better than to drink a whole carton of beer by himself. Still, that was how he'd always dealt with stress since he'd come back from the war, and he wouldn't be changing any time soon. Yesterday had been more than stressful. The nightmare, the vehicle near his camp, and then someone letting off pot shots. On his way back yesterday, he'd decided it must have been a molestation employee shooting at a dingo or camel. He'd never laid eyes on the shooter, though, so he couldn't be positive. All he could think was thank fuck the bullets hadn't been aimed at him. Now, standing with his arms crossed over his bare chest, the gun dangling from his fingertips, he assessed the landscape. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and the noise that had woken him had stopped. But Assassin was still tense, so he knew something was off. Bush silence was different to any other silence Smurf had ever known, and right now, everything was too still and quiet. One last sweep around, and he decided whatever it had been could wait until he was caffeinated, because he felt like shit. Back inside, he made an extra strong coffee, grabbed 2 prescription painkillers, and swallowed them without water, pulling on a shirt, and then lay back down on the bed, his arm thrown over his eyes. There, he could reach blindly for his mug and have a sip without having to move much, which was good, because every time his head wobbled, he thought it was going to explode. Despite the hangover, Smurf was still vigilant, and his gun was in close reach. The hot liquid slid down nicely, and nearing the end of the first cup, Smurf thought he might be able to move without pain. He propped himself up on the grubby pillow and took another slurp. Without warning, Assassin sprang to his feet, a low growl in the base of his throat. Then Smurf heard it too. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat up, as the dog snarled and barked again. It took Smurf only seconds to get outside. The sound reminded him of air being disturbed by a windmill or large fan, except it was louder, more intense, and with a weird, high-pitched tone. A sudden cloud passed over the sun, and he reacted, throwing himself on the ground and rolling towards a tree. He felt sticks and rocks beneath his body as he tried to get as close to the trunk as possible. God, this was the second time he'd had to do this in as many days. He was too old for this crap. Opening one eye, he took a breath. Jesus fucking Christ, are you joking? A flock of birds, just a flock of birds, but not just any birds. It had been a couple of years since the green, yellow, and grey budgerigars had been this far out in the bush. He laughed quietly to himself, rolling onto his back so he could watch. Assassin flopped down next to him with a sigh, and Smurf stroked his ears. Thousands of tiny birds, none bigger than his fist, swooped and turned, the massive flock casting a long, deep shadow across the landscape. Together in such a big mob, they ducked and dived, the whooshing beat of thousands of tiny wings amplified as they changed directions and darted across the sky. "Will you look at that, mate? Must be going to rain." He stuffed the gun into the pocket of his pants, watching the birds in awe. "How do they never run into each other?" he asked Assassin. The dog didn't seem to care about anything. Now his owner was relaxed, he was too. Groaning and not sure what hurt most, his head or his knee, Smurf got up and went back to grab his coffee. Outside again, he dragged a chair around with his foot and sat down to watch the birds some more. They were hypnotic. "They chase rain patterns," he told Assassin. "Wouldn't mind if it did drop an inch or two." The budgies swooped once more over the sun, then another swoop for good measure, and finally all of them started to chirp as they came in to land. A crescendo of calls, the cheeps combining in an upsurge of song. Smurf estimated that the birds were about 1 kilometre away from his camp. That would make sense. A creek had carved its way through there after the last big rain, and it still had stagnant water lying in small puddles. The budgies would drink their fill and strut around on the ground looking for seeds and other things to eat. The group might stay for 3 weeks or 2 days. Then one morning he'd wake up and they'd be gone. The gypsies of the sky. "My granny," Smurf told Assassin, "used to shoot the parrots that got into her orchard and make parrot pie.
Nothing got wasted during the Depression. Can you imagine how many birds she would have had to shoot to feed the whole family of 6? Not like there's a heap of meat on their bones.
Assassin looked at him, then slumped down in the sunshine, completely relaxed.
Yep,
Smurf said reflectively, still staring in the direction of the creek.
Parrot pie.
After a few moments, he drained his mug of coffee and got up. When he was sure his leg wouldn't give out from under him, he walked to the woodpile and grabbed some kindling. Once the fire was cheerfully alight, he took out the flour and water and mixed a dough that would become his bread for the next few days. Kneading was therapeutic, and he often went into a trance as he moulded the loaf between his hands. He pushed out the dough flat across his board, then folded in the sides and repeated the action. Again and again and again. As he kneaded, his father's voice came to him, a memory from his childhood.
If you can live off the land, my boy, you'll never die of hunger. See here, now look at this.
That day, his father had shown him a quandong tree with its thin green leaves and bright red berries about the size of a ping-pong ball.
The fruit is bitter, but it'll get you through if you need it to. And here, this is how you trap a rabbit without a trap.
His father had demonstrated dicing up a quandong and then digging a deep hole. He'd placed sections of fruit around the edge and more at the bottom of the hole. There had been 3 rabbits inside the next morning. All this time later, Smurf still remembered that day and the skills his father had taught him. When he'd first shifted out here to get away from everything, he'd used the old bushman methods because he had time to fill. Hours that had dragged on. He needed to keep his skills fresh and his mind off the horrors he'd witnessed in the war. Now he was used to the long days without interruption. He chose to do it the easy way. He went bush every few days and found a roo or camel, shot it, and took the best cuts of meat. Trouble was that the animals got to know what was going on, and as time went on, he'd had to go further afield. Still, he'd never gone hungry. Of course, it helped that he had bulk boxes of 2-minute noodles, tins of braised steak and onions, and plenty of protein bars. There was nothing flash out here, but he wasn't a flash bloke. The bare minimum got him through, and a trip to town was rare, unless he ran out of beer or pain medication for his knee. He finished kneading the damper, coming out of his memories, and moulded it into a loaf. Then he oiled the camp oven and threw the dough inside, covering it with the lid. There were coals beneath the flames now, and he put a few underneath and on top of the oven. He checked his watch. 30 minutes to 45 minutes should give him breakfast. A slight breeze picked up from the north, and from under the tree, Assassin lifted his head and cocked it to one side. He sniffed the air, then got to his paws. Looking around, he took a few steps towards the edge of the camp.
"What's up?"
Smurf asked, taking another sip of his coffee. Assassin ignored him, keeping his neck stretched upwards, nose in the air. Narrowing his eyes, Smurf watched Assassin for a few moments, and when the dog turned around to look at his boss, that's when he reacted. Smurf went to Assassin and put his hand on his head.
"Find," he told the dog.
Assassin cautiously walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps, and then he set off in a lope.
"Oi! Where are your manners? Stop and wait,"
Smurf said, but the dog didn't want to stop and wait. Assassin slowed his pace, but didn't stop. Smurf tried to hurry his steps, but he was cautious. The ground was covered in hazards, roots sticking out of the ground, fallen branches and sticks, piles of bark, too many things for him to catch his foot on and take a tumble. Snakes under the debris of leaves. Despite his training, whatever had caught Assassin's attention was too much for him, and now he shot away, running about 300 metres in front, before stopping at a thick bush and sitting down. He looked back to Smurf and barked.
All right, I'm coming. It can't be that bloody important,"
Smurf grumbled to the dog. He stopped as he caught sight of something. What was that? Cloth of some sort? Had someone dumped some old clothes out here? He turned to check how far he'd walked away from the camp, then looked to the bush where Assassin was still barking at something. "What the fuck?" he muttered, striding with as much purpose as his knee would let him towards the bush. Eyes on the fabric, Smurf wasn't looking where he was going, and as he took another step, he felt his foot tangle with a branch and a long strip of bark. Then he felt himself falling. "Oh no, oh no, no, no," Smurf cried out softly as he landed heavily on the ground. Pain shot through his injured knee, causing him to catch his breath. He lay writhing in the red dirt as Assassin left his post and ran back to put his nose in his master's face. "Get out," he growled. "Just get out until I can work out what the hell has happened." Assassin took a step back and stared down at Smurf, conveying the thought that his boss was being a spoilsport when they could be rolling around on the ground together. "Jesus, it's buggered," Smurf muttered. A couple of times he tried to grab hold of the branches of a nearby poverty bush and pull himself upright, but the pain was too great, sharp enough to take his breath away again. He looked back towards his camp. It was so close, but it was going to take a massive effort to get back there and get the painkillers he kept in case of emergency. Stretching his arm out as far as he could, he brushed his fingers against the trunk of a gimlet tree, but couldn't quite get a grip. Smurf wanted to swear and yell, but what was the point? There was no one to hear him, and really all that would do was take up energy. Assassin had left Smurf on his own and gone back to the acacia bush where he was now sitting, staring into the foliage, ignoring his owner. The smattering of shrubs and trees were blocking Smurf's clear view through to Assassin, but he could see his head. "What have you got there, mate?" Smurf asked, trying to manoeuvre himself so he could see. A few hundred or so metres was a long way when you were in as much pain as he was. Assassin gave the attraction under the bush one last sniff, then ambled back to Smurf. He shoved his nose into Smurf's face and licked his nose. "Sorry, mate," Smurf said, grabbing hold of the dog. He buried his face in his neck. Assassin licked what bare skin he could reach. "Okay, hold still, mate. I need you to help me, okay?" Smurf pushed with one hand around Assassin's neck, trying to propel himself upwards. "Then let's work out what that is over there." The dog's legs buckled under Smurf's weight, but he stood firm while his boss heaved and grunted. It took an age, but finally Smurf was upright, wobbling until he got his balance. He felt uncertainty starting to swirl in his head. Was he losing his marbles, or was it the pain? Had he been out here too long? "You're going to have to help me, you big galoot." He poked at the dog with his hand. "Let me hold on to you." Testing his bad leg to see if he could limp, he was pleased to find that he could put a little weight on it. Then he searched for a sturdy stick to lean on. Assassin, thinking his use was finished, headed back to the acacia bush. "Come back here," Smurf told him. The dog turned his head and looked begrudgingly at him. "I mean it. Get your ass here," Smurf grunted, perspiration beginning to form over his brow, with the effort of trying to move without injuring his knee further. Reluctantly, the dog left whatever he'd found and came back to Smurf and leaned his body against his master's leg. "Jesus," Smurf muttered, the thudding pain causing his eyes to have black spots each time the knee pulsated. Gently, he put one foot forward and then another, finally managing to walk a few steps, then another few. It was a long journey to where Assassin was pawing at the ground, sounding his agitated bark. Smurf didn't make it all the way there before realising that what he thought was coloured fabric was actually a blue and white sneaker sticking out from under the leaves. Not one, but two. Shit! He stopped, staring. Heat ran through his body and then turned to ice. Slowly, Smurf gained another few metres. The sneakers were attached to two legs inside a pair of jeans. Jesus! Shock was turning to anger and building up in Smurf's chest now. He had to make it stop. Shock and anger and PTSD were not friends in his world. Together they made him act irrationally. Who dared do this? Who dared put this body so close to his camp? Who dared upset the peaceful, calm, and secure world he'd created for himself, away from all the death and destruction of war? And how had he not heard this happen? Then he realised. Maybe he hadn't heard it, but perhaps he'd seen it. Yesterday. The dust, the vehicle, the gunshot. Breathe, he told himself. Just breathe. The dog's tail kept brushing against his hand, and Smurf felt himself calming. Something as small as the fact of his dog standing next to him and being happy to be there made his world right. But not for this poor soul in front of him. That person was dead. Dead as Emu was. There was nothing happy or right with the world for them. Chapter 19. Angie looked up at the Gold Desert sign above the radio station entrance and put her hand against the door, trying to wave off a dizzy spell. The Max Galbraith search was far more important than this interview, but she'd committed, and after listening to Lily Carter yesterday morning, which now seemed like a lifetime ago, Angie was sure the woman wouldn't give up until she had shown her face and answered questions. She'd been sorting through how much information she should give out around Max. Julia had told her everything, because she'd said she just needed Max back, and someone listening might know something. But she hadn't cleared it with Martin. Giving a small shrug, Angie decided just to see where the interview went. From the speakers on either side of the building, the Beatles sang Let It Be, and as the song faded, she heard Lily's voice. Welcome back, listeners. I'm sure you remember yesterday when we heard the story of Brendan Cook, the 16-year-old foster kid who disappeared from Kalgoorlie last year. Heidi, his foster carer, joined us on the radio to speak about him. I was very upset when the local police didn't answer my requests to come on the show. Well, I must have ruffled some feathers at the station because during yesterday's program, Detective Angie Sullivan called and said she would be available to speak to us today. In a few minutes, you'll get to meet her. Her tone was low and friendly, but with an edge of seriousness. Angie could understand why people would tune in to listen to Lily Carter. Her voice was like honey, and she appealed straight to people's hearts. Angie pushed the door open and went inside. Checking the name tag on the young woman who sat behind the desk, she introduced herself. Hi, Emily. I'm Angie, she said. I'm here to speak to Lily. Emily's face split into a grin. OMG, you're the detective. She leaned forward, her blonde hair swinging around her thin face. Angie got a whiff of perfume and shampoo. I've never met a detective before. Ah, well, now you have, Angie answered, smiling at the girl's enthusiasm. Come through. I'll get Lily for you while you wait in the green room. They walked past a large photo of a thunderstorm, lightning hitting the red dirt, surrounded by Kalgoorlie bush. In the green room there was a gold-coloured couch, a coffee table with a glossy book about Kalgoorlie, and a bunch of flowers in a vase. Again, Lily's voice filled the room. So, with that introduction, let's have another tune. This time, When You're Gone by the Cranberries. After that, we'll go straight into news and sport, and I'll see you on the other side with Detective Angie Sullivan as my guest. Angie looked around. It wasn't the first time she'd been in a green room, which was a fancy word for a backstage waiting room. There were graphics of old radio sets with large tuning buttons on the wall, so different to the touchscreens and streaming systems of today. The studio door opened, and Angie got her first look at the shock jock. Lily was smaller than Angie had expected, with long, straggly brown hair. Her slim frame suggested she didn't eat much and lived on a diet of caffeine like most journalists.
Detective, I'm Lily Carter. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Angie put out her hand and they shook. Lily, Angie decided, didn't look like the type to cause trouble, but looks could be deceiving.
We're going live just after the news, so would you like to follow me through?
Sure. Have you got some questions in mind?
I have a long list, and if you'd be willing to take callers, that would be helpful.
Angie hesitated. I haven't been in Kalgoorlie that long, Lily, so I'm not sure I'll be able to answer everything, but what I will be able to do is take inquiries back to the station and answer them when I have the information in front of me.
That sounds like a little cop-out to me, Lily said, folding her arms over her chest.
Does it really? I'm offering you something I can give. I can't hand out details if I don't have them. Angie spread her hands out. Surely you don't want me to put incorrect information out into the public. I'm not sure why you have it in for me. I'm here, aren't I? No one else responded. So you said, but here I am. Please give me a little credit. I'm new. You're new. Let's be friends.
Lily humphed. When have journos and coppers ever been friends?
From about right now, Angie told her. I'm happy to work with you as much as I can. I'm sure you understand there are going to be times I can't give you the info you're looking for. But Lily held up a finger.
We're going live in 10 seconds.
Angie stopped talking and picked up the headset that Lily indicated. She pulled it over her ears with a little more force than she'd intended. Troublemaker was at the top of Angie's list for descriptive words for Lily now. Lily waited until the sports news had finished, her fingers poised expertly over the buttons. She played an advert for the business sponsoring the weather, then read the latest bulletin. The maximum temperature was going to be 19, and Kalgoorlie could expect a gentle northeasterly breeze with gusts up to 15 kilometres an hour. She played another sting that led into her introduction for National Missing Persons Week.
Welcome back to Gold Desert 104.2. Here we are in August. Can you believe it? Isn't the year just flying by? August is an important month because every year the Australian Federal Police run a campaign called National Missing Persons Week. And today I have Detective Angie Sullivan from Kalgoorlie Police Station here to talk to us about the hopes for these next few days. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Lily. Thanks for having me on.
Detective, tell us about National Missing Persons Week. Firstly, why is it necessary?
Well, Lily, as you've said in your intro, National Missing Persons Week is a week of national action to raise public awareness of issues around missing persons, to profile long-term missing persons, and to educate the Australian community. We do it every year because we care about the people who are missing. We care about their families and those who love them, and we want to get an outcome for those people. Angie smiled at Lily and continued. I'm sure everyone can see how the disappearance of a loved one brings a lot of heartache to families. Without answers, there's a mixture of hope, but also fear, concern that they might never see their person again. Anniversaries come around, birthdays and so on, and the bewilderment never fades. We have a commitment to those people to do our best to find them. Lily opened her mouth to speak, but Angie kept going. That's why, once a year, we use this week to remind the public that these people who are still missing are loved by families. We also use it to ask for more information. As time goes on, new knowledge sometimes comes to light, or circumstances change, which means people may feel more comfortable about talking to us. So this is when we ask for and encourage anyone with information to come forward.
Detective, can you tell us how many people go missing each year?
In the year 2023, there were 56,000 men, women, and children reported missing across Australia.
56,000.
Lily sounded incredulous. Angie knew it was an act. Lily would have known this statistic from her research.
That's a lot of people.
Yes, it is. And let's not forget that for every person who is reported missing, there's a whole lot of others who are affected by the disappearance. Imagine throwing a stone into a pool and seeing the ripples spread out. The loss of one person affects so many other lives. Angie kept her voice soft and compassionate. It's a delicate subject for the reasons I've just stated, and families don't always know why their loved ones leave.
And why do they?
A myriad of reasons. Domestic violence, debt, mental health. Children run away because they're unhappy. As for where they go, that depends on the case. Many who choose to leave their lives disappear into the larger cities where anonymity is easy to find. It's really a case-by-case basis. Unfortunately, there are also instances of abduction, and they are the cases that make the news.
And Detective, how many of these people are found?
Look, we like to say about 86% are located within the first week. Some of them choose to stay where they are and not come back to their families. But we are able to go to the families and say we've found the person and they're fine, but they're not coming back.
Really? That doesn't sound right, does it? How do families take that type of information?
This is probably hard to hear, but the fact is it's not a crime to go missing. If you've decided to start a new life somewhere else, that is completely your choice. What we do ask is if you become aware that the police are looking for you, please get in touch via Crime Stoppers or your local police station. Contacting us and stating that you don't want to be found as such will ensure the police are able to maintain your privacy. What happens after that is we inform the family that the person is safe but aren't looking to reconnect with their previous life. Angie made sure there wasn't anything threatening in her tone. She'd sat in on conversations when this had been the outcome. She'd seen firsthand the shock, sadness, grief, even anger cross families' faces, and it always shook her to her core.
How distressing. Okay, so what age group is the most likely to go missing?
More than half are in the age bracket of 13 to 17 years old. And I guess that probably shouldn't be surprising, considering the pressures that young people are under these days. Many think that leaving the family is the only way. I'd love to get across that it's not. There are plenty of services that teenagers can access if they need help. The good news is that most of these young people are found within a short time. Unfortunately, some people remain unaccounted for longer than 3 months, at which point their case is considered to be long-term.
Tell me,
Lily's tone was more conversational now.
If teenagers are most likely to vanish, is there a time frame that their disappearance can be reported in?
The moment you realise they haven't come home, Angie answered. You know all those TV shows and movies you watch saying that missing persons can't be reported for at least a day? That is the wrong information. Sometimes people wait that long because they think that's the law. But it isn't. I can't stress enough that the quicker we can get onto the trail, the higher the chance of that person being found. And on the other end, there is no time limit on reporting a missing person. If your loved one hasn't been in contact for 10, 20, 30 years, and you decide you want to make a report, you can, and we'll investigate. Of course, it's a whole lot harder after so much time has passed.
Detective Sullivan, how many of these distressing cases have you worked on?
Unfortunately, numerous ones.
Are there any that stand out to you?
I can't talk to you about specific cases, but what I can say is that although each case is different, all of them are traumatic for the family involved. The hardest part is not knowing what has happened to your loved one. It's like waiting for a medical diagnosis. Once you know what you're dealing with, you can make plans, but the time between the appointment and the answer is pure torture. These families who are still waiting for news are living in limbo.
Has the way you investigate these disappearances changed over the time you've been a detective?
CCTV and dashcam footage is our friend, and so many houses have security cameras nowadays, so we have access to more information straight away than we did, say, 15 years ago. social media, of course. That can help or hinder. But having access to the missing person's profile can often give us a deeper understanding of their personality or who they were in contact with before their disappearance. Facial recognition is also helpful. Angie paused and thought quickly. DNA is another useful tool. We often ask families to provide samples, and these days it's stored on a database that we can share with the relevant investigators and forensic scientists. We certainly are lucky with the gains technology has made, aren't we? Detective Sullivan, what would be your advice to families who have just realised someone hasn't come home? Get in contact with the police right away. The sooner we can start searching, the better the chances of finding them. Right. Angie saw Lily's expression changed and realised she was about to get a curveball. And that leads me to Brendan Cook, who was first reported missing 12 months ago. What can you tell me about that case? As much as I'd love to be able to speak about Brendan's case, as it's an active case, I can't comment specifically, Angie said. I will say that every case I've worked on has had more than 100% effort to find a conclusion, because even the worst outcome brings some type of closure. And I give the Kalgoorlie community my word I will continue to do that here. I spoke with Heidi Caldwell yesterday on the program. That's Brendan's foster mother. I'd like you to hear a little of what she had to say. Lily, her face like stone, gave Angie a smile that would have looked at home on a viper and played the audio Bill had cut while she was speaking with a detective. I'm furious with the police. They haven't done anything. Brendan doesn't deserve to be forgotten. He's someone's child. I only had him for a short time, but kids like these shouldn't be shoved under the carpet and out of sight. And that's what you feel has happened? Absolutely. I've rung the police station every month since he vanished, and every time I get put through to a different person. They can't tell me anything because they haven't seen the file. It's a shambles and an embarrassment. What do you have to say to that, Detective? Again, I can't comment other than to say my heart goes out to Heidi, and I'll certainly follow this up. Lily looked like she was about to interrupt, but Angie kept talking. However, I do have something to ask of the community. Max Galbraith, a 16-year-old male, went missing in the early hours of Sunday morning. We have information that leads us to believe he didn't leave voluntarily. Lily's mouth dropped open, and Angie gave herself an internal high five. Angie 1, Lily 0. We'd like to encourage any community members who have information that they think might help us, however small, to come forward. If they want to remain anonymous, that's absolutely fine. Just call Crime Stoppers. She gave the number and looked across at Lily, who was still speechless. You're not the only shock jock in town, lady, Angie thought. Hang on. Lily had lost her rounded vowels in her surprise. What do you mean by he didn't leave voluntarily? Are you saying there has been an abduction? A kidnapping? It's early days in our investigation. Max has been missing for over 48 hours now. I do want to stress that we have no reason to believe that any other teenagers are in danger, but we'd really encourage everyone to be extra aware of their surroundings and not to walk too far without company at night. When was Max last seen? Max attended a party at the Two-Up Ring on Saturday night. He appears to have walked back into town, where he met up with his abductors. We do hold grave concerns for Max, so again, we're appealing for public help. What was Max wearing on Saturday night? Sneakers, blue jeans and a hoodie. And, Detective, how can you be sure there isn't any danger for anyone else in Kalgoorlie? So far, we haven't come across any evidence that makes us think otherwise. But you can't be 100% sure? Angie paused. Let me reiterate. So far, we haven't got any information to infer that other teenagers are in danger.
However, it's always very important to stay vigilant of surroundings and not to walk too far without company at night. Well, folks, Lily had recovered now. You heard it here first on Gold Desert 104.2. Please make sure you get in contact with Detective Angie Sullivan if you have any information that might help bring Max home, or Brendan. We'll continue to follow both boys' cases, and of course, we are sending our thoughts to the families. Thanks for coming in, Detective. Now, here's Soul Asylum with Runaway Train. A shout-out to all of the missing people across Australia and to their families. We see you. Angie slid her headphones off and waited until Lily was off air. Thanks for having me, Lily. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk directly to the public. She stood up, and a wave of nausea and dizziness overcame her. She stumbled against the desk, and in a flash, Lily was alongside her. Are you okay? Are you sick? What's wrong? Angie took a moment, steadied herself, and waited for the dizziness to pass. I'm fine, thanks. Long night last night, that's all. Lily let her go and signalled to Bill to come and help Angie out. Bill will look after you. Angie was still holding onto the desk. She felt cold, so she sat back down again. She breathed deeply and took the glass of water Lily offered. As she took a sip, Angie could feel the other woman assessing her, just as she had when Lily had first arrived to bring her into the studio. You're looking a little peaky. Are you sure a long night is all it is? Lily smiled properly for the first time. I'm not sure what you mean. Angie saw Lily's eyes cut to her stomach. Confused, she put her head to one side. Being tired doesn't usually make you dizzy, Lily told her. Shock passed over Angie's face. She tried to work out when she'd had her period last. She couldn't quite remember. 3 days before. Bree and Max stood in front of a sandwich board sign that said, We buy gold. There were 2 places in town that bought gold nuggets, and Bree had heard this woman always outbid the creepy old bloke who ran the pawn shop. Plus, for an old chick, she dresses pretty cool, Bree said. Check out her purple hair and those earrings. I wonder how much they're worth. Max nudged her. You're staring, he said. So? Bree huffed. Ready? Got the story straight? Max tried to calm the butterflies in his stomach. Yeah, let's do it. He pretended not to be scared, but it obviously didn't work because Bree squeezed his arm. I'm nervous too, she said. They went inside and stood at the counter, waiting for the old chick to come out and serve them. Max went over to a large set of scales that looked antique. These are pretty wild, he said, nudging one of the arms with a finger. They were my great-grandfather's, a voice said. Max and Bree turned to see a lady smiling at them. Her face was deeply lined and her skin was deeply tanned, yet her eyes were clear and bright, holding a hint of youth. Max had no idea how old she was because her hair had been dyed purple. Bree had been right, though. Those earrings touch her shoulders, and they're gold. What would they be worth? They're really nice, Bree said. She walked over to the counter, her steps jaunty. Max supposed it was because she was trying to act like she did this all the time. It wasn't working. She looked like a cat on a hot tin roof, as his mother would say. The sign says, You buy gold? Bree said. Then she pointed to a name above the counter. Kendall Thompson, buying and selling gold for 50 years. Are you Kendall? I do. Kendall eyed Bree. Then Max felt the weight of her gaze. And I am. Have you got some to sell? Yeah. We were given some for our birthdays last year, Bree lied. Can you tell us what it's worth? Aren't you two a bit lucky? You got prospectors in your family? Max cleared his throat. Yeah, our uncle likes to go out with his detector. He never finds very much, but, you know. I do indeed. Well then, show me what you've got.
I can't wait around all day. Quickly, Max shoved his hand in his pocket and pulled out the bars he'd been carrying. They'd been weighing his pockets down during the walk from Bree's place, and he'd been frightened they might fall out a tiny hole he didn't know was there. He was glad to put them somewhere safe, in front of this lady. They've been melted down. She turned them over slowly, inspecting them carefully. Max glanced over at Bree, who was deliberately not looking at him. The butterflies fluttered so hard he felt sick. What if they were caught? Imagine trying to explain that to his dad, and what might happen afterwards. Even more reason to leave. Kendall leaned down and pulled out a set of digital scales from under the counter and put the bars on the plate. Then she tapped some figures into the calculator next to her and said, reckon I can give you about $4,000 for all those. Not bad for a birthday present. Can you give us $2,000 each? Bree said quickly, then stopped. Sorry, it's just that they're split between the two of us. She pointed at Max, then back at herself. I can do that, girlie. Now write down your name and address in this book here. Why? Max asked before he could stop himself. Bree threw him a withering look. Because she needs to know. Sorry. He let Bree fill out the paperwork and went back to look at the scales. From behind him, he could hear rustling and Kendall's voice counting out the notes. There you are, she finally said. That's your pile, love, and this one's yours. She looked at Max. Both exactly the same. Bree's face was alight. That's a whole heap of money, she said, picking it up and fanning it out. Not a bad birthday present. Does all right, your uncle. Must have a good spot to get that amount of gold. She smiled. Well, don't spend it all at once, you two. Come back if you've ever got anything more to sell. She disappeared into the back room. Max wanted to skip out of the shop, and he hadn't skipped since he was about 5. Instead, he walked calmly outside, with Bree alongside him. They didn't stop. They didn't look at anyone else. They walked shoulder to shoulder, not speaking, until Bree finally said, This is it. We're ready to go. I'm going home to pack my bag. I packed mine last week, Max said. We're going to hit the road before Saturday's party? Max thought about that. He wasn't keen on parties, especially ones where Tango was around, but Bree broke into his thoughts. I'd like to go to the party. You know, just one last time. Max shrugged. Cool. One last time. Chapter 20. Tell me you're not serious. Martin Rogers looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel. You told the community there was a fucking abduction without talking to me about it? What were you thinking? She had no excuse. She wasn't thinking properly. Sorry, sir. The parents, sorry. Sorry? Do you think that's going to cut it? Jesus, Angie. And I don't give a fuck what the parents said. I have to keep this community under control, and you've just told them their kids are going to be abducted. Angie stood up straight. That's not what I said. Martin banged his hands down on the desk. That's all they're going to hear, though. We had to make an announcement at some stage. If we didn't, and another teenager went missing, imagine the outcry. Haven't you heard about Heidi Caldwell, who keeps saying the police didn't investigate her foster son's disappearance properly? We know nothing about what has happened to Max. How can we be sure that whoever has taken him isn't coming back? I thought you were looking into the parents. Of course we are. And on top of that, the father has reported a real estate fraud to the tune of $2 million. Jack is looking into the possibility of a connection, but there's no evidence to tie it to Max's disappearance as yet. It's still so early in our investigation.
All we have is the footage of him being shoved into the back of a van. We haven't traced the owners or been able to identify the two abductors." Martin glared at Angie. She didn't care that he was nearly frothing at the mouth. Her job was to protect the community. She had tried to keep her voice under control, but it was an effort to keep from shouting. Banging his fist on the desk again, Martin shook out 2 Tic Tacs from the container. Then he waved his finger at her. "For God's sakes, next time, give me the heads up." Angie nodded. "Right. Well, you'd better tell me what you have." Martin sat down in his chair with a loud thump. "For starters, we know that Max Galbraith was planning to leave Kalgoorlie. So was Bree McRae. They had a plan. They were going to run away together." Angie shook her head. "No, it was more like they were moral support for each other. He wanted to run off and become a pilot. She wanted to be a cook. They'd sold gold-plated fishing sinkers to help fund their escape." "What?" "They've been meticulous with their planning, but his bag was in his room with the money in it. Other than that, there's nothing of any consequence in his room. His computer is being checked as we speak. Friends have been interviewed. They know nothing. Everything I'm hearing is that he was a quiet kid. Very bright, especially with computers, but unhappy at home. I think the parents make life uncomfortable for him." "What about school? Have we spoken to his teachers?" "We're heading out there today." "Any more CCTV?" "Other than the abduction, nothing of note. And as I said previously, we haven't heard back about the van registration. Ava says that will take some time." "What about the gold sinkers? Have they been selling them all over town?" "It seems like just the once, but we're on it. Perhaps someone is out for revenge for being duped." "Well, find something. And ASAP. Something that's going to calm the fucking community down. Media liaison are fielding phone call after phone call. And if you haven't noticed, there's a steady stream of people coming into the station asking questions." "Sir." "Go on then. What are you waiting for?" He waved his hand at the door. Angie shot out of his office and into the incident room, almost colliding with Jack. "Sorry," she muttered, then stopped as the TV screen on the office wall caught her attention. A banner sliding across the bottom of the screen read, "Breaking news, Kalgoorlie teenager abducted." "Where's the remote for that?" she asked, as the TV camera zoomed in on Noah Galbraith's solemn face. "What station?" Ava picked up the remote on her desk and hit unmute. "GWN, the regional station for Channel 7. Martin came out of his office and leaned against the doorframe, watching the news as the rest of the incident room became quiet. A reporter standing at the front of the Kalgoorlie station, her hair swept back in a ponytail, spoke seriously into her microphone. "Police are searching for a Kalgoorlie teenager, missing since Saturday night. CCTV footage suggests the boy may have been abducted. Parents, Noah and Julia Galbraith, have called for help from the public." "Have they gotten the abduction footage?" Angie demanded. "Not that I know of," Ava said, as the shot cut to Noah. He was dressed in casual clothes, his face and eyes clear, looking like he was asking for help for something minor, rather than a sighting of his son. Behind him, Julia was the opposite. Her eyes were red from crying, her face creased in shock. "And that is why we need your help. Please get in contact with us, or the police if you have any information," Noah said. Julia Galbraith pushed past her husband and stood in front of him. "Max," she said, her voice wobbling. "Maxie, if you're listening, please come home. We're so worried." Noah calmly took the microphone back and put his arm around Julia, pulling her to him. It wasn't a comforting gesture, though, Angie thought. It was a gesture of control. Noah was projecting an aura of authority. "That's right. We are worried. Please get in contact, Max." God, he's such a cold fish, isn't he? Angie said. His son is missing. We haven't got any leads, and he doesn't even look like he's upset. He's not my idea of warm and friendly, Jack said, crossing his arms over his chest. He was pretty blunt and to the point when he came in to see me yesterday, expecting that I could pluck his $2 million out of the air. Can you pull his financial records? I've already sent in an order to produce. His phone records and messaging apps too. We need them for my investigation. It'll be interesting to know. He claimed he was buying a retirement property. Was that it? I wonder if he had other plans. As in leaving Julia and Max? Dunno, but maybe Max wasn't the only one with secrets. Jack got out his notebook and wrote something down, while Angie flicked through her emails. Has anyone got hold of Max's phone records yet? She asked. Yeah. We talked about that this morning, remember? Jack said. We're still waiting for approval from the judge. Angie felt a stab of embarrassment. I really haven't got a read on Noah, she said, looking at Jack. What's your take on him, other than he's not warm and friendly? He's arrogant, used to getting his own way, secretive, sly. Do you think he'd hurt his own child? Jack was silent while he looked at the board. I think, he said slowly, that you can't discount family until they've been 150% cleared, even if everything you're told is double-checked. The cunning in some people allows them to slip through the cracks. Noah is certainly all of that, and he obviously has a tumultuous relationship with his son. But what possible motive could he have? Angie looked at Max's photo on the board and suddenly felt so old and so tired that she wasn't sure she could move. I don't know, but we haven't proved he was at the Goldmac offices, only that his swipe card was used. I've asked for security footage or number plate recognition in the car park, or whatever means to find out if he was there. Nothing has come back to me yet. As yet, we do not have eyes on Noah at the Goldmac offices on Saturday night. I've asked Ava to double-check those times, Jack said, because for at least one of them, he could have been at the police station with me. He gave a small smile. Can't get a better alibi than being at a cop shop. After a moment, Angie said, which is why we should look at him a lot harder. I'll be back, Jack told her, and jogged out of the incident room. For once, Angie was by herself, and she really needed some time alone. The female toilets were just down the hall. Angie made sure they were empty before she went into the stall and locked the door. She kept her back to the wall of the toilet cubicle and hung her head, fighting the tears that had unexpectedly welled in her eyes. There hadn't been time to process what Lily had implied to her at the radio station that morning. The media had gone mad after she'd made the revelation about Max. Then her boss had grilled her about what was going on, and there had been the public appeal from Julia and Noah, which should have been organised by the cops. Martin had every right to be pissed. Still, she didn't regret what she'd done. If anyone looked back over her career, it would be obvious she didn't toe the company line. She always put her victims and families first, and she didn't care what the top dogs thought about that. Now she put her hand on her stomach and pressed gently. Am I really pregnant? Instinctively, she knew Lily's insinuation was right, but, God, she felt sick at the thought. Shit, she muttered. How had she not realised? The queasy feelings she'd been having for a few weeks now should have been a sign, but she'd assumed it was just the stress of the move and learning the ropes in the new job, and she'd never thought about her period because she'd been too busy. Still, there wasn't time to think about the whole debacle now. Her conscience pulled her up. A baby was not a debacle. Her life was. Jesus. She was pregnant with Will's baby. Will, who was having a baby with Claire. Her life was a circus, and she was the clown. The door to the toilets flew open,
and Angie heard the steps of another officer. She rubbed her face and flushed the toilet, hoping she didn't look as if she'd been crying. Because she hadn't been. Not really. That red dust got everywhere, including in her eyes. At the sink, she washed her hands and stared at herself in the mirror. Her decision to move to Kalgoorlie had been about starting a new life, finding a new pathway in her already successful career. She had plans, promotions she wanted to chase. A child had never been on her agenda. And now what? Was she going to be a single parent? It didn't matter that there were all sorts of equal parenting leave. The fact was she would have to take time off, and that would affect any upwards movement. But most importantly, she had never wanted to bring a child into a world where she knew how close evil stood to every person. The toilet in the next cubicle flushed, and Ava joined her at the mirror. "Angie, God, you look like you could do with a week's worth of sleep." Angie smiled and turned away from the mirror. "As you probably could too." "I guess there won't be much rest for any of us until Max is found." Ava stopped. "Do you think we'll find him?" "We'll be doing our best," Angie said. "I love how much you care," Ava said, "and I'm glad you spoke out on air this morning. You've probably been hauled over the coals by now, have you?" Angie gave a wan smile. "If you can't stand the heat, well, you were right." Ava gave an encouraging smile. "Everyone needs to know. I don't know why Martin didn't organise a press conference as soon as we knew Max had been taken." Angie shook her head and rubbed at her face again. "Enough of that shit." She pushed off the vanity and smiled. "But thanks for your support, Ava. It's nice to have you in my corner." Ava cocked her head to one side. "You know, I've met so many detectives who get too hard. I understand it's only because of the things they've seen and investigated, but I'm glad you're not like that. You're tough, but soft enough to care. A good mixture for a D, I reckon." "Oh." Angie felt her face redden. A long time had passed since someone had paid her a compliment. "That's kind of you." "It's true," Ava said as she stretched her back. "Anyway, it's back to the grindstone for me. I'm working my way through Max's bank statements. It doesn't look like there's too much there. He gets paid fortnightly from the takeaway restaurant he works at and spends about $100 a week on himself. You know, food and stuff. There've been no withdrawals or transactions since his abduction." Stopping for a moment, she looked at Angie and indicated that the buttons on her shirt had come undone. "I hate when kids go missing." "Don't we all?" Angie did up her shirt and only half listened as Ava kept talking. "You know, with all the crime there is in Cal, it's no wonder that people have high fences around their yards. I just wish they'd turn their security cameras out onto the street and capture footage from out there rather than just in their yard. Could make our lives so much easier." She gave a bit of a laugh. "I'm not meaning to sound lazy." "Oh." Angie's eyes widened. "The high fences are because of the crime rate?" "Well, I've always assumed that. I guess it's another form of security, isn't it? And stopping anyone from minding your business." Angie thought about that. Interesting." "Righto. I'll see you later," Ava said, giving Angie another quick smile. "I'm off to get a bite to eat before I head back to work." Angie walked out and headed for the incident room, consciously pulling her hand away from her stomach. She couldn't let anyone know she was pregnant until she found out if she actually was and decided what she was going to do. Imagine the gossip and sly looks when it got out that both she and Claire were pregnant, and Claire and Will were the couple getting married. Debacle. Too kind of a word for it. Shit. 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 Her phone rang and she looked at the caller ID just as she heard Jack call her name. "Angie, wait up." Jack was walking fast down the hall. "Jack," she stopped with her hand on the doorknob, waiting. "I've got to take this call." "Bree McRae's aunt, Leah, is waiting to see us." "Why?" "Bree hasn't come home." Chapter 21.
Do you think something like this has happened before? Lily asked Bill. I mean, think about it. Brendan Cook went missing last year. No sign of him. Was he abducted and the police missed it? Sounds like the only reason they've put 2 and 2 together regarding Max is they have footage of him being bundled into a van. So has the same thing happened to other kids? And they've slipped through as well? Movement outside of the studio window caught her eye, and she got up to look. Here we go. The circus has arrived, she said. First of the national press. Outside the police station, film crews from 3 different TV channels were setting up their cameras. A dark-haired journalist holding a microphone was attempting to stop people in the street and speak to them. Lily watched until the reporter had been told to piss off 4 times and then escorted to the edge of the street by an officer. She shook her head and went back to her desk. Surely there's got to be an article on Brendan somewhere, she said to Bill, who was flicking through the pages of an old newspaper across the desk from her. I mean, he didn't just vanish into thin air. Someone has to know something about his disappearance.
Well, Brendan Cook's disappearance caused a small amount of media attention. Nothing like Max, but they're 2 different cases. Like you said, there's vision of Max being kidnapped. Bill leaned back in his chair. I wonder if the information you've been given by Heidi Caldwell is a bum steer. Maybe she's got an axe to grind with the coppers over something completely different. I mean, that detective who came in here earlier didn't know anything about him. Perhaps he was found and asked not to be brought back to Kalgoorlie and is happily living a new life elsewhere.
Angie didn't say that no one at the police station knew anything, only that she was new and would have to look into it. And Heidi's quite adamant that the police didn't investigate enough or care enough. Lily tapped a pen against her lips. And you know, Bill, I can see why they wouldn't. A troubled teenager, foster kid, 16. These are the kids that always slip through the cracks because they're on the cusp of adulthood. Difficult to deal with. The courts have trouble knowing what to do with them too. I think caring about them would be difficult.
Yeah, well, I'm not convinced there's a pattern. Our friend Google hasn't thrown up any hits on other missing kids from around Kalgoorlie. Only those young boys from up north who haven't been seen for a few years. Poor bastards. They'll be dead for sure, unless you live there. No one can understand how tough that country is in summer. Sometimes gets over 50 degrees and there's bugger all natural waterholes up there. I've driven through country that is just red rocks and baking ground.
Is it like that here? Lily asked.
In a different way.
Bill shrugged. He looked down at the newspaper in front of him and turned another page, still searching for Brendan's name. The brochure never said anything about summer being like hell here, Lily said with a mischievous tone. You told me it was all wildflowers, frosts, and magic sunsets. Have you lured me here under false pretenses? Bill closed the newspaper and stood up.
There's always 4 seasons, Lily, or 6 according to our Indigenous friends, which is probably more on the money. Want anything from the cafe?
Lily rested her chin on the palm of her hand and grimaced. No, thanks. Look, I reckon I'm still going to try and follow up on Brendan Cook. My gut tells me there's something here.
Be careful what you hear when you listen to your gut. Sometimes it's nothing but the shits, Bill said. Be back in a minute.
Lily rolled her eyes, still pondering over why there was only one small story on Brendan in the papers. She wrote down the reporter's name and made a note to send her an email just to check, then pulled out Detective Angie Sullivan's business card and looked at it for a long moment. Should she call her? Would Angie answer? Stretching, Lily decided she needed some air to think clearly. Outside, a lazy desert wind blew down the street, lifting her hair and raising goosebumps on her skin. The group of reporters were gathered in a tight circle now, drinking coffee and looking as if they were ready to pounce on anyone who walked out of or by the police station. Shivering under her jacket, she stood in the street and looked around her new home. It had only just gone midday, and the bottle shop next door was already buzzing with customers. Further down the street, trees bent over in the wind,
while cotton wool clouds flew across the sky. A desert wind never meant rain, only freezing conditions. A ute turned the corner, its rattling exhaust catching her attention. The left-hand blinker flicked twice, as quickly as it should, and when the ute pulled into the angled parking, the brakes squealed. As with every other vehicle Lily had seen, it was coated with a fine layer of red dust. Yet on this one, the door on the driver's side had a deep dent in it. She stared as the window was wound down and a hand reached out to find the outside handle and pull it open. A few moments later, the door screeched and let out its occupant. He was tall and solid, a battered cowboy hat on his head. Denim jeans looked as if they'd been washed in water mixed with dust, the blue tinged with red, and a jacket that was thick and warm. He walked with purpose, and Lily put him at about 30, a young and good-looking 30. As he got closer, she saw that his skin looked like it had been stained red from the dust, and his chin had a 5-day stubble covering it. He walked past her on his way to the liquor shop, smiled and raised his hat. "G'day," he said. "Looks like a bit of a party over the road."
"Hyenas, I think, is a better word," Lily said with a nod. "Or vultures."
"What are they here for?"
"A teenage boy has been abducted. Everyone is looking for the scoop," Lily explained.
"Glad to live in the middle of the bush then," he said. "Have a good day."
He lifted his hat to her again, and Lily grinned in pleasure at the old-fashioned mannerism. "You too, my friend," she said. "You too." She watched his back for a moment with his swagger walk. He looked like he'd stepped out of Yellowstone. His shirt had something written on the back, but she couldn't quite make it out. Beyond something. Nothing that hinted at who he was or why he was here. Bill stepped out of the cafe next door.
"You okay?"
he asked as he sipped his coffee.
"Reckon the cafe owners are going to do a roaring trade with these buggers."
"Journalists live on adrenaline and caffeine," Lily said. "You know that." She pointed to the man she'd just spoken to. "He looks like a cowboy. I didn't realize there were farms close by to Kalgoorlie. I know I drove through the wheat belt on my way here from the coast, but the country hasn't looked like farming land for at least 100 kilometres. Bill looked in the direction of the departing man.
"There's a lot of cattle and sheep stations north and northeast of here. Not a whole heap of stock left anymore because there's been a lack of rain and the wild dogs are a menace. Some of the stations have sold out to mining companies and others have just put themselves in care and maintenance until it rains again. And some have even gone into tourism to try and make ends meet. Got to give it to those graziers. They always let their mind out for a wonder when they're doing everything to save their land."
"Let their mind out for a wonder," Lily repeated, her smile stretching even further. "I guess that means thinking outside the square in the normal English language." Bill laughed.
"I guess you're right. Anyhow, Lily, you'd better get your English correct. They're called stockmen in Australia. Cowboy is an Americanism."
Lily blushed. "Too much TV for this old girl," she said. "Stockman, right. They might make an interesting interview subject for the show. Do you know anyone I could talk to?"
"Let me think about it and I'll get back to you." He gave her a mischievous look. "Maybe you could run after him, shouting your questions."
Lily smiled and shoved her hands in her pockets. "Not today." Bill gave her a wave and headed towards his car. Bringing up Google, Lily typed in Kalgoorlie Stockman and waited for the results to load. The search threw up a couple of hits that weren't what she was looking for. A LinkedIn profile for a Grant Stockman, Kalgoorlie, and a list of Anzacs who had lived in Kalgoorlie at the time of World War I. She flicked past them and then found an article in a magazine called Bushcraft and Survival. Meet Sean Smurf Murphy, Vietnam vet turned stockman for molestation. There was a photo of an older man with a rifle slung over his shoulder, staring straight at the lens of the camera. The backdrop was red, just like Kalgoorlie country. At his leg was an Alsatian, ears pricked and ready for whatever command his master gave. The caption read, "Smurf and his dog, killer."
Lily felt a chill run through her. The man looked sinister, and with a dog called Killer, well, that probably told her everything she needed to know. She skimmed the article. Smurf lived on Muller Station and had worked there since the end of the war in 1975. He was an excellent stockman and bushman. His father, also a serviceman, had taught Smurf his survival skills, which he'd cemented by living off-grid. His four-wheel driving skills were legendary and his hunting skills unrivalled. Apparently, he was as good as any Aboriginal tracker. Oh, this was the sort of person she wanted to interview. But how to find him? She saved the link and made a note to Google the contact details for the magazine. Maybe that would help her find Smurf. Or maybe Muller Station would have a forwarding address. Off-grid people were notoriously hard to find. Hey, wait up! Lily looked up to see who was speaking. Further down the street, a young woman was waving at someone. The cowboy, no, stockman, who had walked past earlier. She was running after him with a backpack on her shoulder and carrying a plastic bag. "I'm coming," she called out, and continued to run to meet her friend. The stockman waved back and stopped, and Lily made a snap decision to call Detective Angie Sullivan as she started to walk. She always thought better when she was moving. Lily expected to get her message bank and was surprised when Angie picked up. She paused, then introduced herself. "Detective, I'm wondering if you've managed to find any information on Brendan Cook yet?" "I have made a note to follow that up, Lily," Angie told her, "but I'm a bit under the pump right now. Give me a ring tomorrow and I'll see if I can have something for you by then." She paused. "You are the only journalist in Kalgoorlie who has my number, so you'll be the first to know when I have anything I can pass on." Surprised, Lily said, "Well, that would be great. I have to say, Angie, most detectives play their cards very close to their chest. You don't seem to be like that." Angie gave a soft laugh. "Well, Lily, the difference is I don't see you as the enemy. In the city, that's what happens. But I'd rather have a good working relationship with you, so you can scratch my back and I can scratch yours when needed. How does that sound?" "Like a great idea?" Lily was smiling now too. "You said you hadn't been here long." "A few months. I only moved here on the weekend." Lily caught sight of a pink building and realised she was walking past the last operating brothel in Kalgoorlie. The others had been turned into restaurants and hotels in recent years. "Oh, well, you're still totally wet behind the ears. How are you finding it?" "Great. Better than I thought." She didn't mention the fear she'd felt on her early morning run. It seemed silly in the light of day. "Yeah, me too. Anyhow, I'd better get on." "Before you go, Angie, could I ask if you've ever come across the name Sean Murphy? I think he goes by Smurf." "Not a name I immediately recognise. Is there a reason you're asking?" "Yeah, I'd like to interview him. He's a survivalist by the sounds, and I think he'd make for interesting listening. I'll ask around and let you know." Lily blinked. "Thanks very much, Angie. I really appreciate that." She paused. "Look, I'm sorry if I overstepped the mark with my comments about your—" Hesitating, Lily wondered what the right word was. "Your personal life." "All good." Angie sounded dismissive. Clearly she didn't want to revisit that conversation. "Listen, I've really got to go." "Okay, well, thanks again," Lily said. She put the phone back in her pocket, shaking her head in amazement. Angie was nothing like the stuffed shirts working out of Perth. Walking back around the block, Lily headed back towards the office, feeling revitalised. As nice as Angie's phone call had been, Lily didn't want to wait until tomorrow for more information. Missing Persons Week was still active, and she really should strike while the iron was hot. Maybe she'd visit the other radio station and see if she could find someone there who remembered Brendan's disappearance. Her phone beeped with an incoming message. A river of cold water splashed over her as she looked at the name on her screen. Sam Carter. "Hi, just checking in. All good?" Blowing out a breath, Lily shook her head Sam was acting as if nothing had happened, that they hadn't separated, that he hadn't kept drinking too much, that he hadn't passed out drunk on their kitchen floor last night. Not that he knew she'd seen that. Deciding not to reply, she put the phone back in her pocket, then instantly brought it back out again. This time, she typed in the name of the detective she'd met on her run. Jack something. Hunter? Higgins. If he had a journalist as a partner, he might be sympathetic towards her too. Then she groaned. Jack would probably give his partner the breaks, but he'd been here longer than Angie and might know more. About everything. Something niggled in her mind as the Google search opened to the ABC online news site. Journalist shot in Kalgoorlie, not expected to live. Lily's eyes widened as she read on. Zara Ellison, disgraced journalist working for Kalgoorlie newspaper, The Prospector, suffered life-threatening injuries in a gunfight approximately 100 kilometres north of Kalgoorlie today. Her partner, Detective Jack Higgins, who was also at the scene, has been removed from the investigation and is at her bedside. Whoa! Bill had told her about this, but she hadn't realised it had been so dramatic. Lily looked towards the police station, wondering if Jack was inside now and if she could talk to him. Then she noticed another 2 journalists arriving. Max's disappearance was making national headlines, but she didn't care. Those journos weren't going to get much. Lily was the one who would break this story, with Angie's help. Chapter 22. When did you see Bree last, Leah? Angie leaned over the table, her heart pounding harder than usual. She assessed Bree's aunt. Short, dyed dark hair, plump. Leah looked more uncomfortable about the fact that she was in a police interview room than that she hadn't set eyes on her niece for a while. Yesterday morning, before she went to school. She was talking to someone on the phone. I'm sure I heard her in her room last night, but maybe I didn't. I certainly didn't see her at dinner, but that's not unusual because she works and I never really know her roster. Leah's hands were constantly moving as she spoke. I've been into her room and there's some clothes missing and a bag. Okay, I spoke to her yesterday afternoon, so I guess the longest she could have been gone is about 18 hours. Angie arranged her notebook on the table in front of her and put her chin on her hand, watching Leah. She also had an eye on Jack, who was sitting slightly back from the 2 women, a notebook balanced on his knee. Okay, Leah, what you need to know is that we're taking this seriously, but I must tell you that in the conversation I had with her, Bree told me she and her friend Max were planning on leaving Kalgoorlie to look for work. Yeah, and I reckon that's what she's going to do. But she can't. She's not old enough to be on her own without a legal guardian, and I'm that. Leah pulled a large tote bag onto her lap and reached inside. She brought out a piece of paper and waved it at Angie, then at Jack, who reached out and took it. She left a note? Angie asked. You didn't think to give us that when you first arrived? Dear Auntie Leah, Jack started to read. I'm over Kalgoorlie, and now that Max has gone, I don't want to stay any longer. I've headed off with some friends, ones who you don't know. They're picking me up, and I'll be well looked after. Don't worry about me. Can you tell Mum and Dad I'll be okay, and I'll be in touch later? He finished reading and glanced across at Leah. Angie reached out for the page. Is this Bree's writing? She asked, looking at the loopy round letters. Yeah. And you know who these friends are? Of course I bloody don't, Leah snapped, looking up. She said I didn't, so how could I? Okay, Angie soothed. I have to ask these questions so I get an understanding of what's going on. Tell me about Bree. What's to tell? Leah said heavily. She's a teenage girl who thinks the world revolves around her and that no one else has any worries or troubles. I can't believe she'd be so selfish as to do this, especially with her parents in jail. They'll be coming out soon and expecting her there to meet them. Why do you think she's selfish? Jack asked. Well, obviously she could have just told me what she was doing and where I could find her rather than running away. Left some forwarding information. Jack leaned back, assessing Leah, who dropped her eyes.
Do you get paid to look after Bree? He asked.
What's that got to do with the price of eggs?
Information gathering, Jack answered. Do you? Angie watched the back and forth like a tennis match.
Yeah, I get paid to look after her. An allowance.
And because you'll now have to tell her parents in the department, I suppose that will stop? Leah chewed the inside of her cheek but didn't answer. Jack leaned forward, speaking quietly. You know, it would be fraudulent to keep collecting your carer's allowance if Bree wasn't living under your roof, don't you?
Of course I bloody do,
she huffed.
but she might come back, or you might find her and bring her back, so there's no point in saying too much just yet.
She brought out a packet of cigarettes and played with them on the table.
God, don't know why I even said I'd take her in.
What did Bree usually do after school? Angie asked.
She worked.
Where at? Jack asked.
At the local Macca's.
Did she enjoy it? Did she get along well with her work colleagues?
How the hell should I know? She never said.
You didn't ask? That seemed to Angie like the first question she would ask her child when they started a new job. Instinctively, her hand strayed back to her belly. Then she shifted it away, hoping no one had noticed.
You obviously don't have a teenager, Leah snapped. They never tell you anything, even if you do ask. They're more likely to send you a text message even when you're both in the same house.
Angie smiled gently. Well, it's good you've come to us, although I'm not sure there's much we can do. She's left you a note, and there doesn't seem to be any reason for concern. She paused, checking back through her notes for the other teenagers who were at the two-up ring party. Other than Max and her boyfriend, Tango, who were her friends? Leah raised a shoulder.
Not sure on all of them. Those two were the only ones who used to come to the house, Tango and Max.
Leah took out a cigarette and lit it up. Angie froze, wanting to run out of the room, but she couldn't. Instead, she put her hand over her stomach as if she could protect her baby. Could I ask you to put that out, please, Leah? It's against the law to smoke in an enclosed space. Leah inhaled deeply again, glaring at Angie through the blue haze, then crushed the cigarette out and turned her head to blow the smoke away from them.
Look, the only reason I came to tell you was 'cause Max has gone too, all right? I don't need any grief from you lot. Checking on me and what about her allowance and such?
She scowled at Jack.
I thought I was doing the right thing by coming here, but you're making it sound like it's my fault she's shot through.
Leah started to stand. Sit down, Leah. We're not trying to make this hard for you, and we certainly appreciate the time you've taken to come and speak to us. Angie held her hands up in a "what can you do" gesture. In some ways, our hands are tied. You've got a note from her, confirmed it's her writing. She said she'd chosen to go with friends. It's not a crime to leave home, and there isn't a law about how old you can be if you want to. Leah gave them both a death stare. Angie sighed. What about her phone? Did Bree take that with her?
Don't reckon she'd go anywhere without that bloody thing. She was always on it when she's holed up in her room. Sometimes I hear her talking late into the night.
Jack leaned forward. That's interesting. You mentioned she was speaking on the phone when you first came in. Most young people don't talk on their phones a lot. Nowadays they tend to send messages or Snapchat each other. Did she use the phone for calls often? Do you have any idea who she was talking to? Leah turned to look at him, a sneer on her face.
If you know so much about teenagers, you'd know they tell adults fuck all, as I said before.
Leah, please, Angie said quietly.
Fine, I just assumed she was talking to Tango. Boyfriends and girlfriends still communicate on the phone, but no, I don't know who.
Leah crossed her arms and slumped in her chair. And you've tried to call her?
Message bank.
Jack nodded and pushed over his notebook. Write her number down for me, please. Leah leaned forward and took the pen, while Jack dug in his pocket for his phone. Did she have a laptop or anything else she could communicate on? Angie asked.
An iPad. For school. And before you ask, no, I don't know where it is.
Jack dialed Bree's number and kept the phone to his ear, so Angie kept her eyes on Leah. Have you been through her wardrobe and looked for clothes missing?
I just said that, didn't I? Leah stopped when she saw Angie's expression. Yeah, I reckon she's just about cleaned out her room. Here, I took some photos. Leah picked up her phone and opened the camera app before turning it around and handing it to Angie. Message bank, Jack said. You didn't really think she'd answer? Leah asked. Jack shrugged. Stranger things have happened. Angie swiped through the photos, noting the empty drawers. Bree's bed was still made up, and there were a few items of clothing hanging in the wardrobe. On the bedside table was a blue exercise book. Handing the phone to Jack, she asked Leah, Did you have a look in the exercise book? Leah shrugged. Nah. Okay, we'd like to come and have a look at her room. Do you have a recent photo of Bree? Jack gave the phone back to Leah, and she flicked through the photos. Here's one, she said. What's your number and I'll text it to you? Angie recited her number, then slid a card across the table. Here's my contact details for you to keep. With your permission, I'll use this photo and we'll put out an alert for Bree. It'll say we're concerned for her welfare and ask anyone who has seen her to call us. What? Leah snarled. This is more than concerned for her welfare. She's gone. Run away. You've got a letter to prove it. What about Max? The news is saying he's been abducted. So how do you know this isn't related? That's why I came in. Leah, it seems to me that Bree has chosen to leave your home and been quite open about it. She left you a note and told me quite clearly that's what she intended to do. That's entirely different to being abducted. She gave Leah a kind look. To be honest, when I spoke to her, I didn't think she still had those plans. Otherwise, we would have kept a closer eye on her. What's your relationship with Bree like? Leah stared at Angie and, for a while, it seemed like she wasn't going to answer. Angie already had an idea and she suspected Jack had the same thoughts. Sometimes foster kids were only in houses so the carers could receive the benefits. That was all that mattered to them, not the kids' welfare or that they had a safe and secure home. Just money. Jack leaned forward. Could you answer, please? Leah tossed her hair, then wiped her eyes. She's a good actress, Angie thought. We had our moments, she said defensively. Bree was a thief. She was always nicking something of mine. Money, clothes. Drugs? Angie asked, even though she already knew the answer. Yeah, she did that 4 or 5 times. Leah seemed unapologetic. Mostly she did as she was told and cooked when she was asked to, but I wasn't home a lot. I got to work, you know. Kids take a lot of money to look after, even with the extra that comes in, and I was only having her for my sister, said I'd help her out. And is your sister paying you to look after Bree, or is it the government through the private fostering program? Leah snorted. My sister's got stuff all money. They've injected it all. Okay, so the government. There's a carer's allowance. Not that it's a lot. Only $550 a fortnight and a tiny bit towards her schooling. Do you have someone who comes and checks on Bree through the foster care program? Out here in the sticks. Don't be daft. They're just happy there's another kid in a safe house. Not that you lot care, obviously. Leah stood and let herself out of the interview room. Angie looked over at Jack, who was still writing notes. We need to put an alert on Bree's bank account and get hold of her phone records, please. See if we can find which phone tower she pinged off last. At least then we'll know a direction she's headed off in. I agree, Jack started, but Angie spoke over him. I know. There's a letter saying she's leaving, but I think we should do that just in case, even if it's only to cover our asses. I'm sure there's not anything untoward going on with Bree, but let's do it anyhow. Angie sighed and took a long sip of water, then stopped and laughed. Sorry, I just realised you agreed with me. I just assumed you wouldn't. Why? Jack looked puzzled. Oh, I don't know. I've had to explain my thinking a lot on previous cases. Jack's phone rang and he looked at the screen. I have to take this, he said, but I'll be right back. Angie nodded and headed out of the room, giving him some privacy. She heard him answer as she clicked the door shut. Hi, Zara. Sorry I haven't called you back. How are you? There was a pause before Jack said, "I'm hoping to get back soon, but I have to tie up some loose ends here, hopefully in the next couple of weeks." Another pause. "Yep, I've caught another case that I need to finish, or at least get a majority of the investigation done before I can hand it over to anyone. How's your arm today?"
Chapter 23. In the supermarket, Lily picked up 3 potatoes and a bunch of broccoli, put them in her shopping basket, then circumnavigated the shop until she found the meat section. She chose a packet of chicken breasts and headed for the checkout, double-checking she'd collected milk, her favourite Asian sauce, and a packet of noodles. Looking around, she was struck by the difference between this shop and the ones back home. This one was louder than the ones she was used to shopping in. Parents yelled at their kids, who screamed up and down the aisles. One little boy pushed a red tractor along the floor, continuously ramming it into the shelf, while his mother picked out tins of spaghetti and baked beans and ignored him. At the exits, security guards stood watching the humdrum activities inside, ready to act if someone left without paying or created a disturbance. The self-checkout line only had 3 people in it, so Lily waited until there was a free register and quickly put her items through, pausing impatiently for the receipt. She wasn't sure if the guard would ask, but she wasn't leaving without it. "You know you're making people lose their jobs by using the self-checkout," someone said loudly from another row. Lily ignored her and kept scanning her items. "Should be keeping people in work." She was not about to engage with a stranger, not when her phone was ringing and she knew it was Sam. Her phone vibrated 3 times while she did the quick snatch and grab. Every time the screen showed her ex-husband's name. He'd gone from texting to ringing with no message to ringing and leaving a message. Whatever he wanted couldn't be that urgent, yet she felt a tug of anxiety in her chest as she loaded her one bag into the car and opened the driver's side door. Was he okay? Did he need her? Putting the phone on the dash, she looked at it and blew out a breath. Perhaps if she stared at it hard enough, it might give up the information without her having to hear his voice. God, how she hated this emotional tug-of-war. She should be kicking him to the curb. He wasn't her child. She didn't have to feel responsible for him. He'd been her husband, and now he was her ex. Somehow, though, after everything that had happened, a part of her still loved him, or at least cared too much. And she wished she could help him. He'd certainly hurt her, almost to the point of abuse. One of the police officers who'd come to that house that night had pointed out. Though it was Lily who had chosen to stay married to him. After all, it was for better or worse, wasn't it? Did worse include her husband being too drunk to protect her when a raving lunatic broke into their home? The phone rang again, startling her from her thoughts, and she snatched it up, holding off answering it while she checked the caller ID. Sam. Of course. The decision was made for her when the phone started to slip from her hand and she accidentally touched the green button. "Oh, no," she groaned softly. "What? Hello? Hello?" Sam's voice sounded like he was a long way from the speaker. Swallowing hard, Lily put on her best upbeat voice. "Sam, what a surprise." "Hey, baby, why such a surprise? Where are you?" Lily blinked, then focused on the background noise. Music pumped out of an unseen speaker, almost drowning the laughter out. "Where are you?" she asked. "At the pub. Thought you might come and pick Dan and me up. We tried to get a taxi and the stupid prick won't take us. He said we're too inebriated." He slurred the last word. Cocking her head to one side, as she pressed her lips together, she chose her words carefully. "Sam, you do remember I told you I was moving to Kalgoorlie, don't you?" "Of course," he said without hesitation. "But you didn't mean it. I mean, who would want to live out there with the mining trucks and high vis?
Bet there's no decent restaurants there. And God, all the dirt. Ugh. Sounds like my idea of hell.
This time, Lily clenched her fists. Sam, she said sharply, I've been gone for nearly a week. I haven't been in the house for the same amount of time. You can't tell me you haven't noticed that all my clothes and bedroom furniture have gone, along with my mother's things, can you? Surely not. Her voice cracked, and she tried to cover it with a cough. She ran her fingers up and down her jeans, watching the fabric turn from one shade of blue to a darker one as the pile flipped over. He had to care a tiny bit, didn't he? There was a silence, and few whispered words she couldn't make out. Then Sam was back on the line.
Yeah, I've noticed. Now look, how long before you can come and pick us up? We've got a court date tomorrow and we...
Sam! She spat the word like a bullet. Sam, I'm living in Kalgoorlie. I'm 6 hours from Perth. I'm not coming to get you. She fumbled with her phone and put it on speaker. Here, I'll order you an Uber. Get it to take you home. Dan can sort himself out.
An Uber? Now, darling, you know what I think about.
Where are you so I can put the address in? She spoke over the top of him.
Good question. Where are we, Danny boy?
The noise of the bar was so loud now, it blurred as she waited for Sam to answer.
Yeah, I'll have another one. Thanks, mate.
Sam's voice was clear now. Sam, Lily called out loudly. Sam! He didn't answer her, but said to someone else,
No, it's fine. One for the road.
Sam! She jumped and gave a little scream as someone knocked on the roof of her car and a face appeared at her window. Oh my God! She reached for her keys that were in the ignition, desperate to start the car before the person ripped her door open. Are you all right in there? Lily's eyes slid to the window, and this time she clocked the uniform. You all right, love? A woman who filled her uniform out to the point of bursting was leaning down, checking her car. I could hear yelling. Relief caused her shoulders to slump, and she wound down the window. Sorry. Yes, I'm fine. She looked at the phone. I'm just trying to get through to my... She paused. Dipshit of an ex-husband. The noise from the bar came through the speaker. The security guard let out a large belly laugh. We all got one of them, love. She stood up, but then looked concerned. Anything you need help with? Lily used her most professional tone and tried to smile. No, thank you. Honestly, I'm fine. Thank you again.
Well, if you're sure. Good luck.
Thank you. The woman walked back to her post on the outside of the shopping centre, leaving Lily with a pounding heart and a face flushed with embarrassment. How dare Sam humiliate her here? In her new town, as she was trying to make a new start with a clean slate. Not have everyone looking at her with sympathy and pity, knowing that her husband was unravelling. That's why she had left. That was why she couldn't bear to be in the same house, let alone the same room as him. Yet, she had kept coming back, and back, and back. She loved him, even with all his faults. A voice from the phone reminded her she was still connected to Sam. Taking the call off speaker, she put the phone to her ear and listened.
What's your name? Sam's voice asked.
Amber, a voice purred.
Amber. Beautiful. Can I buy you a drink, Amber? Perhaps a whiskey? That's a beautiful amber liquid that might suit you.
Lily hit the disconnect button, feeling sick to the stomach. She'd always wondered if there had been other women. Looked like now she had her answer. Fuck you, Sam. Just fuck you. Another reason to kick the bastard to the curb. Starting the car, Lily shoved the gear stick backwards with a stronger force than she'd intended and reversed out of the car park, heading towards her house. Her stomach clenched and without warning, tears flooded her eyes.
She didn't need this shit. She didn't want this shit. Swiping furiously at her eyes, she drove the few blocks and pulled into her driveway before letting the sobs rip from her body. Her head rested against the steering wheel. How dare he make her feel so inadequate and unlovable? Now she opened the door and grabbed her shopping before slamming the car door shut. Lily took the front steps 2 at a time and shoved her key in the lock, still crying and breathing hard. A ding on her phone told her the security camera at her house had been activated. She sniffed and grabbed a tissue from the box on the kitchen bench while reaching for her phone. It couldn't be Sam. He'd only been buying Amber a drink 10 minutes ago. Opening the app, she brought up the footage and let out another whimper. Sam was stumbling up the steps into the house with a tall, leggy brunette's arms wrapped around his waist. Killing the scene, she set the phone down. Then she picked it up, her fingers hovering, and put it down. "How dare he? How dare he?" she muttered, stomping around the kitchen. The fridge door was lucky not to be ripped off its hinges as she flung it open and reached for the gin and tonic water. Mixing herself a drink, she continued to pace the room, thoughts racing through her head. Bastard. Over time, her footsteps slowed and her breathing returned to normal. Her body relaxed and she leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen. She had to let go of everything she felt for him because he was living his own life, not giving a toss about her. From somewhere inside her body, she heard the words, "You keep enabling him." "I don't. I really don't." Then she replayed some of their last conversation. "I'll order you an Uber." Still trying to care for him from 600 odd kilometres away, and he hadn't even noticed that she'd moved out. Who was the fool? "Sorry, Sam," Lily said softly, picking up the phone. "I can't do this anymore. You'll kill me before the booze gets you." Holding her finger on the app, Lily waited until it started to jiggle. She hit delete. Then she opened her email program and sent a message to the security company asking to be removed from the system as any type of contact. She was done. In her contacts list, she brought up Sam's number. Her finger hovered for only a second before she touched the word block. Her tasks complete, Lily returned the phone to the bench and breathed out slowly as she leaned against the counter. "No more," she whispered. "I'm finished with you, Sam." At first, she didn't notice, but slowly the tension released from her shoulders and they dropped from around her ears. Her body relaxed and her eyes closed of their own accord. After pouring another drink, she took her satchel into the lounge and pulled out her script for tomorrow. Flopping down onto the couch, she kicked off her shoes before tucking her feet underneath her bum and starting to read. For once, there was no fear in her body, no apprehension, no uneasiness. Tonight was the first time in years she hadn't been afraid of her phone and what news it might bring. Finally, she'd decisively taken control of her life and removed her biggest source of angst. In those few small actions, she felt wonderfully free. Now she just had to stick to her guns and make sure she didn't go back. Easier said than done, but Lily would try. Chapter 24. Smurf leaned back and rested his head back over the edge of his camp chair, stretching out his neck. The whiskey bottle hanging from his fingers was making his discovery a little easier to process. He'd made it back to camp even with his buggered knee, which had swelled so much he couldn't bend it. Then he'd thought about using the satellite phone to ring the cops in Cal. He only pulled that bloody thing out in emergencies. A body was an emergency, he supposed, but his knee was killing him, and the corpse wasn't going anywhere. A couple of drinks wouldn't hurt. In fact, it would take away the pain. He'd learned that in Vietnam. The heavy drugs he had stashed were swallowed with the first mouthful of whiskey,
and he'd continued drinking for the rest of the day, wallowing in that state of being drunk enough to still know what was going on, but not enough to feel anything. The initial shock had worn off, though when he closed his eyes, he still saw the foot twisted at an abnormal angle and the tear in the jeans that showed a glimpse of white skin. Thank God he'd kept Assassin close to him. A decomposing body was different here than in Vietnam. In Kalgoorlie, in the middle of winter, it was cold, freezing. In Vietnam, in the heat and humidity, that body would start decomposing quickly. Couldn't be sure of the timing, but the nighttime temperatures here would slow the decomposition. And he couldn't make a judgment through the odour because, thanks again to the war, he couldn't smell. He took another long slug of whiskey. Anything to take away the memory of the body in his backyard. Anything to forget Emu inside the helicopter. Anything to forget all the death he'd been exposed to. Now it was dark, and he was lying back, hoping to see a shooting star. After everything he'd been through, he still made a wish whenever he saw one. That was his mother's doing. "Oh, look! There's a shooting star, love. Make a wish." Every damn time she saw them, which seemed to be almost every night. One evening when Smurf was about 7, his family had been camped out bush and they'd seen 3. 3 in one night. As the third one had flown across the sky, he'd wished that his cat, who had been missing for a month, would come home. The next day, his scrawny tortoiseshell had turned up on the ledge of his window, yowling like she hadn't been fed in weeks. At the time, he'd thought that was pretty cool, but just a coincidence. Then, while on his second tour of duty, it had been after Emu had been killed. He'd been out in the jungle. His boots were soaked with water and his whole body was screaming with weeping sores from the humidity. The gun he carried was heavy, but grief was what weighed on him the most. He'd looked up and caught a flash of silver across the sky. "Get me out of here," he'd wished. "I can't take this anymore." 3 days later, the tanks had rolled into the palace and Saigon fell, and then he was going home. Smurf had believed since that day that shooting stars were magical and could grant wishes. It was the only softness he allowed himself. Now, if he saw one, he wondered what thing he most wanted to come true. What wish could he make? "Can I do anything?" he asked himself out loud. Assassin turned from guarding the darkness and looked at Smurf. Maybe they should go into Cal and report this to the police rather than just phoning in. He could get his knee looked at while he was there. Still, the trip to town cost him so much emotionally. Too many people, too much noise, too much activity. His body and mind needed calm and quiet, especially when he was feeling like he was now. He limped out to the edge of the firelight and stood looking in the direction of the body. It was dark, but that view was welded into his mind. Trees, scrub, a couple of fallen branches he was waiting to dry off enough to use as firewood. To his left, the ground rose slightly, and to the right was a cluster of rocks he'd collected over the years. He'd intended to build a house from these stones in time. That time never seemed to arrive. But further out there it was the bush, the gimlet trees and cassia bushes that he'd tripped over and then used to help him stand. In the distance a bird called, just as a loud screech tore through the dark. The noise sounded like a banshee on the prowl, a feral animal drawn by the smell of the body. Assassin growled, and Smurf put his hand on his head, trying to listen. He wasn't on his game. Fairly impaired, as Emu would have said. Too much rum, his dad would have laughed. Another bone-chilling screech, a flurry of bird wings, terror in their calls. He laughed. "That, my friend, is a wildcat," he told Assassin, who didn't seem to be comforted by this fact.
He was still alert and poised, ready to jump if needed.
Obviously looking for a snack? You can stand down.
He slurred all his words. For once, Assassin didn't take any notice. Instead, he took a step forward and growled, then gave 2 loud, snarling barks. That gave Smurf pause. Out here was the perfect place to commit a crime. It was isolated, remote. Noisy, disturbing things like choppers could fly in and out without being noticed. A body could appear out of nowhere and not be found, unless there was a nosy hermit living close by. Smurf smiled to himself as he remembered his grandfather saying, "That boy is just downright nosy. He's like a dog with a bone, that one. He just don't quit until he's done what he set out to do." There was immense pride in that statement, and Smurf still felt his chest expand when he thought about it. A dog with a bone was the highest compliment anyone could pay him. That's how he'd managed to bring Emu home, because he'd refused to quit until his mate was lying in a coffin with an Australian flag draped over it. He deserved that at the very least. Anyone deserved to be treated with dignity, and that body out there should go home to its family too. Once he got his shit together, he stared blearily at the sky and took another long swig straight from the bottle. As he tried to pick out the star constellations, the Southern Cross, Centaurus, and the Aboriginal constellation Emu in the sky, a light crossing the sky distracted him. One large, high-powered beam, arcing from east to west, then back again. 3 short bursts of light aimed upwards, then another arc across the land, east to west. "Signals," Smurf breathed out. "What the hell? Dead bodies and now signals? What is going on?" The lights blurred as he stared, then as quickly as they came, the lights disappeared. He was very drunk. Maybe he'd imagined them. He shook his head as if to clear it, then limped slowly into the humpy. Tossing his clothes out of the way, he found the solid case that held the satellite phone. He pulled it out and turned it on with clumsy fingers. He stared at the numbers and waited for the signal to connect, but they blurred in front of his eyes. "Need to call the cops, mate," he told Assassin. "Gotta tell them about the lights." His eyelids drooped and his words became slow. "And the body. Got to tell them about the body. Maybe the chopper brought it in." The phone slipped out of his hand as Smurf fell into a drunken sleep, sitting on his bed. Chapter 25. "You're here early," Angie said. "Not often I'm beaten into the station when I'm on a case." Jack glanced up from his paperwork as she walked through the door, looking tired and wrung out, even though it was early morning. He tapped the pile of folders that was sitting on the edge of his desk. "Morning. Found that file you were looking for," he told her. Angie looked at the label. "Ah, Brendan Cook. The cold case. There's a new radio announcer in town who's taken an interest in this. Lily Carter. We'll have to watch her. She's dogged." "Yeah, I accidentally met her yesterday." Angie looked up from flicking through the file on top. "Accidentally?" "On my morning run. She's full of questions." Jack raised his eyebrows. "Even more so when I told her I was a detective. Unfortunately for her, I know what a journalist sounds like, so I pegged her pretty quickly." "Poor Lily. She wasn't getting much from you." Angie laughed. "She's well known as a radio announcer in Perth. Pushy but empathetic. Well, that's what they say. She never followed any of the cases I was working on, so this is my first encounter with her." She busied herself picking up the files. "Okay, we'll get to Brendan shortly, but first things first, any news on Max?" "Not as yet. I've put out a BOLO, and Ava is still going through local CCTV. No action on his bank accounts, no texts, phone calls. Not that the last 2 are surprising, given the lack of mobile range around here.
And whoever took him is likely to have taken his phone away anyhow. Angie's head was throbbing, and she felt queasy again. The headache had only started since Lily had told her she was pregnant, so she was sure it was mainly psychological. But there was a pregnancy test kit in her handbag that she'd grabbed as she'd passed the chemist. She would use it next time she went to the loo, if she remembered. Sometimes she got so caught up in work that everything else took a back seat. The thought of 2 blue lines filled her with terror. Perhaps if she didn't do the test, she wouldn't find out. She took a sip from her water bottle and tried to focus her thoughts. What a world to bring kids into, she muttered. Did you ever want to have kids? Then she kicked herself as she remembered. Zara was currently recovering from a terrible injury. Children were probably the last thing he wanted to talk about. Jack looked down at the desk and fiddled with the pen he was holding. Never really got around to talking about it with Zara. Ah, shit. Sorry, Jack, He waved a hand in the air, dismissing her words. Angie wondered how she would feel in Jack's situation. Would he want her to ask or not? You're going through a pretty tough time. Jack shrugged. Zara's going through worse. She's in rehab and really wants me with her, but she's got her mother and stepfather there. Not sure I'm much good, especially after the first few weeks I spent there. Hospitals aren't my favourite places. He tapped on the table. And I'm torn between staying here and finding another job back in Adelaide so I can be close to her. Going back means I'd have to go back into uniform and retrain, even though I've only been gone 6 months. I've just done that here. Doesn't excite me too much. He frowned deeply as he looked down. Angie watched as he sat down, drew in a deep breath, and gripped the side of the desk. I'm sure Zara isn't enjoying her time in the hospital or rehab either, she said quietly. Have you talked about it with her? Maybe she'd understand. Not yet. I came here because that was what she wanted, Jack said. And now, strangely, I'm not ready to leave yet. I guess it's called a crossroads. The image of a baby in her arms flashed into Angie's mind. Crossroads was the perfect word for what she was feeling too. Angie stayed quiet, and Jack didn't elaborate. Around them swirled the sound of ringing phones, background chatter, and distant sirens, but both were lost in thought. I never thought it would be Zara who would get hurt out of the 2 of us, Jack finally said. I was always the one in the line of fire. But as my sister said, Zara can be very nosy, so it's maybe not that surprising that something like this happened. He laughed quietly to himself. She meant it kindly. It's Zara's job to be nosy. I guess she was going to step on toes at some point. You said she was a journalist? Yeah, and a good one. She was doing well in Adelaide, but she had a bit of a hiccup when she gave out enough information in a court case for the lawyers to work out who her source was. That was an enormous problem, so she was demoted and sent here. Angie nodded. She could only imagine how that would have gone down in the world of journalism. What's even worse, Jack was saying, isn't how this affects me, but her mum. Zara's brother had cancer and died a few years back, and her dad was killed in a car accident before that. Now it's looking like Zara has a long road to recovery, and I think it's fair to say she'll never be the same again. What a tragedy, Angie said, her stomach twisting while the threat of tears sat at the base of her throat. She tried to swallow them away. What the hell? She never cried. Where did that come from? Hormones. Angie shook her head to clear her mind. Terrible, she continued. Does that bother you? That she'll never be the same again? Jack leaned back in his chair. Normally, it wouldn't. I mean, Zara would still be the same person behind her injuries and long-term disabilities, but... Look, I don't want to be seen as a bastard, and this might sound like that, but we were on the precipice before this happened. The shift here really exposed some problems in our relationship. There's more than that, though? Angie asked softly. Jack looked through Angie, while emotions crossed his face. Yeah,
Maybe I caused her injuries by not talking to her. I knew Zara had picked up the thread of gold stealing and was actively trying to find out what was going on. And he dropped his head down. My biggest fear is the bullet that hurt her was mine. It's every copper's worst nightmare, isn't it? To be the one who takes a life or injures someone badly, even if it is a criminal. But if it's a person you love... The silence between them was heavy, until finally Angie put a gentle hand on his shoulder. If it was you, you'll deal with it. But you can't just drop Zara because you're feeling like that. You need to at least go and talk to her. Tell her what you're feeling. Hiding won't fix it, only make it worse. She paused. Is there anything I can do to help out? Thanks for the offer. But you know as well as I do there's nothing. Jack looked over at her, his face weary with unfulfilled hopes. And you're right, of course. But, well, I didn't think this would be our story, for sure. Another silence, filled with printers, more talking and more phones. The police station was never quiet. Anyhow, I want to know who the bastard was who shot her. If it was me, then I can deal with it. Try and make it better for her. The boss said that ballistics haven't come back yet, but I'm finding that a bit hard to believe. I'm sure they know which gun that bullet came from, and yet I haven't heard about any charges being laid. He pushed back his chair and stood up, stretching his back. That day was pretty hectic, I guess. Maybe there's still more work to do. What happened? I've only heard snippets. We were following some gold thieves who turned out to be bikies. They're not shy in pulling a gun and protecting themselves. They made a run for it, hiding out at an isolated camp, which happened to be where Zara was interviewing a miner for a story. We had intel as to where the bikies were headed, so we got armed up and went out there. He took a breath. Zara was already there and got caught up in the crossfire. Now, here we are. I'm sorry, Angie said. I hate saying that, because it's not enough. Jack gave a small shrug. There aren't any words that are enough. They're just empty vessels. He tried to smile. I didn't realise how empty until everyone started saying them to me. I've said the same thing to so many families. Anyhow, it's not like she's died, but as I said, she'll never be the same. I think her mum knows that too, but she's not ready to acknowledge it yet. He gave a half-hearted smile. Zara is quite proud of her involvement in solving the case, even with what happened. She likes making a splash. Ah, yes, the black humour of policing, Angie said with a smile, thankful the intense moment had passed. What about you? Jack said. Do you have any kids? I heard that you weren't too keen to take Max's case when the boss first handed it to you. Was there a reason? Heat ran through Angie's body, and she felt an urgent need to go to the toilet. Instead, she got up and twisted a few times, trying to loosen up her body, before wandering over to the whiteboard and inspecting the photos of the group of friends, which was still pinned there. No children. And who likes anything to do with crimes against kids? They're only just starting their lives, and some prick does something terrible to them. God, and then you've got the distraught parents. She shook her head. No, kid cases are the worst. Jack leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. I'm with you. Any case that involves a child is dreadful. Anyhow, he said, bouncing his ankle on his knee. Why did you come to Kalgoorlie? No family back in Perth? Is that a different way of asking if I'm married? She grinned to take the heat out of her words. No husband, recent ex. Very recent. He's still in Perth. Mum is in Queensland. Moved over there when my brother was diagnosed with MS. He's got a couple of tin lids, and she went to help. Dad, well, he floats around a lot. He used to be a shipmaster, so he's used to being a nomad. He turns up at my brother's for a while, then goes away again. Mum just kisses him hello when he arrives and goodbye when he leaves. As for me, I did my time in all the normal squads, worked my way up after running a few bigger cases. Then there was a detective opening here. I wanted something fresh.
Angie told him. She ran her fingers through her hair and faced him again. Being in the same station, even in different squads, can get a bit, I don't know, repetitive, I guess. Not boring. Policing is never boring, as you know, but the same faces and office and politics can get repetitive. Yeah, I hear you. He looked at her, and Angie could see all the unasked questions in his eyes. She wasn't about to answer any of them right now. She'd heard them all before. How come you haven't had kids? Is policing more important to you than a family? You're a woman, as if she hadn't noticed. How do you juggle your family and being a detective? Well, until recently, it had only been Will and her, and he hadn't been hard to manage. He dirtied his clothes, he washed them, and vice versa for her. If Will was hungry, he got himself something to eat, as did she. Will cleaned the bathroom after himself. So did Angie. That's if they could be bothered. Mostly they were both just so stuffed when they got home, they slept. And maybe that's why they'd grown apart, and Will had looked somewhere else for love. It was common knowledge that coppers had one of the highest divorce rates, along with other high-stress professions. No, don't make excuses for that asshole. So, what did you find in Brendan's file? She asked, indicating the pile on his desk. Do we have a problem? Jack nodded, more to himself than to her, and opened his notebook. He's been marked as absconded. Absconded? Yeah, that he's run away from his place of care and there's no sign. I know what it means, Angie said. Is there any more info? Maybe from the Department of Communities? Nothing other than it was his foster mother who reported him missing, and at the last check, everything had seemed fine. The detectives who worked on his case left soon after he disappeared, and unfortunately, it's fallen through the cracks. Jack sighed and ran his hands over his face. It's pretty average. Angie flicked her eyes over the file. Okay, so he left school and failed to turn up at his foster home by dark. Heidi Caldwell reported him missing, wearing jeans, sneakers. Yeah. She took out the photo of the teenager and looked at it for a long time. Brendan's eyes were sad, his smile forced. His brown hair was combed neatly, and his school shirt was ironed and tie in place. Brendan, Max, Bree. What a sad state of affairs. She stood up. In the hallway, a young constable walked past carrying a bacon and egg sandwich and a takeaway coffee. Angie's stomach rolled, and she put a hand over her mouth, then bolted for the toilets. Inside the stall, she leaned over the toilet bowl, expecting to heave the contents of her stomach up. Instead, unexpected tears welled in her eyes and overflowed down her cheeks. Jesus, she had to pull herself together. How was she supposed to run an investigation if she kept sobbing all the time? She'd never been a crier, and now she was glad that had been the case. Not knowing when she was going to burst into tears was downright annoying. Hearing the door open, Angie tried to muffle her sobs and brush the tears away. They kept coming, all on their own accord. She wanted to slap herself. Seriously? Just stop. A soft tap sounded on her cubicle door. Angie? Are you okay? She froze, then took a few more gulps of air and steadied herself. Is that you, Ava? She asked. Yep, I'm fine. She unrolled some toilet paper and dabbed at her face before flushing the toilet and unlocking the door. Ava was leaning against the wall, looking concerned. What's up? Angie asked. I was just getting to work and saw you run for the loos. Thought you might have a vomiting bug or something, or eaten something bad. From the look on her face, Angie knew that wasn't what she thought. She came out into the bathroom and pumped soap onto her hands and washed them vigorously under the running water. Yeah, feeling a bit queasy. Not sure why. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll pass. There was another bubble of emotion in her chest as Ava reached out towards her. Can I get you anything? No, all fine. Angie stared at herself in the mirror. Then her eyes cut to Ava, Where the words came from, she wasn't sure, but suddenly she found herself saying, "I think I'm pregnant." Ava nodded. "I thought so. You've done a test?" Angie shook her head. "I keep meaning to, but I don't really want to know the answer. I've got one in my handbag." Ava hoisted one hip up on the bench and sat there. "Why don't you want to know?" "Oh," Angie waved her hand about vaguely. "You know, the small issue of breaking up with the father 2 days ago, that sort of thing." She couldn't tell the whole truth yet. "Shall I get your handbag for you?" "What?" Shock ricocheted through her. That meant she'd know for sure. If she did nothing, she could still convince herself that life was normal, that she was imagining things. "Knowing for sure will help," Ava said. "Don't you find it's the waiting and not knowing that causes all the anxiety?" Ava's right. Damn it, Angie thought. Just as she'd told Lily in the interview, it didn't matter what the news was. At least there'd be an answer. "It's under my desk," she whispered. Ava squeezed her arm and gave her an encouraging smile. "Stay there. I'll be back." Angie chewed the inside of her cheek and drummed her fingers on the bench while she waited. It seemed like only seconds, but also like years, before Ava pushed her way back inside and held out the bag to her. With an unsteady hand, Angie took it and fossicked around for the test. She stared at it for a few moments as she drew it out, then banged open the toilet cubicle. "I'll be outside," Ava said. "No, stay." Angie was desperate for someone to be close to her. Ava didn't answer, but Angie didn't hear any movement, so she assumed she was there. After taking a breath, Angie peed on the stick. "How long do you have to wait?" she asked Ava through the door. "It should say on the box." "Have you done this before?" Ava was quiet, and then Angie heard her walking around the bathroom. "Yeah." "So you've got kids?" As she asked, Angie realised she didn't know anything personal about Ava. "No." Ava's voice was low. Angie screwed up her face and shut her eyes. She shouldn't have asked that question. She sat on the loo and stared at the stick. "My grandmother used to say a watched pot never boils. I reckon it might be the same with pregnancy tests." This time, Ava giggled. "That's a resounding affirmative." Outside the toilets there was a commotion, and Angie heard yelling. "Someone's calling for you," Ava said. Angie put the stick on the toilet roll holder and stood, readjusting her pants and shirt. "Tell them I'm coming." Ava opened the door. "Wait a sec," she called. "Yeah, she's here. Just wait, okay?" "Who's looking for me?" Angie's fingers hurried to do up the buttons. "Jack," Ava said. Angie opened the door of the stall and rushed out, looking around. "They must have found something," she said. "Gotta go." "Have you got the test?" Ava asked. "Oh shit, I forgot." Angie turned back and reached into the stall, glancing down at it. Suddenly all the adrenaline and noise faded away as she saw 2 blue lines. "Does that mean what I think it does?" she asked shakily, holding the test out to Ava. "Congratulations," Ava said, her face full of compassion. "You're pregnant." "Angie!" The voice came from outside the door. "What?" she yelled back, her heart hammering. "We've got a body." The day after. "Wake up, sleepyhead." Max started at the ferocious volume in his ear. His hand flew up to block out the voice, and he hit something soft. A pillow. Yet what he was lying on was hard and lumpy. Rocky even. A floor? His head was screaming with pain, and as much as he wanted to open his eyes, he couldn't. The smell of piss and hot food mingled together. Where the hell was he? A hand grabbed his collar and started shaking him. His head jerked up and down, hitting the floor once, sending another wave of pain through his skull. "Get up, get up, get up," the voice yelled in his ear. "Come on, you're here to work." Max tried to fight the hand, but it gripped his shirt so tightly he thought he was going to choke.
He managed to open his eyes and looked around through blurry vision as he was shunted out into the bright sunlight and dragged across a yard. Nothing looked familiar. A large shed, lots of gravel, gum trees to the side, a man wearing a black ski mask, revealing only his eyes. "Where am I?" Max choked out, his hands going to the set that held him tight. He tried to prise the fingers open, but the man shook him. "That doesn't matter. You're here to work." "Fuck off," he snarled, finding a sliver of bravery from somewhere. He tried to twist away. "Come on." The sunlight disappeared again, and there was a screech of metal on metal. His eyes were adjusting to the darkness, and Max felt himself being propelled downwards into the depths of who knew where. Through the hooded lids of his eyes, he could tell the light was artificial now, and just as he tried to blink the scene into focus, he was shoved forward and left to flounder before falling onto his knees. Staying still, he checked to see if any part of him was hurt, breathing heavily. He heard the click of keyboards, the hum of massive server towers and computer screens, and he blinked. Once, twice, 3 times, finally clearing his vision. The first thing he saw was the muzzle of a rifle. Above it, the same masked man, pointing the gun towards Max's head. "Here," the man said, indicating with the barrel for Max to stand. "This way." Wide-eyed now, Max brushed the dirt from his hands and put them to his head, hoping the pain would stop. The heat from the monitors made him queasy. He could feel the radiation buzzing around him. No expense had been spared, from what he could see. State-of-the-art computers, screens shoved closely together into workstations. Each one had a teenager in front of it. Some were on the phone, reading from a script. Others were tapping at keys. The noise was loud and frenetic. The smell of sweat and electricity assaulted his senses. He wanted to run, but instead he walked meekly, following the path the man with the gun indicated. The other teenagers in the room glanced over, then turned back to their screens. He counted 15 screens, 14 teenagers. They were all staring zombie-like as lines of numbers and letters scrolled on the screens in front of them, their fingers never stopping on the keyboards. Above them, at the entrance he'd just come through, a man stood guard with a gun. Not just any old gun. It looked like the sort he'd seen on the news when they reported on war zones. Max wanted to scream. He wanted to hide. He was terrified. Then he saw a mezzanine level running around the wall of the shed, right near the roof. Another masked man with an automatic rifle stood watching over everything. Max got the message. One wrong move and they would line you up. Probably wouldn't even take 2 seconds and they'd have you in their sights, ready to pull the trigger. There was no escaping from this place, and he knew what this place was. It was some type of call centre. A firm hand forced him into an empty chair, making that 15 screens with someone in front of them. Then a movement from behind him made Max turn his head, and he saw another man, this one wearing a grey ski mask. Max focused on the eyes, ice blue, without warmth. The man's voice was calm when he finally spoke. "Good to have you here, Max. We had an unexpected vacancy, and I knew you'd be the person to fill it. Let me tell you a bit about what we do here." Chapter 26. A bloke calling himself Smurf has reported finding a body in the bush a couple of hours north of here. Out from Lenora, Jack said. I took the call about 2 minutes ago. The laid-back, casual demeanour Angie had come to recognise in Jack had disappeared. He was jazzed, moving from one foot to the other. Oh no. Angie stopped still. She imagined herself standing on Julia and Noah's front doorstep, telling them their son was dead. Her shoulders sagged. "What are the details?" she asked, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Not much, only that his dog found a body under a bush near his camp. Don't know if it's male or female.
or how old, or how long it's been there, but I quote, "Thought someone should know." Jack paused. He also mentioned signalling lights crossing the sky, which is more than strange. I reckon it was more likely a station owner spotlighting. That would make more sense. He sounded like he'd had a few, so there could be some problems with the information. Angie frowned. How can we tell if this guy is reliable? Smurf, you said? Who the hell calls themselves Smurf? She tapped her finger on the table. I'm guessing he's not blue and wearing a white hat. Doesn't matter if he's reliable or not. We've got a missing teenager and we've had a report of a body. Lights aside, we've got to go out there, Jack said. Yes, but where? Angie asked. How are we going to find the body? The guy hung up before I had time to ask. He mumbled something about meeting us at the service station in Lenora, if he could get his ute started. Is there a number? Did it come through on the line when he called? I tried to ring him back, but it's been turned off. If he's a few hours north, there'll be no mobile coverage, Ava said. I'll contact telecommunications and ask if there's been a ping off a satellite. Okay. Angie glanced around at everyone gathered in the incident room. Jack, you took the call, so you're coming with me. We'll drive up to Lenora and try to locate Smurf. Let's put forensics on alert, and we might need them. I hope this isn't Max. She paused. Or Brendan Cook, for that matter. With any luck, the body has been there for years, and whoever the poor soul was, he or she died from natural causes. We're going to need some DNA to confirm the identity. Adam, you go to the Galbraiths and see if they will provide a sample. Don't alarm them if you can avoid it. Part of our inquiries and all that, okay? Tim, Ava, can you go and talk to Heidi Caldwell about Brendan? See if there's anything she's still got that has his DNA on it, just in case. Everyone was energised now and making moves to leave. Angie stood and walked over to the map pinned on the wall. What type of distance are we looking at? She drew a circle surrounding Lenora. Jack came to stand beside her. It's hard to tell without proper information, but if our guy is camped on privately owned land, then it could be around here. He tapped his finger on the map. From here onwards, it's mining leases and Crown land. Needle in a haystack? Only until we get the information back from the telecommunications crew. But we might have to search 200 or 300 square kilometres. 200 or 300 k's? Angie was astounded. Distances were huge up there. Sounds better than searching a few 100,000 hectares. You think? Let me give you a tip. It doesn't, Angie said. Okay, so what if we get Polaire back? They were called away when a fisherman got swept off the rocks down south. I saw an email come through saying the body had been found this morning, so we should grab them before they head back to Perth. But who are we searching for? The dead body or Smurf? We can't assume Smurf's going to turn up, can we? Didn't sound like he was going to be reliable. Jack looked at her and back to the map. We can try asking the locals. It's not a huge town. Someone up there will know where to find him. That's the way of the bush. Angie got out her phone and looked up Chris Quinn's phone number, then tapped out a message asking where he was and if he could head back to Cal. His reply was instant. Returning to Kalgoorlie to refuel. ETA 1 hour. Can do as requested. 1 hour. We've got 1 hour to get organised. Angie? Ava put her hand up. An email has just come in from one of the techs. It's about the registration on the van that took Max. There was something in her tone that made Angie turn and walk straight to her desk. Ava was pointing to a paragraph of text on the screen. Listen to this, Ava said. They found 15 vans of similar age with similar plates across Western Australia. If I narrow it down to addresses, there's only one in the Goldfields Esperance area. It's deregistered now, but its last known owner was a Sean Murphy from 8 years ago. What was the address? Last known address for the van was a place called Muller Station. Where's that? Hold on, I'll check. Ava typed the station name into the computer. North of Cal. Looks to be about 60 kilometres or so out of Lenora. Here. Angie, you need to look at this. Jack held out his phone. I've just Googled Sean Murphy Muller Station. I think we've found our guy. Angie took the phone and looked at the screen. There was a photo of an old man with a rifle over his shoulders.
She suddenly felt ice run through her. Jesus, is that him? He looks evil. And that dog. Jack read the title of the page out loud. Meet Sean Smurf Murphy, Vietnam vet turned stockman for molestation. It's an article in Bushcraft and Survival magazine. Shit, this guy's a Vietnam vet and a survivalist. If he doesn't want us to find him, we never will. So let's get this straight, Angie said. Sean Murphy's van was used to abduct Max on Saturday night, and now he's the one who's called in the body? She pursed her lips. Why would the person who kidnapped Max call in? Deflecting attention from himself, Tim said. Oldest trick in the book. We've probably got kidnapper and murderer all in one here. Jesus. Tim, didn't you ever get told not to jump to conclusions? Angie asked. Jack, let's hit the road and find Smurf. Everyone else, you know what to do. Stay in touch. Jack grabbed his notebook and pen, shoved them in his pockets, and put his phone between his shoulder and chin as he followed Angie to the door. He almost bumped into her as she stopped and turned back to the room. We need to be prepared for the worst, guys. You all know that, right? We all good? She looked at each of the people in her team, reading their expressions. All right. Be safe. As Angie and Jack approached the police car, she could feel the familiar jangle of adrenaline coursing through her. She suddenly remembered the 2 blue lines and tried to take a calming breath. I'll drive if you like, Jack said. Sure, she said. You know the way better than me. Once in the car, Jack flicked on the blinker and they roared north on the highway. Let's think about this, Angie said. A van last registered to Sean Murphy is used in an abduction here in Cal. 3 days later, Smurf finds a body somewhere out of Lenora and calls it in. The car was buffeted by a passing truck, heading south. The line of caravans behind the trailers was long. Angie caught sight of a car and van parked in a parking bay, the occupants outside, cameras in hand, bending over and looking at the ground. Wildflowers, Jack said, catching her looking. Not that there's a lot around at the moment. See those trees? They're called blackbutts because of the dark bark around the trees. Only goes a few feet up and the rest of the trunk is clean. Angie answered, not really listening. I've heard that name, Smurf. I know I have. It's an unusual... Lily, she breathed in sharply and yanked out her phone. What's she got to do with it? Angie scrolled through her contacts list as she spoke. Lily Carter asked me about Smurf yesterday. I remember because the name was so unusual. I think she wanted to do a story. Lily, it's Angie. You're on speaker and I have Detective Jack Higgins in the car with me. Hi, Angie. Hello, Jack. Lily's voice held curiosity. Have you found Max? Or Brendan? Nothing to report there, Angie said. But listen, yesterday you asked me about Sean Murphy. Did you manage to find him? I haven't found a phone number for him yet, but I know he used to work at a place called Molestation. Apparently it used to be a big sheep station, but now there's a tourist operation there. Outback and Beyond tours. I called the number on the website today and left a message. As of now, there's been no response. Okay, that's great information. Thanks, Lily. We'll be back in contact shortly. Why are you asking? Is there anything you can tell me now? Angie caught Jack smiling wistfully. He must be used to the persistent nature of journalists. Not yet, but in time, Lily. She hung up before Lily could ask another question. Maybe we should try and ring Molestation too? See if they've got contact details for Smurf. Won't be any range for a while, Jack told her. There's a lovely long black spot from just back there to up a bit further. Reasonably inconvenient. The government surely should fix that, Angie said. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get one of the cars with Starlink installed. Kilometres of rangy bushes and trees passed the window as Angie continued to take in the unfamiliar landscape. Mines that were being repurposed back to bush and parking bays filled with enormous trucks and four-wheel drives. And rubbish. So much rubbish. Beer stubbies and broken glass twinkled at her from the side of the road, from under bushes and trees. They were quiet as they drove, Angie doing her best to think about everything except the pregnancy test. Did she need to tell Will about the baby?
A strange feeling of protectiveness came over her. Her baby didn't need a dipshit for a father. Maybe she wouldn't tell him. Was there moral obligation? Angie grunted. What was that? Jack asked. She looked over at him. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Jack grinned. I didn't hear what you said. Oh, me? Nothing. Just thinking. Angie's phone rang, startling them both. Shit. Angie's hand flew to her chest. Back in range, Jack told her. Obviously. She put the phone to her ear. Tim. There's been activity on Bree's bank account. Angie let out a breath. Where? The same place you're headed, Lenora. It was used at the service station yesterday afternoon. Which one? There's only one. I'll send you a pin drop. Great. She glanced over at Jack, who was watching the road and listening. How much for? $22.30. I've rung them already and asked if there's any security footage. Excitement stirred in Angie. They were getting closer. She somehow knew that. Closer to what? She wasn't sure, but closer. And? She asked. They won't send it through, so I said you'd call in. How far away are you now? Hold 5. She took the phone away from her ear and asked Jack the distance. Only about 15 minutes. Tell her we'll be there in 10. She nodded for Jack to speed up. Gotcha. And, Angie, Bree wasn't alone. Do they know who she was with? Said they'd seen him before, but they weren't sure of a name or where he's from. Hopefully there'll be a clear image of his face and we can drop his photo everywhere. Great, thanks. Angie hung up and gave Jack a tiny smile. He raised his eyebrows and she relayed the message. Her phone dinged with the pin drop. Jack increased the speed. Tourists, Angie said thoughtfully, on molestation. Outback and beyond tours, Jack said. There'll be a contact number. We should call and see if anything strange has happened out there lately, or they've seen anything unusual. A lone ranger passing through their land or a teenage boy running around. Maybe the personal touch would be better? A visit so we can see the whites of their eyes. Angie got out her phone and tapped the name into Google. The website was at the top of the hits. Forget the worry of camping alone. Get bogged or bushed. We're here to take you to the far-flung places you want to go but aren't confident in getting to. Join our tours and get lost in the stars. Absorb the atmosphere and history of prospecting in the goldfields and, at the same time, experience how a working sheep station is run. Stay in our 4-star units, all with air conditioning, where all meals are included, even a night of billy tea and damper around the campfire, and enjoy nightly jaunts to the best stargazing sites on the station. Join us. She tapped on the photo gallery. A photo flashed up of a building that looked like a row of offices. The heading told her that this was Gold Fever Cabins, 4-star accommodation. When she clicked through, she saw neatly made-up beds, a plant in the corner, and folded towels. Each cabin had a bench with a kettle, toaster, and fridge underneath, and a TV attached to the wall. How do you get TV signal out here? She asked Jack. Most stations run off satellite these days, he told her. She flicked to the next photo and saw a large room with a long timber dining table set with white linen and sparkling cutlery. On the runners, a bottle of wine. At the end was an open fireplace with a fire roaring inside it. Zooming in, Angie could see a row of black and white photos on the wall. Men pulling carts with goods in the back, a flock of sheep next to a tin shed, and an old man dressed in a Sunday suit holding a shovel. She looked for a photo of Smurf, but couldn't find one. Jack flicked on the blinker and turned into the Lenora petrol station. Angie was surprised to see it looked like a normal service station in the city, with a big yellow sign at the front and the prices on a light board. Not that she'd really known what to expect. Maybe a tin shed and old Bowsers, surrounded by dirt with a line of cars pulling caravans. No ute waiting, Jack said. Bum steer? Angie asked. Maybe, Jack told her, but I don't think so. Give him time to get here. There are too many coincidences. Smurf is involved. We just have to find out how.
Chapter 27. We're very sorry you haven't heard from us in relation to Brendan's disappearance, Tim told Brendan Cook's foster mother. We've had a changeover of detectives at the station and, somehow, his case has, well, it's taken a while for us to have another look at it. He gave Heidi Caldwell his most winning smile. Ketera, the golden retriever, was sitting on his shoe, her chin on his knee, with drool running from the side of her mouth. She was waiting for a pat and not shifting until she got one. Tim looked around the lounge room. Faded carpet and a floral lounge. Lots of knickknacks, small figurines, and ceramic containers on the shelves. It was a crowded room, but clean and tidy. Very different from Max's home. Forgot about him, you mean? Heidi wasn't going to let them get away with anything. I know you won't admit it. That would leave the police department open for a suit. I get that. But you need to know that I know what's going on here. Thank God that Lily Carter has taken an interest. Funny how a bit of media pressure can get results. She glared at Tim and Ava. We shouldn't have to go to the media. Ava took out her notebook and pen. You're right, you shouldn't. Thanks for talking to us. Tim changed the subject. I've been through the file and I have a few more questions. Could you just walk me through the details of the last day you saw Brendan? It was nearly 12 months ago. I know, but anything you can remember would be really helpful. Maybe you could just tell us what you remember about Brendan. She started to rock in her chair. He was a good kid, mostly. Could be a bit aggro and so on, but I didn't mind having him here. All my children had left home, and I thought it would be a good thing to be able to help another kid get a good start in life, you know. I don't have a whole lot to offer, or much money, but my grandmother always said a steady home was the best a child could have, and I could offer that. And I'm a counsellor, which might have been of help to the kids. What I didn't know was how tough it was going to be. Brendan was my second go. The first one, Jane, she ended up back in the system. Wow, she was a firecracker, and no one was going to do much with her. When they sent Brendan to me, I wasn't told anything about his history, just that he was a good kid and shouldn't be too much work. Well, it was that way for a while, but then he started getting in with a different crowd, people I didn't know. Do you know who? Ava asked. Didn't I just say people I didn't know? Heidi asked, frowning. Maybe they were at the same school as him. Darling, you can ask the same question in 3 different ways, but if I don't know the answer, I can't help you, Heidi said. She got up and went to the sideboard, picking up a photo in a frame. I couldn't work it out, but I reckon they were older. Out of school, and those young bucks, they're always wanting to get around and cause trouble, aren't they? Especially if they've got a bit of money. Here in Cal, some of them do, because they've been working at the mines, right? Disposable income and all that. Tim and Ava nodded. I'm sure you've read the file, and you know he put a hole in my door a couple of days before he went missing. We knew there had been some trouble, yes, Tim said. There was also an incident report from one of your neighbours. He checked his notes. Causing a disturbance? Heidi grimaced. Yeah, he sure did that. Anyhow, as time went on, he got angrier and angrier, and I just couldn't get to the bottom of it. One day I went through his room. Don't know what I was expecting to find. Maybe drugs, maybe empty beer cans. What I found was Outback magazines, like the ones that teach you how to live off the land and, I don't know, they show you how to use a compass and guns and that sort of thing. Survival magazines, Ava suggested. Yeah, I guess. Did you mention this to the police when you reported him missing? Tim asked. Pretty sure I did. She shrugged. 3 days later, he never came home from school. I went to the station to report him missing.
Your lot initially came out, had a look around and let the media know they were concerned for his safety. She eyed both Tim and Ava. Then, after that, I didn't hear a thing. A week later, I went to the station to ask and was told he'd absconded, and that's the last thing I'd heard. Her voice wobbled slightly, and she coughed, trying to regain control. Do you think he might have been wanting to head out bush? Tim asked. Maybe get a job on a station or something? Is that why he could have been reading up on survival skills? I wouldn't have thought so. Brendan loved computers. He was always mucking around with them. That's where I thought he'd end up. Somewhere in IT, not running around chasing stock. Heidi, when you found Brendan had gone missing, was anything gone from his room? Clothes or the like? Did he have a bag packed? Tim was looking for something to link Max and Brendan together. Cocking her head to the side, Heidi nodded slowly. Now that you mention it, his backpack had some clothes in it in the wardrobe. Never thought anything of it because it was the bag he took to footy training, so there was always a change of clothes in that. But I reckon there might have been more than just one set. I packed up his things, but they're still in the back shed in boxes. I didn't know what else to do with them. Could we have a look? Of course. It's down this way. Heidi stood, and Keturah jumped to her feet, wagging her tail, her mouth open wide in a huge grin. Ava grinned back and reached down to pat her. She's beautiful, she told Heidi. And she knows it. Come down here, you'll have to excuse the mess. Don't have a lot of visitors or reasons to clean up these days. Her voice sounded as if she had been beaten and defeated by life. Please don't be at all worried about that, Tim said. Heidi opened the door that led out into the backyard. The grass was ankle height, and the clothes pegged out on the line looked as if they'd been there for a couple of weeks. This way. Heidi pointed to the shed, and she carefully got herself down the steps, with Keturah by her side. Legs a bit bung these days, and I get worried about falling, she told them. Have you got anyone to come in and help you? Ava asked. My kids are all interstate. Community care are supposed to come around, but they're like the rest of the government services, overrun with people needing help and not enough employees to service everyone. And I'm not that bad. I still look after myself. Just find the bigger jobs a bit harder to do these days, like mowing the lawn. Grabbing the padlock, she inserted the key and twisted before pushing open the door. It scratched on the cement floor. Ah, bloody hell. The roof must have leaked last time it rained. I meant to get that fixed. Heidi peered into the dark room. Go your hardest, she told them. Those boxes there. Tim stepped in, and Ava got out her phone to video what he was doing. Reaching for the first box, Tim slit the tape with his pocket knife and slowly opened the flaps. Inside was a pile of t-shirts and shorts, singlets for footy training and knee-high socks. Carefully, he lifted out each item and held it up for Ava to catch on video. At the bottom, there were 2 pairs of shoes, footy boots and sand shoes. Putting that box to the side, he took the second. Can you remember which one the backpack was in? Maybe the one you've got there, Heidi answered. Tim pulled back the flaps and took out a dirty grey backpack. His heart leapt at the sight. Inside were 3 t-shirts, 2 pairs of shorts and 2 pairs of jeans. Doesn't look like a footy bag, does it? No footy boots or training guernsey, Tim asked softly. It was tenuous, but it could be argued that a packed bag found in both teenage boys' rooms after they went missing was a link. Heidi didn't answer. Did you think that Brendan had ever thought about running away? Ava asked. No, Heidi answered simply. No, that never crossed my mind, because he had started to have plans. Like I told Lily, he wanted to make something of his life.
He just needed some help, and I was going to be able to give him that. She shook her head. I honestly don't believe that he ran away. If he did, why did he leave his backpack of clothes behind? I think he was taken, like that other young lad just recently. There's nothing to base that on other than a feeling, and I guess you lot don't work on feelings. But there it is. Where did you find the magazines? Tim asked. In the bottom of the wardrobe. They weren't hidden, just tucked in there, out of the way. I put them in another box. Maybe that one there? She pointed to a smaller box pushed to the back of the shed. What can you tell me about his friends before he got mixed up in a different crowd? Did he have many at school? Tim asked as he checked to see that Ava was still videoing. He had to turn on his torch to see inside the box and, true to Heidi's word, the magazines were stacked inside. He took them out and placed them on the floor, counting 10 in total. Each one was different. One was all about survival skills, with a photo of a large desert with nothing but red sand and small dunes. The next was called Survival Hacks and boasted it would show you 500 ways to use everyday items to stay alive in the bush. Tim picked it up and flicked through it. The first thing he saw was how to protect yourself from the elements by building a shelter. Brendan didn't really have a lot of friends, Heidi said. He didn't make them easily, the way some people do. I think he enjoyed being by himself, didn't want to rely on anyone else. He'd been shifted from place to place, so he didn't like to make friends in case he had to move again. He told me that. So, instead, he spent a whole heap of time on the computer, gaming and the like. And that's why these magazines don't make sense, because it always seemed to me that he preferred the friends he couldn't see to the ones he could. Those ones on the computer, he could take them with him wherever he went. Didn't matter if he was living with me or in Timbuktu. They would always be on his computer screens. What about his footy mates? Ava opened another magazine and looked inside. There was nothing that shouldn't be there. Then the next and the next. Nothing. She reached for another. They were good young fellas. Accepting of him, you know. Didn't care he wasn't a local. Sometimes this town can be bloody cliquey, but these boys were good. As far as I knew, it was Brendan who kept his distance. Shit. Ava was staring hard at the pages of the magazine. What? Look at this photo. Reaching for the magazine, Tim felt a hit of adrenaline. Well, well, Mr. Sean Murphy again. Chapter 28. Let's see what we can find out, Angie said, stepping out of the car and looking at the service station entrance. Right behind you, Jack told her. She pushed open the door, and a bell above her head tinkled. Behind the counter, an older woman looked up from reading a tattered Mills and Boon novel. Next to her was a bain-marie filled with every type of heart attack food known to man, and Angie could smell the fat. It made her queasy. Fuel? The woman asked. No, thanks, Angie said. We're from the Kalgoorlie police station. You've been talking to one of my colleagues, I believe? She showed her ID. Oh, yeah. You're the two who want to look at the security footage. She put the novel down, casting a longing look at the bare-chested man on the cover, and motioned for them to follow her. Can't send it, 'cause the internet is down again, she said. Bloody Telstra. That's what they should rename themselves. Bloody Telstra. Nothing ever works for long up here. Typing a code into a keypad next to another door, she went through and beckoned Angie and Jack inside. Over here, she said, pointing to a computer. I think it's at the place you want to start. What's your name? Shana. Thanks for helping us out. From outside, the bell tinkled again. You'll have to look after yourselves here. If someone pinches fuel, the boss'll dock my wages." She disappeared back out the door.
"Do you know how to work this?" he asked. He wiggled the mouse and the screen came to life.
"Looks like you're doing fine," Angie said, and leaned in closer, looking at the icons at the bottom of the screen. "Try this one," she said, pointing. Jack clicked to enlarge it. A video filled the screen, with an arrow in the middle of the image. "Play," Angie said. "Here we go. If only these had sound, not just video." Jack pressed the arrow, and they watched as a young woman with long blonde hair came into the service station and looked around. She was wearing jeans, a jumper, and solid boots, plus a beanie to ward off the cold. She saw the fridge and went straight over, picking out an iced coffee and a bottle of water. The bain-marie nearby was filled with Chico rolls, chicken strips, and kebabs. She pointed to a bucket of chips, and Shana lifted it out and passed it across. The same crunched-up novel Shana had been reading today was sitting on the counter. Angie guessed the buzzer on the door had sounded because the girl turned towards the door. "That's Bree McRae?" Jack asked. "She looks like the photo Leah gave us." "That's her, without a doubt," Angie said. "Hold on. Who's she with?" "Well, whoever it is, she's pleased to see them," Jack said. "That smile is a pretty good giveaway she knows them." As they watched, the attendant rang up her purchases, and Bree used her bank card on the FPOS machine. "Internet was working then," Jack said. "What?" Angie didn't understand what he meant. "No FPOS when the internet is down?" "Of course." Angie drew out the word, realizing she sounded stupid. There was so much to get used to out here. A man came into the frame, and they both fell silent, watching as Bree put her arm around his waist and smiled up at him. He was a solid man who was wearing a hat and heavy jacket. "Not Smurf," Jack said. "No, but who?" Angie paused the footage, then leaned in with her phone and took a photo. "Let's send this back to the station and see if they can run it through some facial recognition software." "Where's Shana?" He put his head out the door and called her name. "Hold up," she called back. A few moments later, she came into the room. "You right?" "We are, thanks. Do you recognize this man?" Angie asked. "That other bloke asked me out on the phone, and I do, but I couldn't tell you his name. See him around every few weeks." "Right, okay, thanks. We're going to save this footage and see if we can get some stills from it, okay?" Shana shrugged. "Whatever you need to do, love. Not my business." Angie took out a thumb drive and inserted it into the computer, saving the file. Jack was leaning in to look more closely at the man, who was frozen in time, with his arm around Bree's waist. "Wish everyone came tattooed with their names on their forehead," he muttered. "Ha! Wouldn't that make life easy?" They both looked up as a long horn blast sounded from outside. Shana called out, "Give us a hand, would ya?" The horn continued to blare. Angie snatched out the USB and put it in her pocket and ran to the door, Jack in front of her. Outside, she clocked a battered ute with a man inside, his hand firmly pressed on the horn. Over the noise, she heard him yelling, "Help! I need some help!" 4 days after. Max tapped furiously at the keys. His instructions were to hack into the bank account and steal as much money as he could. "Then run through all the stolen credit card numbers," the man had said. "See if you can get a hit on any that are usable. Best thing to do is spend a small amount to begin with. $20, something that no one is really going to notice. Then if that goes through, hit it up big." The man in the grey mask seemed to be the boss. He was the one who had given the instructions to Max on how to hack. It was much easier than Max had ever expected. "What do you want me to do?" Max had asked. "Buy anything that has good resale value.
But I don't care if you hack into a corporation and steal personal data, or steal crypto, or money from a bank account, if you can. Anything to get dollars. The more, the better. You can do this, Max, his captor had encouraged. I know you can. And don't forget, there's a bonus for you at the end of all of this. Then he'd been left alone. Glancing at the person next to him, Max already knew no one would speak to him. Last night, when they'd been marched to the dining hall, not one of the others had looked him in the eye. They'd kept their eyes averted, not wanting to engage. He'd checked to see if the guard was looking and quickly tried to bring up Instagram in the hope he could send a message to his mum, but he'd been blocked immediately by a firewall. Max realised how lucky he'd been that it hadn't triggered an alarm. By the look of the other teenagers in the room, he suspected the guard and the man in the grey mask wouldn't be that forgiving. Today, the room was full of chatter as these teenagers turned scammers called unsuspecting people trying to get them to give up their bank account or credit card details. The ones who weren't on the phone tapped at their keyboards and stared blankly at their screens. Max had a million questions and no one to give him the answers. He saw the boy next to him typing out a love note. You're the sexiest man I've ever seen. I'm in love with you, Brad. I'd really like to come to visit you. Imagine the fun we could have. His dinner from last night rolled in his stomach. He'd only picked at the mush they'd been served for tea. The dining hall was just tables set up in a nondescript shed. It was after dark when they'd been marched to the dormitories, so Max couldn't see the landscape. There was nothing he could use to get a bearing on his location. Inside the bunkhouse, the guard had watched them. They kept their heads down and didn't make eye contact with each other. He'd only been given one piece of advice when a kid had taken a risk and spoken to him in the dormitory. Don't try to stand up to them or do anything to make them think you're going to run. The guards, I mean. There's always one on duty and they rotate over shifts. One of the kids tried to run a few days ago and they beat him so bad I don't even know if he's still alive. He had blood all over his head, and when they dragged him out, he was totally limp. They might have thrown him in the cell, but I reckon he's gone. There was a silence, and then the boy said, You're here to replace him. What did he do? Max had whispered back. He tried to run. In the afternoon, when the guards sometimes doze off. He was the closest to the door, and normally they lock it, but the skinnier guard makes mistakes sometimes. This guy, he saw his chance and went for it. He made it to the doorway before he was caught. Max had turned over in bed and let a tear slip down his cheek as the words played back through his mind. Home didn't seem so bad now. They were all lined up for lunch now. Max shuffled on, plate in hand, waiting for the boy in front of him to be served. Then he saw her. He blinked, not sure if he was dreaming. He couldn't help it. He gasped. Bree. She hadn't noticed him at first. The man supervising was nearby, and Max had kept his head down. His head still ached from the whack the day before. But he was watching through hooded eyes when the supervisor had walked up to Bree and put his hand on her shoulder possessively. She'd given him a tentative smile, but her eyes were flicking to the guard who was holding the gun. Max knew Bree well enough to know she was terrified. Max was in line waiting to be served, and as Bree had gone to place a spoonful of stew onto his plate, she'd looked into his face and started in shock. If she hadn't spoken to him, maybe they would have been okay. But she did, and they weren't. Bree said, Max! Chapter 29. Who's that? Jack yelled as he ran towards the commotion. The battered ute was parked across the entry to the service station, and the man inside was leaning on the horn and calling for help. His moans sounded as if they were coming from a wounded animal. Jack skidded to a halt and stared. Is that who I think it is? Smurf, Angie confirmed, and she reached for the door handle.
She was about to pull it open when a dog launched itself against the window from the back seat, snarling to protect its master. "Jesus, get that fucking dog under control so I can open the door," Angie yelled, pulling her hand away and taking a step back. "I'm a police officer," she told the injured man. "You're going to have to do something with that dog before I can come any closer." "He won't hurt you unless I tell him to," the man said through gritted teeth. "I don't care. Get him out of the car and on a lead." "Haven't got a lead." "Shut up!" He clicked his fingers and the dog stopped barking. Jack stood beside Angie now, looking at the dog warily. "Sir, what is your name?" he asked. "Smurf." "Are you hurt? Has the dog attacked you?" "Don't be daft. He's—" Smurf dragged in a breath. "Not going to hurt me." "Call an ambulance," Angie told Jack. "So, what have you hurt?" "It's my goddamn fucking knee," Smurf said, withering now. "It hurts like a bastard. Can't get out of the car. Can't unbend." The dog gave a warning bark, aimed at Angie. "Fuck's sake, shut up," Smurf told the dog. He reached over and put his hand on the dog's head. Silence again, and the dog meekly put his chin on Smurf's knee. "Where's the closest hospital?" Angie asked Jack, still eyeing the dog. "There's an outpost nursing station here. They might have a green whistle. I'll run over there." Jack crossed the road and Angie focused on the man. "Okay, Smurf, if I'm going to help you, I need you to listen carefully. Firstly, what's your dog's name?" "Assassin." "And can I get him out of the ute and tied up?" "He won't hurt anyone unless he's given the command." Angie really wanted that monster of a dog restrained, but she couldn't see how that would happen without calling in the dog squad, unless she got Smurf to do it willingly. For the first time since she'd moved to Kalgoorlie, she missed the ease of having other resources only minutes away. "I guess I'll have to trust you on that, but be aware that if that dog makes to hurt anyone, we won't hesitate to shoot it. How did you hurt your knee?" As she asked, she saw an empty bottle on the passenger seat and realised she could smell alcohol. "Have you had a few drinks?" "Not enough to kill the pain," Smurf puffed, "but a few." "Jack has called you an ambulance and we're trying to find a bit more pain relief, but you mightn't be able to take any until the alcohol wears off." "I don't give a fuck about that. Just give me some stronger pain meds." "How about we try and get you out of the car so we can stretch that knee out? You might be more comfortable out here." Assassin growled, and Smurf shook his head. The dog sat back down. "Nah, just leave me here. Get me camera. It's on the back seat. I gotta show you something. I told you cops I'd meet you here and show you." Angie eyed the dog, who was now sitting in the footwell of the passenger side, watching her every movement. "Are you sure that dog isn't going to attack me?" "On my life," Smurf said. She left him in the front of the car, yanking open the back door. The camera bag was jumbled in among sticks and rocks and dirt. Unzipping the dust-encrusted bag, Angie saw an older-style digital camera. "On there," Smurf told her. "It's in bad shape." Smurf was calmer now, even though still clearly in pain. Angie understood. He'd handed responsibility over to someone else. "I firstly need to confirm that you are Sean Murphy." Yeah, just have a look." Smurf dismissed her question, burying his fingers into Assassin's fur. "You're the one who called Kalgoorlie Police Station and reported a body?" "Yes, just have a look," he repeated. Angie glanced across the road to where Jack was coming out of the nursing post. He had another man with him who was holding a bag, and they were running. "Look at it, damn you," Smurf yelled. "It's been out there too long as it is. You'll have to go and get him." Smurf's agitation made Assassin sit up and move closer to his master until he was almost sitting on his lap. Shocked, Angie was galvanised into action. She opened the back door and put the camera down. She got out her phone, flicked the camera over to video mode, and hit record.
My name is DS Angie Sullivan, she said with urgency, and I'm recording this at the Lenora service station. I'm speaking to Sean Murphy, also known as Smurf. Sean Murphy has given me a camera and asked me to inspect the contents. She described the situation. Finally, she took a breath and turned Smurf's digital camera on. Hitting the display button, she looked at the first photo, her expression becoming grim. She checked her phone was in the right position to capture the image and then clicked over to the next one. It held the same contents from a different angle. Poking out from under a bush was a pair of dirty Adidas sneakers, the laces tied in a double bow. The jeans on the left leg were pulled up, and she could make out grey socks and purple bruising consistent with decomposition. She tried to zoom in to find a face, but the camera was too old. "Mr. Murphy, where did you take these photos?" She called out above his groans. "We need to know where you took these pictures." "What's going on?" Jack asked. "For the record, Detective Jack Higgins has joined me," Angie said, and swung the camera around to show Jack's concerned face. "I found it out there in the bush, like I told the guy on the phone," Smurf said. Then he saw the nurse and said, "Just give me some painkillers before I go mad." Angie privately thought that was a late call. "I can't do that. I need to examine you first," the nurse told him. "Give him the green whistle," Angie commanded. "I need to find out what the hell is going on here." The nurse looked at her. "Well, it's on you," he said. "Don't worry, I'm recording all of this," Angie told him. She held out Smurf's camera to show Jack what she'd just seen. He took the camera silently and assessed the image. Then he looked back at Angie. "Okay," he said, stringing out the word. He turned to Smurf, who was now sucking on the pain relief. "How did you get these photos?" "I took 'em. Assassin here. He knew something was up when I woke up yesterday morning. He doesn't usually leave my side, but he kept taking off to this bush, sniffing around. I went for a look. I fell over on the way there. That's how I hurt my knee. I was going to look and I tripped over a branch. Got an old war injury." "Yes, but how did you take these if your knee was hurt?" "Crawled over there to check it out, then went back to the humpy for painkillers." Smurf looked at Angie now, and she saw embarrassment in his eyes. "Didn't just take the drugs. I drank a shitload too. When I finally woke up and rang you, I got the old ute started, drove over to the bush, and took these from the window of the car." Smurf was breathing heavily as he beckoned for Jack and Angie to come closer. "And there were lights, spotlights in the sky. They must have been signalling to someone." "Okay, let's calm down here," Angie said, her voice authoritative. "First off, let's get your pain under control. Inhale a few more times. Breathe in, breathe out. That's right." She turned to the nurse. "What else have you got?" "Nothing I'm going to give him," the nurse answered with an annoyed look at Angie. "Not until you let me examine him." Angie brushed him off. "How are you feeling now, Smurf?" "Jesus, my knee hurts, but this shit is doing its job." "Good. We have an ambulance coming," Jack told him. "ETA 1 hour." "Thanks." Assassin set off on another round of barking, which changed to a snarl when the nurse went too close. The nurse backed off. "How about you call me if you need me again? I'll go back into the nursing post." "Thanks, mate," Jack said. "We'll do that." They waited until there was quiet in the car. Angie checked for Shana, who was inside the service station shop, staring out of the window and talking on her phone. This incident would be around all the local gossips before too long. "Okay, Smurf, what can you tell us about the body?" "Nothing except my dog found it. Only reason I knew it was there." "Looks like it's only in the early stages of decomposition. Was there any odour?" "Can't smell anything. Haven't been able to smell for years. Agent Orange. I knew me dog was pretty interested in it, though."
Where do you live? I got a bush camp. Don't like people much. And how long have you lived there? A bloody long time. Can you give us the GPS coordinates so we can find the body? Jack's phone rang, and he glanced at the screen. Tim, he answered and walked away. You get me another green whistle, and I'll take you there. Angie assessed Smurf. That would be a whole lot quicker, because this man knew where he was going. Trouble was, he really did need medical attention, and the ambulance was coming. Do you know who the deceased is? She asked. Who the hell knows? Didn't get close enough to see the face. Might be a prospector who's got lost, or a tourist. These days there's so many people heading out for an adventure, it could be anyone. The place I used to work at, they even take tourist groups out to look at the bloody stars. Stupid, if you ask me. But I did see a vehicle out my way the other day, and they could have dumped it. And before you ask, no, I don't know who it was. I wasn't at me camp. I just saw the dust from the hill I was sitting on. His words rushed into each other. I heard gunshots too, but they were in the middle of the day, and I thought it must have been a roo shooter or something. Smurf, please take another breath and calm down, Angie said. Jack came back and looked at Smurf. Do you know a young man by the name of Brendan Cook? Who? Jack repeated the name. Don't reckon. Were you ever interviewed for a magazine article? A survival magazine? Oh. Smurf was quiet, patted Assassin, who now looked like a cat curled up next to his thigh. Yeah, I was. I've forgotten about that. Some time back now. Have you ever owned a van with the number plate? Jack read out the registration number. It's a white Ford Transit with a sliding door on the left-hand side. God, that was another lifetime ago too. Yeah, I had that when I was still working. He fixed Jack with a stare. What do you want to know about that for? When did you see it last? Angie asked. I left it at the workshop of Muller Station years ago, after the motor blew up. It was going to cost more to fix than the whole bloody thing was worth. It was hardly even roadworthy. Angie changed tack, because she'd worked out where Jack was going with his questioning. Tim had found something that linked Smurf to Brendan. Mr. Murphy, are you a gamer? Who? Smurf fixed her with a hard stare. I don't even know what that is. Look, I came to give you the camera, to show you what I found, and now you're questioning me like I had something to do with it. Let me tell— You said something about signals, Angie interrupted. Yeah, fucking weird. They wouldn't be a grazier spotlighting? Looking for feral animals, maybe? Look, all I know is that the bush isn't sacred anymore. Too many freaking people getting around out there, going out into the bush and getting lost, trespassing on people's stations and mining tenements. I've never had trouble where I live, but I've heard enough about it going on. Angie raised an eyebrow. Okay, Mr. Murphy, we're going to need to start again. She turned to Jack. Can you get the others out here? And forensics? 4 days after. Bree reached her hand out towards Max. Oh my God, Max! Relief crossed her face. God, I'm so glad to see you. Are you okay? This place. She dropped the ladle and started to move around the table. She reached Max and clung to him, just as a guard appeared next to her. What are you doing? He snarled. Get back behind the table and do your job. Bree kept talking to Max. A cop came looking for you before I left, so I told them that you'd been kidnapped. She made her voice louder so everyone could hear. The police will be looking for you, Max, and they'll find their way here. Max tried to keep Bree close to him, his hand locked around her waist, but the guard ripped her away, keeping the gun in his other hand trained on Max. That's good you told the police, Bree, Max said, not letting a wobble into his tone. He'd picked up immediately on what Bree was trying to do. They won't take long to get here. If only they knew where here was, he thought. At the sound of the disturbance, the man in the grey mask came into the room. Max shrank back immediately. This man oozed power and control. Solid and tall, he reminded Max of Tango. Beefy. "There won't be any police coming here," the man told them. "That is just wishful thinking." His laugh was mean. "Who is this?" Max asked Bree as the man came closer. Bree turned, and another look of fear flickered across her face. "He's the reason I'm here," she said, raising her voice so everyone could hear. "His name is Mark. Isn't it, Mark? Mark, Mark, Mark!" Max could see the other teenagers watching. A couple were glancing towards the door. The others were pressing back against the wall, not wanting to engage. "Bree," Max tried to put a warning in his voice. She had to stop taunting the man. He was the boss here. "I met him online." But before Bree could say anything more, the man yanked Bree's arm and steered her to the door. Bree pulled her arm back. "Ow! Don't pull me like that!" She twisted and wriggled, and Max was in awe of her bravery. "Bree!" He came to life and tried to run towards her. The man's eyes crinkled as if he was smiling behind the mask, and with his free hand he reached out and backhanded Max across the face. Max cried out and doubled over, his hand flying to his stinging eye and cheek. He heard Bree's voice cry out, "Jesus, don't hit him! What the fuck are you doing? Max! Max!" Max felt the cold tip of a rifle on his neck. "Walk." Max walked. Chapter 30. "What are we looking for?" Tim asked Angie as they set up a makeshift police station in the Lenora Town Hall. The Shire had made space available in their offices for an incident room. It was closer to the body, which would make it easier for everyone to work their shifts. They'd booked out the rooms at the pub because who knew how long they'd be out here for. Angie hoped not long, because there was nothing comfortable about the bed she'd seen or using a communal bathroom. Pol Air was up and looking for Smurf's bush camp so they could guide the detectives to it. Although Smurf had offered to take them there, Angie had needed the ambulance officers to assess him before she could let him do that. "I'd like to suggest that Smurf must have had something to do with both disappearances," Jack said. "Look at the evidence. The van that was used in Max's abduction was registered to him. He could have slipped back to Muller Station at any time and driven it away. There's no getting around that. Meanwhile, both boys had packed bags in their rooms, and Brendan had a magazine with the article about Smurf in it. And now the same man shows up out of the bush with photos of a body he claims he knows nothing about." Angie huffed at him. "A defence lawyer is going to make mincemeat out of you with that theory," she said. "That evidence you're talking about is not beyond a reasonable doubt, and you know it." "I know, but you believe they're linked too, don't you?" "What I believe is this can't yet be proven beyond a reasonable doubt," Angie said, clicking on the computer screen and bringing up the first photo from Smurf's camera. "Let's find that van, get forensics to go through it, and see if there's anything that actually connects Smurf to Max. Don't forget, the footage shows two people abducting Max, and I have to say that neither of them, even though their faces were hidden, look like Smurf." She paused. "But I'm not giving up until we find Max and Brendan, and Bree McRae, for that matter. I've had a pathologist look at the photos. It's going to be a while before we can get anyone here in person, so I emailed them through. He's telling me they look to be male remains, although he's making an educated guess. The pathologist can see the hands and shape of the legs. Young, late teens, and that's all we've got to go on. Clothes are pretty much the same as what Max was wearing when he was taken. Jeans and sneakers, but we can't see the top." Angie took a breath and looked at the detectives assembled in front of her. "Thoughts?" "Doesn't sound good," Jack said. "Should we notify Julia and Noah Galbraith that we have a body?" Tim asked. "Adam could go around and speak with them." "Not yet. So far, the media hasn't got hold of this. Last I heard, they were still all camped outside the station in Kalgoorlie. Let's keep this off the air and see if we can work out who this poor person is first. She stopped. Mightn't be either of the two we're looking for. He hasn't been dead too long, only a day or so, rather than months, Ava observed. He's decomposing rather than skeletal. You're right. Now, Sean Murphy has given us some information, but we're unsure as to how reliable he is because he's a heavy drinker. You'll see there's mention of signalling. What? I know. Odd. Let's not forget he's a veteran. If this goes to trial, we'll need to get him assessed to make sure he possesses the necessary mental capacity that he understands what is going on here. She looked around at the faces watching her. Okay, so here's the plan. Jack is going to go with Smurf to his camp once we get the all clear from the ambos. Ava, once the body has been secured, you can direct forensics. They're on their way and will wait here until Jack calls them in. Tim, you're going to oversee communications, and Ava, you're also on research and comms. What are you going to do? Ava asked and caught Angie's eyes. I'm going to Muller Station for a look. As I said earlier, Smurf mentioned tourists trespassing, and we know from their website that Muller Station offers group tours of the outback. When I asked Sean about the van, he said he'd left it there when he retired. That's why it's unregistered. He bought himself a second-hand four-wheel drive ute, that one he drove in today, and he hasn't seen the van since then. Logic would suggest that someone from Muller Station would be able to tell us if it's still there, or if it was stolen, or if they parked it down the bush to get rid of it, and it's been taken. She smiled at them all. So, I'll go and ask some questions. Everyone nodded. I'd like to bring Bree and her unknown friend back up, Jack said. I really think we should be working out who he is. Yep, go ahead, Angie said. Well, didn't I read in your report from when you talked to Bree that she told you she wanted to be a cook? Ah, yeah, Angie said slowly, thinking back to her conversation with the girl. Yeah, she did. I think from the footage we have of that bloke, he's a stockman. Look at his hands. They're pretty beaten up. He also dresses very much like a stockman. See on his belt, he's got a pocket knife and... Jack looked at everyone with a smile. The clincher is the baling twine he's using for a shoelace. See here? He pointed to the lace-up boots, and Angie saw a thick piece of blue string tied in a bow. She looked at Jack quizzically. Farmers, stockmen, people who work the land, they always have baling twine in their ute in case of necessity. It's handy for everything from straining up a fence as a quick fix, to tying dogs on the back of a ute, to replacing a belt. Farmers use it for everything you can think of. Anyhow, what if he's a shearing contractor? Or a stockie who has got a stock camp team out mustering and needs a cook? He paused. Or he's an ex-stockie who is now running a tourism business that might require a cook for his clients. If you're going there already, it won't hurt to look out for this bloke and see if he has a connection with Muller Station. Angie cocked her head to the side, thinking. Don't you think that's a longbow? Jack raised a shoulder. Maybe. And before you say we have nothing to link Max and Brendan to Bree, you're right. He paused and looked at each of them. But Muller Station has tourists, and tourists need a cook, and we already know that Smurf is connected to Muller Station. Jack held out his hands. Let's try and identify this guy and see what we find. If he's not linked to the station, we don't need to go any further. Okay, Angie said decisively. I'm okay with that. Everyone else? There was general agreement, and Angie stood. Ava, can you get copies of the photo up on socials and to the media, saying we're looking for him to help with inquiries? You know how to word it. She looked at Ava, who was busily writing everything down. You'll be okay here? No worries, she said, and looked up, holding Angie's gaze for a long moment. Boss, I'm a bit worried about you going to Muller Station by yourself. I reckon Tim should go too. What? Angie glanced over at Ava and then back at her notes. Don't be silly. I'm only going on a fact-finding mission. Won't get into any trouble with that. Actually, I agree, Jack put in. Take Tim, just to be on the safe side. No, we need feet on the ground here.
And there'll be no feed on the ground anywhere if you get into trouble on your own, Jack said. All you'll do is hold up the investigation. His tone was gruff, but as soon as she looked at his expression, she realised Jack was thinking about Zara and what had happened to her. She hesitated. Okay, Tim, you're with me. She rubbed her hands. Righto, we right to move? Just to recap, Jack and Smurf to the body, Ava here, and Tim with me. In the cars, Angie made sure everyone had radio contact and then called Pole Air with the details of who to contact. While Tim slipped into the driver's seat, she tried to pull up Google Maps. Thank God the mobile reception had come back up an hour ago. It would be mad trying to run an investigation without the internet. Changing her view to satellite, she had to wait a few moments for it to load. Then she zoomed in. Okay, we're looking at... There's 4 sheds and a house all close to each other. Then there's... She leaned in close to the screen. What are... Oh, I think some kind of yards? She turned the screen around to Tim, who leaned in to look. Yep, stockyards. And over here, that's a small outhouse, like a meat house or outside toilet or similar. Right. And the road comes in here. Angie tried to get the lay of the land, so she knew what she was going to be seeing before she got there. We come in over a hill, and then there's a long line of ranges, maybe 300 or 400 metres behind the sheds. She leaned back in her seat and blew out a breath. Let's see what we can find out, Tim said. Righto. They both jumped at the sound of a bang on the boot, and Jack appeared at Angie's side window. You okay? She asked. Yeah, look, just be careful, okay? We have no idea who lives at Muller Station. Well, we do, but we don't have background checks or anything yet. If you walk into something illegal, they might want to do to you what the bikies did to Zara. His fingers tightened over the window frame. Maybe you should have backup going in there. Point taken, Angie said. But this is just a tourist business. They won't be doing anything illegal if there's tourists around. Too many people to see. You can't be sure. Angie tapped her fingers and looked at Tim. Let's just go in there on the pretense of something simple. Can we say we're doing a gun cabinet check? That could be antagonistic, Tim said. Not everyone stores their guns correctly. If theirs aren't in a cabinet and adhering to all the new laws, they'll get their backup straight away. How about you're just passing and had heard they'd opened a tourist operation and you wanted to introduce yourselves in case they ever had a problem? Jack suggested. We're out here checking on a couple of the other stations and thought we'd call in. That type of thing. Sounds pretty innocuous, Angie agreed. Let me have another look at this website and see if I can find out who's running it. I'll get Ava to run some background checks. You'll want to be quick. The mobile range dries up not that far out of town. God, aren't we the most backwards country on earth? Angie muttered as she waited for the website to load. Anyhow, let's get on. Thanks for the heads up, Jack. And you watch yourself with that dog. He seems pretty vicious when Smurf isn't around. Angie watched the side mirror as Jack got into the car. Then she refocused on her phone as Tim drove up the highway. Okay, let me see. Outback and Beyond Tours. Meet your hosts. Aha. She glanced over the page as it slowly loaded. It pixelated, and then the blue line at the top of the screen stopped moving. The blue line reminded her of the pregnancy test. She took another breath and wondered briefly what Will was doing. Then she banished him from her mind. Who cared? He could do whatever he wanted, plan his wedding or baby moon for all she cared. This was not the time. The screen stayed blank. Looks like I didn't get there quickly enough, she said. Maybe I'll radio Ava and ask her. Good idea. I'd rather we know what we're driving into, Tim said. Angie picked up the radio receiver and put the call into Ava, telling her what she needed. On it, Ava answered. And I've already had a hit on that photo. The bloke with Bree? That was quick. I sent the image to all the media outlets like you suggested. And Julia has called me. Julia? As in Julia Galbraith? Tim glanced at Angie.
And? Well, Julia, as president of the P&Cs, is in charge of organising fundraisers, and she said this man contacted her recently offering a large donation towards their most recent one. She saw him, face to face. That's what she said. He set up a meeting with her and came to the school, offered $20,000. That sounds like a huge donation. Yep. Was Max with her? Did he meet this bloke? No, not according to her. But apparently she bragged to him about Max's computing prize. Okay, so who is he? Name is Mark Drake. I haven't had a chance to Google him yet or run him through our system. Like I said, I've only just put the phone down, but leave it with me, and I'll see what else I can find out. Okay, great work. Thanks, Ava. Angie hung up the radio receiver and glanced across at Tim. That's interesting. So we have Mark Drake connected to Bree, but who also has a connection to Max's mother and the school Max goes to. He's dropped $20,000 into the school kitty, and Jack thinks he's a stockman. Weird much. How far to go until we get to Muller Station? I'm looking for the turn-off now. Not long. Angie picked up her phone and tried to open maps again. Oh my God. The phone is working now, she muttered. This is insane. She zoomed in on the driveway and tried to track it back to the main road. Shouldn't be too hard to find if they're running tours out here, she said. Should be a sign or something, I would have thought. Yep, just like that one. Tim pointed to a sign that said, Outback and Beyond Tours 5 kilometres ahead, and laughed. You'd make a great detective. I like to think so. Angie grinned. Tim slowed the car and flicked his blinker on as the turn-off crept closer. Angie took a deep breath and checked herself. Her gun was in the locked safe in the back, her radio next to her in the car. Going to take my gun, I think, she told Tim. I think Jack's nervousness has rubbed off on me. So am I, he replied, navigating the deep potholes. He brought the car to a standstill. Want to grab them now? He said, handing her the key. Then we're armed when we arrive. Angie opened the back doors and unlocked the gun safe, slipping out their 2 pistols and the ammo. Locking it again, she pocketed the key and got back in the car. They came to the peak of a hill and saw the sheds spread out in front of them. There we go. There's the sheds and buildings. She took another breath. And another sign that says it's a tourist operation. Old tyres painted white lined the driveway, with hardy-looking shrubs in them, while another sign warned that children were about and not to drive over 25 kilometres an hour. Okay, Tim asked. Yup. Angie steeled herself. Normally nothing like this would bother her, but today she was carrying a precious piece of cargo, a tiny human she had never carried before. She checked her phone. No signal. Tim brought the car to a stop underneath some trees, and they looked around. The area was neat and tidy, with green lawns near the buildings and seats under the trees lining the boundary. A path, paved with red bricks, led the way to a small building. There's a reception sign, Tim pointed out. Let's go. She reefed open the door and got out as Tim did, and tucked the gun into the small of her back. The door to the reception flew open, and a man came out, smiling widely. Good day. Welcome. Are you looking to join the tours? I'm your host, Mark Drake. Chapter 31. Can you keep that dog in the back? Jack said to Smurf as he felt the drip of saliva on his neck. Assassin was puffing in Jack's ear, trying to get his head out the window, making it difficult to drive. He knows we're getting close to the camp. He's as pleased to be home as I am. Take a left up here. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if he was restrained. And you've waited this long to tell me that? The old man shot Jack a stare. You suddenly worried I might try and set the dog onto you? He snorted. Haven't I made it clear I've had enough of killing? Your death is not something I want to be involved in. I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not, but that's the way it is. The dog stays where he is. And by the by, how the hell do I know if I can trust you? What about the abduction of a teenage boy? Would you be involved in something like that? Smurf's head swiveled quickly. What are you asking? We're investigating the abduction of Max Galbraith and the disappearance of Bree McRae. Those names ring a bell? Never heard of him. Jack picked up a folder he had resting on the dash and used one hand to flick over the cover. There's photos of them here. Either of them look familiar to you? Smurf leaned over and took the file, assessing both photos carefully. Nah, don't recognise them. His voice softened. Where did they disappear from? Jack filled in the details. So, where were you on Saturday night? Again, Smurf snorted. Going to be hard to get me a suitable alibi for you lot. I don't think you'll take Assassin's word I was here with him. Turn here. Jack didn't answer, but followed the almost non-existent track, glad Smurf was with him to navigate the terrain. Smurf seemed happy not to talk, except to give instructions. He kept shifting in his seat uncomfortably, but the pain must have been bearable because he wasn't saying anything about it. How far are we from your camp? About 5 minutes. Watch that stump sticking up there. You'll stake a tire if you hit that. Jack searched the ground and turned the wheel at the last moment. I reckon you should pull up here, Smurf said. Jack hit the brakes so hard they were all shoved forward with the movement. Assassin let out a grunt, just to let Jack know what he thought of his driving skills, while Smurf put a hand on the dash. Why? Jack asked. See that bush there? Smurf pointed to a large, shrubby bush, covered in thin, needle-like leaves. The one with the white tape on the top branch? Jack peered through the windscreen. A flapping movement caught his eye. Yeah? The body is on the other side. Right. Jack checked his hip for the satellite phone he'd been given by Angie. And then he got out and looked back at Smurf. I'll stay here if you don't mind. Smurf turned his face to stare out his window, his arm reaching back to grab Assassin. Standing still, Jack looked around and took in every tree and bush. He snapped photos on his phone, then walked over to the bush and around the other side. I fell over that bloody branch over there, Smurf yelled, pointing at a tall gimlet tree nearby. Thanks. Jack wasn't interested in the gimlet tree. He smelt the body before he saw it. A pair of sneakers stuck out from under the bush, just like Smurf had explained back in Lenora. Jack closed his eyes briefly and wished he had some Vicks or peppermints in his pocket. By the smell, this was going to be rough. He went back to the car and got out a mask and gloves and put them on, then switched his mobile phone to video mode. Back at the bush, with one hand he gently pulled back the branches. He saw the dirty shirt, the torn jeans. He checked the pockets for ID and came away with nothing. He brought the phone in closer as he videoed his way up the body, pushing the branches out of the way as he went, until he reached the face. Shit. He dropped his head. Oh no. Jack let the branches fall back into place and took a few steps back. Enough to get away from the ghoulish stare of the dead teenager with bruises covering his face and a bullet hole between his eyes. Hands on his knees, Jack took a few deep breaths through his mouth. It didn't matter how many times he saw a body. It always affected him. Finally composed, he went back and started another examination. The body was bloated and skin slippage had started. Hands and fingers were intact, while the shirt was covered in blood. Jack couldn't believe the body hadn't been attacked by wild dogs, wedge-tailed eagles, crows, or any other meat-eating animal or bird. He turned off the video and put his mobile back in his pocket, swapping it for the satellite phone. Ava, we need forensics out here ASAP. Jack? Ava was almost panting. God, I'm glad you've called. I was just about to ring you. I've got information that Tim and Angie need ASAP, but I can't get hold of them. They must be out of the car at Muller Station already. They're not answering the radio. I think they might be in trouble. Chapter 32.
Thanks for the coffee, Mark, Angie said, looking around the kitchen. It's a beautiful place you've got here.
Not mine, Mark told them as he stirred milk into his cup. The company owns all this. I caretake everything and run the tours. Must be quite different from being a stockman, Tim said. Desperate times call for desperate measures, mate. The place was going to go under if they kept the stock here. But tourists, especially the overseas ones, pay through the nose for this type of experience. And I know all the special little hiding places and fun spots to go because I've been here a while. Apparently I make a good tour guide. And if I do say so myself, I can spin a good yarn. To tell the truth, I didn't spend too much time as a stockie. I wasn't very good at it. He smiled charmingly. There's a whole lot of dust and flies here, and they are not my friends. I like people and technology a whole lot more.
How come you came out here in the first place, if you like people? Angie asked.
I was on the bones of my arse. Couldn't get a job to save my life, so I was at the point where I had to take anything. The owners offered me a position, and I grabbed it with both hands.
He leaned forward.
Never thought I would have stayed this long.
It's just you here?
And the tourists.
Mark took a sip of his coffee and leaned back in his chair casually.
We let most of the employees go when we shut down the stock side of the station.
Have you had many tourists come through? Tim asked.
Did my 100th stargazing tour 2 days ago. It was a bit of a milestone. Took the bus out, let them loose up on the highest point. We make it nice. They can lie back on camp chairs and cushions and that sort of shit. Once they've got their fill of the stars, I take them back to a fire and make them billy tea and damper and hand out glasses of red wine, port or liquors, then back to the homestead so they can sleep it all off. He grinned. And they lap it up. The bills get paid, I get paid, and everyone is happy.
Sounds like you've got it all sorted, Angie said. She got up and went over to look at the photos on the wall. Are these of the station in its early days?
Shh! I'll tell you a secret, he said, getting up to stand next to her. I have no idea who any of these old geezers are. There are a few old pics I found at the second-hand store in Kalgoorlie. Hung them up here like they are part of the place, but I wouldn't have a clue who they are. But they fit in with the feel I've been trying to create here.
That's a bit cheeky, Angie said with a grin.
That's how we roll out here.
Even though his words were light, Angie saw Mark's jaw tighten. She sat down, her eyes drawn to something on the windowsill. Frowning slightly, she looked away and then back again. Then she picked up her cup and drank slowly. Mark looked at both of the detectives now.
Gotta say, it's a bit weird you police dropping in out of the blue. Has there been some trouble around the place I haven't heard about?
We're actually looking for a couple of missing teenagers, Angie said. Max Galbraith and Bree McRae. Tim kept his face straight as she strayed from the script. Mark's expression became concerned.
Missing kids? Where'd they go missing from?
Kalgoorlie. Mark laughed.
That's a long way away. They'd need a car to get out this far, unless they hitched a ride.
We're not sure where they are, but we'd like to find them. Only to have a chat. Bree mentioned to her aunt she was going to leave, and of course she doesn't have to go back home if she doesn't want to, but her family need to know she's safe. Max, well, he's a bit of a different story. And then there's another kid, Brendan Cook.
To lose one parent, Mr. Worthing, may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose both looks like carelessness.
Mark quipped.
Oscar Wilde. I wonder what to lose 3 would be.
He grinned at Angie.
Well, if any of them turn up here, I'll be sure to ring you. Is that the only reason you're out this way?
That's a big reason to be out here, wouldn't you say?
Of course, yes.
Mark's face was solemn as he nodded. We are doing a few gun-safe inspections too, Angie said. Our records show you have guns registered, so can we check yours, please? Mark frowned.
Absolutely. The gun safe is in the office. I'll show it to you on the way out.
Angie finished her coffee and picked up the cup to take it to the sink.
Oh, that's okay. Leave your cup on the table, Mark said. I'll get it when I come back.
Too late, Angie said. I'm already at the sink. There was that jaw clench again. She hoped Tim had seen it too.
She was pushing Mark Drake's buttons, and she intended to keep pushing until she found out what she needed to know. She checked the windowsill again and realised she was right. A hair scrunchie had been left lying on the sill. Suddenly, Mark was at her side, taking the cup out of her hand and guiding her out the door, talking all the time. "The office is this way," he was saying. "I'll just have to duck back to my bedroom and get the key. Are you okay to wait?" "We sure are," Tim said. "Won't be long." Mark jogged off in the direction of the bedrooms, glancing around as he went. Tim rounded on Angie. "You're playing a dangerous game," he said. "I know, but I'll win. You watch. Did you see the scrunchie?" "Yeah, I did." "She's here somewhere. I know it." "Could be another girl," Tim said urgently. "Yeah, but did you see his eyes when I said her name?" Angie gave a grim smile. "I'm this close, and I will find those kids. They're here." "There were a lot of shirts on the clothesline too. Too many for one bloke," Tim said. "I agree. There's more than one person here." "I didn't see a clothesline," Angie said. "Any women's clothes?" "When we came into the kitchen, I caught a glimpse through a side window. Too far to see that detail. You wouldn't have seen it from where you were sitting." He glanced over his shoulder at the sound of footsteps. "We should call for backup," Tim warned. "Fuck," Angie said, realising she'd left her radio in the car. "Bit awkward when we haven't got our radios. What was I thinking?" Angie assessed Tim. "I mean this with total respect, but you haven't had anything happen in your career that might affect you in a situation like this?" Tim was silent. "Tim, I haven't worked with you before. I need to know." "You mean, am I going to be too cautious?" "Maybe. Caution might stop someone from being killed, and I'm all for that." "Good to know." Angie nodded. That would have to be a conversation for later. "Here we are." Mark held up the key as he walked slowly back towards them. "Did you get to have a look around? See that hill over there?" He pointed to the range behind the sheds. "I've got plans to build a road there and take visitors for sunset drives. You can see for miles. It's like a lookout." He grinned at them both again. "Now, the gun's safe. This way." "Sounds like you have a grand vision," Angie said. "Can we also ask, Mark, just as we walk? We're interested in a white Ford van that was registered to a Sean Murphy. His last known address was here at Muller Station. Used to work here, so he told us." Mark stopped walking and turned to face them. "A white Ford van?" "Yeah. We've spoken to Mr. Murphy, and he says the motor blew up and it was going to cost more to fix than the vehicle was worth, so he left it here. Could you tell us where it is?" Mark looked seriously at them. "There must be more reasons for you visiting than you're telling me if you're asking about something so specific. Look, detectives, I haven't seen a white van on the premises, but if it was old and buggered, it's likely someone has dragged it off into the sunset to a final resting place. We can't have anything that would make a tourist destination look untidy. I don't know the van you're speaking of, but I can look into the records and see if I can find some information for you." "That would be very helpful," Angie said. They followed Mark to a small outhouse near the first shed. "Here we are. Keep the guns well out of the way of prying eyes," he said, as he unlocked the door and opened it up. "Those new regulations the government has brought in have made keeping guns very difficult. Come in. It's over in the corner." Tim went up the stairs and stepped inside as Mark held the door open. He looked at Angie. "Do you need to see this as well?" Angie shrugged and followed Tim inside. As soon as she did, she felt a shove, and she landed on her hands and knees inside the room. The wind knocked out of her. "Hey!" Tim turned around and jumped over Angie, lunging towards the door, but Mark had slammed it shut. Tim reached for the handle, finding there wasn't one, then hammered on the door. "What the fuck?" They heard a key turn in the lock. Chapter 33. "What information have you found out?" Jack asked, feeling for his notebook. On the breeze, the smell of death came closer to him, and Assassin whined. Smurf, still looking in the opposite direction to where Jack had been with the body only moments before, patted the dog into silence. "I've dug a bit deeper on the bloke that ID'd with Bree," Ava said. "His name is Mark Drake. He manages the tourist venture at Muller Station." "Okay," Jack said. "He's a clean skin, but I thought it was pretty sus that Bree would run off with him, so I ran his photo through our system and got a match. Same man, different name. Massive record. The man pretending to be Drake has got firearms and assault charges against him and a warrant out for his arrest. He didn't turn up to court for the firearms charge. This guy has got a list of charges as long as my arm. Contacts in all sorts of underworld gangs. This dude is as bad as they come, Jack." "Shit, okay. Get on to tactical response, get as many officers out here as you can, and keep trying Angie and Tim. I'm going to head there now." "You got Smurf with you?" That stopped Jack in his tracks, but not for long. "I'm convinced he's harmless, and he might know a quicker way. Hang on, I need to give you the coordinates for the body." He reeled off the numbers from his GPS and then took a deep breath in through his mouth, still trying to avoid the stench. "Who is it?" "Not now. Keep it off the air, Ava," Jack snapped. "Look, I'll stay in contact, and make sure you ring if you've anything more for me. Anything, Ava." "On it." "Oh, and get Polaire out over Muller Station so we've got eyes in the skies. We're not walking into an ambush like we did with the bikies. Get me as much backup and help as you can." Jack started to jog back to the car, the phone still to his ear. "And Jack, just another thing to add. The media have got hold of the news there's a body." "Jesus, how did that get out?" "I don't know, but the first car turned up here at Lenora about half an hour ago." "Well, they'll have to be good to find him, so don't worry. But don't let out anything that's going on now." He yanked open the car door and jumped in, starting the car. "Stay in contact." "Be safe," Ava answered and hung up. Smurf looked over at him and took another deep suck on the green whistle in his hand. "All right, mate." "What's the quickest way to the homestead at Muller Station?" Jack asked. "What do you want to go? Just fucking tell me." He banged the steering wheel. Assassin moved closer to Smurf and growled a warning. Putting up his hands in a sorry motion, Jack spoke quickly. "We don't have time to fuck around. I just need to get to Muller Station. I think my colleagues might be in danger." Smurf's head jerked around. "Well then, you'd better keep going this way, then turn left and head north." "How long?" "About 40 minutes. "Tell me about who's there," Jack demanded. He gripped the steering wheel as he followed the two-wheel track that Smurf had pointed out. "I haven't been to the homestead for years. I got no idea." Smurf looked alarmed as he held onto the bar on the dash. "Slow down. You'll snap an axle the way you're driving. That means it'll take longer to get to your colleagues." Jack knew that, but he didn't care. He bounced the car forward, turning and twisting through the trees and up onto the ridge. "When we get closer, you should be able to see the glint of the shed over in that direction." Smurf pointed a gnarled finger. Slowly, Jack swept the horizon with his eyes. "Where?" "When we get to that ridge." "Oh, yeah, got it. Tell me, what's around the homestead?" "Homestead, machinery shed, all pretty standard for a station. But we're going to come in from the back, so we'll come past 4 big sheds half buried in the ground, with flat roofs. They were built back during World War II as bunkers, but they're not used for anything now, or at least they weren't when I worked there. And there's a spot where the mine used to be, but that hasn't been operating for years. Still got the hole in the ground, though." "A mine?" "Yeah. The previous owners tried to find a bit of gold like the rest of the world, but it was too expensive to keep looking. This was all back in the 80s when the interest rates were through the roof and people were doing anything to make a quid." "Did they use explosives?" "Yeah." "Was there any old explosive left lying around when you were there, Smurf?" Realization dawned on Smurf's face, and he turned to Jack with a serious expression. "Hate to be the bearer of bad news, mate, but there's always old explosives in those mines, and they're damn easy to get." Chapter 34. "What the fuck?" Angie said, still lying face down on the floor. She lifted herself up and looked around.
Has that bastard locked us in? Looks like it, Tim answered grimly. He was already on his feet, inspecting the door to see what kind of lock it was. Then he looked around. No gun safe. Bloody hell. How stupid. We fell for that hook, line and sinker. Oldest trick in the book. Angie got to her feet and looked around. Fury was burning inside her. He'll regret doing that, she said softly. Shh. Tim held his finger to his lips and leaned against the door. We need to enact our final plan, Mark yelled. He wasn't talking to Angie and Tim. What? A voice neither of them recognised answered. We've got 2 cops here. I can't let them go until we've destroyed everything and got the hell out. Cop cars have GPS trackers on them, so we need to get moving. Organise that chopper to get us out. Yes, boss. Angie pressed her ear to the wall. And there's another smaller problem. 2 of the kids know each other. The girl spoke to the cops before she came here. Does that matter? Probably not. They'll go up with the rest of it. Let's move. Angie looked at Tim. What? Tim shushed her. Blow it all up, Mark continued. Understand? Thumping at the door, Angie yelled out, This is the police! Open the door! There was silence from outside. Do you hear me? We are the police! Let us out! Still silence. The 2 men had either moved away or weren't talking. Angie ran her fingers around the edge of the door jamb. What type of room doesn't have any windows? A jail cell. That's what this is, Tim said quietly. So the question actually is, what kind of station is this? Doesn't matter what kind of station it is, only that there must be a shitload of illegal activity happening here, and they're about to get rid of the evidence. And if Bree is here, we need to find her. Angie punched at the wall. I don't think you're going to break through that wall or get out of here in a hurry, Tim told her, sliding down the wall into a sitting position. Look around you. The room is bare. I don't plan on getting blown to smithereens, Angie yelled at him. Don't you dare give up. That's not how this works. We've still got our guns. We can shoot out the lock and get out of here. And do what? Go running out into a shitstorm without backup? I don't think so. I said to you earlier, Tim, that if anything in your career history was going to cause us problems, then you shouldn't be here. We're not sitting on our hands. Bree is out there and she needs us. Just wait. Tim's voice was tense but calm. Ava will send backup when she can't get hold of us. There's no time. You heard what they're going to do to those 2 kids. She stopped. 2 kids, she whispered. They know each other. It has to be Max and Bree. Angie brought her gun out and chambered around. I'm going to take out the lock. Don't, Angie, Tim warned. We've got to. Ready? Let's find them. But as she spoke, her stomach cramped and she let out a groan. Chapter 35. Jack had just parked Smurf's ute on the ridge overlooking Muller Station when his police radio crackled. This is Polaire. I have eyes on the compound. Repeat, I have eyes on the compound. This includes 4 large sheds, a house, and a smaller outhouse. He knew from Ava's last radio call that there were 5 police cars waiting at the turnoff from the road. No matter what happens, he said to Smurf, you've got to stay in the vehicle. You and Assassin, stay here. I can't risk you being hurt. Got it? Smurf gritted his teeth. I don't enjoy this shit, Jack, he said seriously. Jack put his mouth to the radio. All ready? All quiet and clear, Chris said. No one on the ground? Not visually. Just starting with thermal imaging to see inside the sheds. Hold 5. Okay. Well, let's get a bit closer, Jack said. He looked at Smurf, who was holding Assassin by the scruff of his neck. I've got people inside one shed, Chris said through the radio. The last one on the right. I can see 3 in another. Hold 5 while I sweep the rest. Mobile units incoming. That was Adam and his crew heading to the compound. Suddenly, the ground shook and a plume of smoke rose into the sky. Jack stared at the purple-black smoke. Jesus, Adam yelled through the radio. And then, they've got explosives. Smurf moaned and covered his head, hunching over. Assassin put his nose against Smurf's head, comforting the man. Come on, get a grip, Smurf muttered. "Get a grip." The ground shook underneath them again, and a second shed went up. Suddenly, Smurf sat up and swallowed. "Okay, there's a backtrack. See that shed? There's a road to the back of that." "I think we should get the lay of the land first," Jack said. "Let's wait." "What? You want more people to die? For fuck's sake, go, go, go!" Smurf yelled, hitting the dash of the car. Assassin sat up, peering through the windscreen, his tongue hanging out in excitement. "Hey, I'm the copper. You listen to me," Jack said. "It's your job to save lives. Jesus, half my platoon would be dead if you were in charge in Vietnam." Jack realised Smurf was right and floored the car. He followed Smurf's directions, all the while yelling into his radio. "Go east, go east," Chris said into the radio. "Follow the road to the east." Yanking on the steering wheel, Jack drove like his life depended on it. He had to find Angie and Tim. Another bomb blast shimmered through the sky, and Jack saw the smoke before Chris reported it back. He heard Ava on the radio, requesting multiple units and ambulances. "Casualties expected," she said. Jack drew a breath as he took in the scene below him. Sheds burning, smoke billowing towards the sky. "There," Smurf pointed. "Stop." Someone wearing a black ski mask, hands covered in black soot, came out of the smoke. Jack tumbled out of the car and crouched down, aiming his gun at them. "Stop! Police! Stop!" Flinging his hands up in the air and tumbling to the ground, the man screamed, "I haven't done anything!" Hearing a vehicle, he turned. Two constables wearing bulletproof vests, their eyes wide, drove towards him. Jack waved at the officers. "Deal with this guy. I need to find Tim and Angie." Chapter 36. Angie was doubled over in pain, but she couldn't give up now. "Shit, are you okay?" Tim asked. "What's wrong?" Angie gritted her teeth and waved her hand. "Don't worry about me. Only the worst possible time for period pain." She tried to refocus. "We fucked this up, Tim." "No, we didn't. We followed the lead. We went in blind, without enough information. That's on me. I wanted to find Bree. Now we've got to get out." As she said the words, the quiet was interrupted by the thundering of a helicopter overhead. Then the building shook. The smell of smoke and plastic and rubbish hung in the air, and Angie started to cough. "They've blown something up," Tim said unnecessarily. "Destroying the evidence," Angie agreed. "Turn away," she said, holding the pistol to the lock. 3, 2, she pulled the trigger. Angie's ears screamed with a high-pitched ringing, just as another cramp overcame her. She groaned, but the noise was swallowed up by another blast. The door swung open. Aiming her gun skyward, she crouched as far down as she could and ran to the closest building, peering around the edge. She saw smoke and crumpled sheds, but no humans, dead or alive. Then a movement caught her eye. Tim, crab-walking along the edge of another shed. He surveyed the part she couldn't see, then waved her forward. She kept low and ran inside the shed, checking each corner. "Clear," she yelled. Tim answered with another, "Clear." They moved to the next shed, Angie puffing from the effort. She stumbled onto her knees and stayed on all fours while another cramp took hold. When it passed, she got to her feet and kept going. In the distance, she could hear sirens. Help was coming. Maybe it was already here and she hadn't seen anyone. The chopper was theirs, and she could hear it banking and turning, keeping eyes on everything happening below. "Bree! Max!" she called as loudly as she dared. "It's Angie, from the Kalgoorlie police. Are you in there?" In the dim light, she saw a shed full of machines. Front-end loaders, excavators, and a machine she didn't recognise. Farming equipment, maybe. The next shed. She opened the door and quietly went through. As she peered through the dust-flecked air in the dim light, she saw a white van. Beyond that, she could make out rails with outlines against them. She squinted. Were they people? "Police," she called. "Hands in the air." "Hello? Help!" A thin female voice called out. Angie's heart leapt, and she ran forward, calling as she went. "Bree, is that you?" Help! Max needs help! Angie stopped briefly to take in the scene. 2 steel-barred cages, heavy doors separating each one teenager in each. They were both handcuffed to the bars. Max's head hung forward. One glance at him, and Angie realised he was likely unconscious. She ran to Bree. The girl's face was bloodied, but Angie couldn't tell where the blood was coming from. Shh, shh, Angie said as her hands found Bree's face. Shh, you're safe. Gently, she used her fingers to check Bree over, starting at the top. She found a large gash on the crown of Bree's head, then continued methodically checking her arms and torso for any injuries. Bree moaned, and her eyes flickered shut. Angie felt for her keys and started to unlock the cuffs around Bree's wrist. Finally, they were free. Gently, Angie lowered her to the ground. Tim appeared at her side. Jesus, he said, and yanked his handcuff keys from his belt. Let's hope these are the same as mine. Quickly, setting to work, he unlocked the cuffs around Max's wrists. The boy groaned, but didn't move. We need to get an ambulance in here ASAP, Angie said as she helped Tim put Max into the recovery position. She went back to check on Bree, who opened her eyes, fear instantaneous. She tried to move backwards, away from Angie, her arms reaching for Max. It's okay, Bree. We're the police, Angie said, getting down on her knees. We're here to help you. She tried to move towards Bree, but gasped as another cramp shot through her abdomen. Angie? Tim asked. You need to go, Tim, she managed to say through the pain. Just go. There might be others who need help out there. Fuck's sake, he whispered. What about the kids? She squeezed his hand. Bring them back some help. She watched as Tim drew his gun upwards and Crab walked out of the shed, on guard. It's okay, Bree. Remember me? I'm Angie, she said. There's nothing to worry about, I promise. You're safe now. I'll get you out of here as soon as I can. As she spoke, glass shattered somewhere outside. Then the walls of the shed blew outwards from an explosion. Flames caught on the wooden beams, throwing up extra smoke and heat. Bree screamed and crawled towards Max, who still hadn't moved. Flames started to spread over the floor, the dirt burning. Angie realised someone must have spread petrol in here before she'd arrived. The flames licked their way across the ground towards them. Come on, Bree, up you get. We all need to get out of here. Angie was on her feet now. She kept her voice calm, not wanting the girl to panic any more than she already was. God, she was in pain. Sharp, ripping pains. But she had to keep going. Come on, we're going to move. I need you to get Max under one arm. I'll grab the other, and we're going to drag him. I know your head's sore, and you're probably a bit dizzy, but you can do this. Stand up, okay? Bree, wide-eyed and frozen, stayed where she was. Bree, Angie snapped. Come on, I need you to concentrate on what I'm saying. We've got to get out of here. As if waking from a dream, Bree moved gingerly to her knees, then onto her feet. She took a wobbly step forward, and together they grabbed Max under the arms, dragging him to the door. Behind them, the roar of flames raced towards the entrance that Angie, Bree, and Max were aiming for. Chapter 37. Shit! Look at that! Smurf pointed to the sky. Jack followed Smurf's line of sight. A black spot, no bigger than a fly. It came closer and closer, and it didn't take Jack long to see the rotor blades whirling around the cockpit. The helicopter was black and large, and the pilot was leaning out of the open doors, searching the ground. Jesus, does he know that our chopper is up there too? Jack asked. Both men were out of the car now, Smurf limping as fast as he could on his bad knee, with Assassin at his side. Who's he looking for? Jack muttered. The ringleader. Smurf looked at Jack, incredulous. And you're a detective? I know that, Jack snapped. But who is the ringleader? Where are they? They pressed themselves against a line of trees, watching, waiting, while the chopper continued to hover. The police helicopter appeared over the ridge and flew straight towards the hovering chopper as a man ran from one of the sheds still standing. He stopped and fiddled with the door for a moment, then started to run again. "That's the mess hall," Smurf said. "All the employees were fed in there when I worked here." The man ducked and weaved in and around the debris, his arms above his head, waving to the chopper. The pilot acknowledged the man and banked away to a safer place to hover. He was close enough to the ground for Jack to see his face blanch as he caught sight of Polaire coming straight towards him. The other chopper pilot reefed on the cyclic pitch control and the chopper jerked upwards. Chris, the Polaire pilot, followed the helicopter in the air, chasing it away from the chaos. Jack and Smurf watched speechless, then turned their attention quickly back to the shed. "How much do you know about explosives?" Jack asked. "Enough to get by, not enough to help here." "Jack!" The low voice of Tim caught Jack's attention, and he waved him over. "Mate, am I glad to see you?" "What's going on?" Jack asked. "That bloke is Mark Drake. He's the one who was with Bree at the servo. He's running an illegal something, but fucked if I know what it is yet. Bree, Max, and Angie are in that shed over there, the one that's just exploded." "Shit." Jack assessed the shed. He could see flames reaching towards the roof, and one wall had fallen outwards. "He didn't have enough jelly in that explosion," Smurf told them. "It's done fuck all damage to the shed, so if you've got people in there, you'd better get over there and get them out. Angie's in a bad way. We need to get all of them some help." "Ambulances are coming," Jack said. "I heard Ava call them in. We need to get this bloke first in case he's got a detonator on his body and is setting the explosives off." Tim nodded. Mark Drake had changed directions now and was headed towards the shed Angie was in. "Got my back?" Jack asked Tim. "Right with you, buddy." Jack started to run. He kept his body as close to anything that would cover him as possible. The chopper was back. Jack looked skywards. It was theirs. He felt the wind from the blades begin to buffet him, and the noise was deafening. Jack kept his eyes on Mark and kept going. From the air, Chris made an announcement through the speaker. "This is the police. You are surrounded. Get on the ground. On the ground." Mark seemed to laugh, then dive sideways. There was a tussle, but Jack couldn't make out who was there or what was going on. Then Mark walked into the open, dragging someone with him. Here I am, he yelled. "And what are you going to do now?" Jack and Tim stopped running. Jack's eyes flicked everywhere, making sure no one could get hurt. Then he readjusted his gun. "Get on the ground, Mark," he called. "He's got Bree," Tim yelled. Jack looked again. Mark was holding Bree's arm and spinning her around so she was facing the police. Her knees were about to buckle in fear as Mark held her tightly against his chest. "Don't hurt me, Mark," Bree started to cry. "If you want her alive, you have to let me go," Mark screamed. "Tell my chopper to get back here." From the shadows of the smoke, Angie struggled out from the flames with Max. "Look!" Tim nudged Jack. "Fucking hell," Angie said when she saw Mark and Bree. "Let her go, asshole." Mark locked eyes with Jack, then his gaze slid across to Angie. He smiled at her and slowly pulled out a pistol from the back of his jeans. He placed the barrel at Bree's temple. "Oh no, Mark, no, no!" Bree sobbed even harder at his second betrayal. Her legs had gone limp, and Mark was struggling to hold her and the gun at the same time. Angie had left Max sitting on the ground and calmly walked towards Mark and Bree, clutching her stomach. "Mark, let her go. You need to let her go. We can make this all right if you let her go now." Mark didn't answer, but he turned the gun from Bree and trained it on Angie. "We've got to take him down," Jack said. He aimed his weapon at the man. "I'm not close enough," Tim said. Jack watched as Mark hesitated, apparently unable to decide which woman he was going to shoot first. He aimed at Angie, then back at Bree. Jack had to do something. He couldn't let Angie or Bree end up like Zara. "Down! Angie, get down!" Jack screamed as he started to run. Something streaked past him. As if in slow motion, Angie turned to him as he yelled. Jack saw her body convulse, then fall, her mouth in a surprised O. Bree started screaming again. Everything was a blur, happening too fast for Jack to understand. Then he heard a voice, and everything made sense. Smurf was calling instructions to his dog. "Attack, attack, attack!" Assassin was running hard at Mark, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. Barreling into Mark's body, he pushed him to the ground. Smurf shouted, "Hold! Assassin, hold!" Assassin stood over Mark's chest, snarling into his face so that he couldn't raise his hands to defend himself. Bree staggered towards Angie, but Tim got her first, grabbing her arm and pulling her away. "Stop, stay with me, Bree," Tim puffed. Jack needed to get Assassin off Mark, but he didn't want to go too close. Looking around for Smurf, he saw the man limping calmly across the compound. They locked eyes. "Ready?" Smurf asked. Jack nodded, tensed, and prepared to grab Mark. "Heel," Smurf commanded. Assassin gave one last ferocious growl for good measure and went to his boss's side, while Jack raced in and yanked Mark's hands behind his back, cuffing him quickly. Then he looked for Angie. She was sprawled on the ground, not moving. Chapter 38. Sifting through the rubble, Jack picked up a computer keyboard and put it into the evidence bag. The shed hadn't burnt as well as Mark would have hoped, leaving behind partially destroyed motherboards, screens, and mobile phones. "What an operation," Tim said, coming to stand next to Jack. "I still can't believe those kids were locked in the mess house," Jack said. 14 of the poor bastards. "They were frightened beyond belief by the time we found them," Tim said, convinced they were all going to die. Bloody lucky Drake was in such a rush to escape. Jack looked around at the debris. "So what happens now? Who's organising what?" "Ava is arranging as many forensic teams as can be spared from Perth so the scene can be gone through. We haven't got the technical resources to do it in Cal. They can take evidence back to Perth to the techs there, if required." Jack nodded. "Any word on Bree and Max?" "They're both at the hospital getting checked out. Sounds like Max might have a broken nose and concussion, but he was talking and answering questions when the Ambos loaded him into the meat wagon. Bree as well, from that nasty bang on the back of her head. They're both in shock. Angie is there too. She's going to take their statements when she's been discharged." "She deserves a bravery medal," Jack said. "She never stopped until she found Bree and Max. And all the while," Tim's voice trailed off, "no one knew whether the baby was gone or not. Angie hadn't told them. None of the detectives would ask. It would all come out in time, in Angie's time." "Forensics got the body out from Smurf's camp while all this was happening," Jack said. Tim looked at Jack, waiting. "Brendan Cook." Jack pressed his lips together. He couldn't find words. "Mark had a clever thing going on here. He managed to find the smartest kids in the school on computers to do their cyber hacking. He was careful who they chose. Mostly kids on the margin, youngsters who maybe wanted to run away. He might not be missed. And not just from Cal. There were teenagers from other towns. They're all in the hospital now, being checked out too. Talk about taking up some beds." Jack stared up at the sky, then around at the bush. Who would have thought something like that could go on out here? This is Australia, for God's sake. "I had a call from Martin a few minutes ago," Tim said. "I don't know how the techies have done it, but they've traced the missing $2 million from Noah's account to Mark's account. The fraud was done from here." Jack turned and looked at Tim. "Serious?" "Yep. Thank fuck it happened before Max was abducted. I wouldn't like to be the one who had to explain to Noah it was Max who had orchestrated that." Chapter 39. Hello, Kalgoorlie. This is Lily Carter on Gold Desert Station 104.2, where gold meets the desert. Lily looked at Angie and Jack over the desk and smiled. In the 3 weeks that had passed since the takedown, more information had come to light,
and Angie had kept her word to Lily. They were here to give her the scoop. We have two very special guests with us today, DS Angie Sullivan and Detective Jack Higgins from Kalgoorlie Police. Welcome to you both. Hello, Lily, Angie said, while Jack cleared his throat. Well, it seems to me you are both heroes. You ran through fire to rescue Max Galbraith and Bree McRae, and our community should thank you. Thanks, Lily. We just did our jobs, Jack said. What can you tell us about Max and Bree? How are they? They are really well and back at home with their families, Angie said. We have spoken with both of them today, and they're glad to be home. I guess it might take them a little time to get back to the normality of life, but that's what they're planning to do. Thankfully, both only had superficial injuries, so neither of them spent too long in hospital. And the other young people who you found in the sweat shed, that's not really what it was, but I don't know what else to call it. A boiler room? They were being held hostage and forced to conduct cybercrimes, and all of that takes a lot of manpower. I know there were more teenagers involved. Yes, there were 14 other teenagers who have been rescued, and we're doing everything we can to help them to be reunited with their foster families. Jack took a breath. The alleged offender had been a foster child himself and had to contend with many awful things happening to him as a child. Perhaps he thought he was doing the right thing by rescuing these teenagers from their homes. Jack made quotation marks around rescued. That's distressing, isn't it? I think, Angie said carefully, there are many wonderful foster carers out there who provide safe and happy homes for kids who are unfortunately in need of them. And, if I may, Jack said, we'd like to remind everyone of the dangers of meeting people online. We believe that at least one of the teenagers was groomed by an older man. He promised them the world, but in reality, where they ended up wasn't paradise. Just because we live out here in the bush, not close to the city, doesn't mean that predators aren't waiting at every click. What great advice, Lily said. In fact, perhaps you'd like to come in again soon and speak to the community about how to stay safe online. We would love to do that, Angie said. I guess it's hard to believe that no one was hurt during this encounter. Exactly, Lily. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Jack cleared his throat. The tragedy of this whole event is the death of Brendan Cook. Because we have a man in custody for his murder, we can't say a lot more about this case, other than that we will allege Brendan was an unwilling part of cybercrimes before he was murdered. And look, we just ask that as a community, we rally around Heidi Caldwell and all of Brendan's friends and support them. This development has been a shock to the whole community, Angie added, so let's be kind. Lily smiled at them across the microphone. Well, detectives, I have an apology I'd like to make. On the day I arrived, I really did sink the boot into you because I was sure the police weren't doing their job. I can see that I was very wrong. The Kalgoorlie Police care greatly for our community, and how lucky we are to have so many dedicated police officers here. I make a big apology to everyone at Kalgoorlie Police Station. Thank you for your words, Lily. Angie smiled. We do wish the outcome could have been different for Heidi Caldwell and Brendan Cook. Lily introed a song and then flicked off the on-air button. Thanks for coming in, she said. Are you both holding up okay? We are, Jack said as he was getting up. We've just got to finish the job now and make sure the offender gets a prison sentence. What's next for you, Jack? Blowing out a breath, he looked at the ceiling. Looking to catch another case, here or somewhere else? Are you thinking of leaving Cal? Maybe. I like it here, but staying means making some difficult choices. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Anyway, I'm going to duck next door to the cafe for a coffee. Anyone want one? Latte, please, Angie said. And me, Lily said. I'll be right back. Lily reached out a hand to Angie and held it tightly in hers. You'll be okay, she whispered. Now, Max was sitting on his bed in his room, his brand new iPad on his lap. Outside, he could hear his mother and father talking softly. His mother had explained what had happened.
Your father lost a lot of money through a terrible financial scam. He was worried he was going to lose the entire business. And, Maxie, you know how hard he's worked to build it up."
Noah had looked embarrassed. "Can't believe I did something so stupid," he'd said.
Max had listened dutifully, but had not believed a word of it. He still saw the cruel gleam in his father's eye. Plus, he'd lived through this pattern before. The honeymoon period kept coming around again. His father would be nice for a few months, then there'd be a couple of arguments and, bang, his parents' relationship would be back to what it was before he'd been kidnapped. Now he touched the screen of his iPad and waited, watching the lines of numbers in green scroll down. It stopped, and Max quickly read the line, then tapped on his screen. Entry denied. He blew out a breath and tried another combination. Approved. Max opened another window and watched as pages of code flashed by. Then he paused and clocked the amount. He worked quickly, transferring money into 2 different bank accounts, his own, then another for an escape fund for his mother, if she ever decided to grow a set and leave his dipshit of a father. Still, maybe they deserved each other. He gave a minute shrug. Whatever. He moved the money into one account and then another and another, never letting it stay in one place for longer than 30 seconds. Finally, it landed back in his secret accounts. As he watched the numbers grow, his heart hammered and his palms were sweaty. That training had come in handy. He'd have to drop a cool few $100K to Bree too. That would be enough to set her up for life. He smiled. He could be out of Kalgoorlie by morning if he kept this up. And this time, he would stay gone. Acknowledgements. Firstly, to Mike, Donna, and Tuesday. I love our visits in Cal, our catch-ups, our dinners, and our adventures. You guys are the reason these books go deeper than the surface of life in Kalgoorlie. To my partner in crime, Shadow, who is a backseat driver, great company, and the best hot water bottle when it's cold. To the lunching ladies, Lorraine, Karen, and Jan, you make Thursdays fun. Thanks for your love and support. Huge thanks to DB, as always, and Andy and Ryan for your advice on processing gold, investigation techniques, and everything policing. Your experience and help make the storyline authentic. To Gabby Nair from the Nair Agency, I would be lost without your calmness and direction. And a massive thanks to Anna Valdinger, Madeline James, and Lachlan Jobbins for making something that was a pretty shoddy first draft into something much shinier. Mammoth effort. Thank you to Taylor Massingham for publicity and to everyone in marketing. To you, the listener, a huge thanks for coming along on this new journey with me. I'm so glad you enjoyed the prospect, and now you might find answers to some of the questions you still had. I did write the ending in the prospect on purpose, so you had to come back and read the missing. See method in my madness. Writing a book is a solo effort until it comes time to editing and publication, and that's when the team kicks in. I'd really love to point out that any mistakes in the missing are made by me, and then it becomes a bit of a game of hide and seek for the editors and proofreaders to try and find everything I've mucked up. As we are all human, and thankfully not using artificial intelligence, there will be small mistakes, grammatical and otherwise. As much as I love hearing you've found them, please understand they are my mistakes and not the editor's. Big thanks to all the booksellers and librarians who have supported and continue to support my writing. These books wouldn't be as successful without you. And my gratitude to all the bookshops and libraries who hold author events for Australian writers. We love being able to visit you and reach our readers through you. Belinda and Harper Audio Australia hope you enjoyed the reading of The Missing, written by Fleur McDonald and read by Taylor Thomas. If you want to hear more about our award-winning range of audiobook titles, please visit us online at shop.belinda.com or be inspired by our story at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and always take a